in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
this is not Chop Liver's position.
1, 2.
Hello,
It's
hello.
that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
We all that guy.
Who's
Well,
that?
most of us are that guy except Prof.
Stop
Prof's like.
But also,
Conan.
they refer to Carl as that guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like he
that
literally
guy.
said that guy.
Right. What? 16-4? I think that's why. It was 16-4.
I'm
That's why
going,
he became that guy.
Carl, yeah, that actually reminds me. Carl is 1 point behind us.
Carl, you are terrible as a
Aren't
person.
you like a .5?
We don't
in front
actually
of
like
him?
you, Carl.
You guys had
We
the.
got 1 point each because we all got a point for declaring that
the winning points and
talk.
scores.
the winning
Okay,
point.
so I
Yes, we can.
I
Yeah,
was
we can.
I was at home this
Are we
morning
done?
and
Okay, well, I'm enjoying this too much. I think we should stay.
okay, so
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Mega 8 Autumn Cup. My name is Halbert, and I'm joined once again by Phantom, Prophecy, and Congo. Guys, it's the final day here. I know we're all pretty excited. We've been having some good chats earlier, but yeah, what are we expecting from this first one? Energy versus DC.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be quite the slug match this morning. I think both these teams have a lot to prove. Energy has started their comeback trail. DC obviously going down last night in the last match of the night, so they I think went to bed with a little bit more of a bad mood probably than EN did. But bad moods can also energize you a lot more than perhaps that feeling of I wouldn't say complacency, but you're a little bit, I think, happier with where you are at this point.
Looking at the best of three last night, Energy's best three against Bravado was, we expect a lot more out of them. And while we kind of expected Bravado to take that second game after looking at how they played against DC, we didn't expect it to go so convincingly Bravado's way. And the DC guys, they're a humble bunch. I'm not saying they were expecting to lose, but at the same time, I think they also just wanted to do a lot better because they are still consistently placing third, regardless of who comes second, because there's always one team that's pressuring Bravado. Last year was Carbon, and they're basically Bravado took some of Carbon and Energy took some of Carbon. So right now I think Energy has a lot to prove, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a really angry Energy this morning and we look at almost a similar result to what happened to DC last night. But at the same time, as Sean said, DC are where they wanted to prove themselves as well. Both these teams have now felt the hammer from Bravado, and I think they both want an equal shot at Bravado in the grand final. Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting day, I think, at least.
Well, and additionally, I think this is probably like El Clasico. But you were going to say?
I think it'll also come down to whether Energy, like you say, they might be fired up because of how things went yesterday. Will DC be able to capitalize on that? Will they be able to punish Energy and the plays they may try and make? But I think it'll come down to, I think either team is capable of winning and going into the grand final. But I think at the end of the day, I think Energy will still come on top, even if DC do manage to take a map.
Yeah. But as I was going to say, this is kind of like a potential El Clasico in its own right. I mean, obviously Bravado has been sort of setting quite a high standard, and they're obviously the team to beat right now. But ENDC may be more fairly matched.
I think it's a toss-up, as I said. I think we're looking at this game now, and I think it's going to be 50-50. Either Energy are just going to run straight through DC like Bravado did, or DC are going to put up a good fight. I still think Energy are going to take it in the end. I just think even though DC might have some stronger leadership, which I think is something that's a real issue right now in Energy, I think when it comes down to just raw skill, you got these younger guys and you got players like Cannibalistic and Nefan. If Nefan's firing, we spoke a little bit about some of the other players in the tournament who just weren't pitching up, and I think yesterday was a tough day for Nefan. Apparently in their game against APG, Nefan was on fire, which is something we want to see. So maybe after that game against Bravado, when they got knocked to loser bracket, there were some words, and guys got cooled down a bit, and they talked about what's important. And then we saw Nefan apparently just kicking off in that APG game. So I want to see that play again from Nefan. But yeah, I think at the moment the biggest issue in Energy, in my opinion at least, is leadership.
Well, that's an interesting one, and I think probably quite an important one. Prof, would you say it's a fair comment that Energy are a little bit emotional at times, perhaps?
They are known for it. I mean, the players do have, or certain of the players do have reps for sometimes tilting in games when things aren't going their way, and sometimes that can also affect the players. We do have a couple of the younger guys on the team as well. How do they react to that situation? Some of them can handle it, some of them can't. And I think the biggest worry for Ian is that sometimes it's the leadership in the team that can tilt and that can throw the whole team off. Now, we've seen Domster, he's been doing consistently well throughout the event so far, so I don't think it's going to be up to Domster. If Domster can just perform to the same level as he has been at the event, I think they'll be good, but they definitely need Canny to rock up consistently, and probably one of, or most likely Flexi as well. He's going to have to pitch up consistently if they want to take the game against DC this morning.
Now, you mentioned Canny, obviously a player that we'd all agree, I think everyone out there as well would agree that he's quite a superb player. But he's kind of picked up that sort of leadership role now for his side. Do you guys feel like he's... I mean, this is going to be quite a tough question for you to all answer. It's my fault. Blame me for whatever happens next, guys. Can he do it, though? Is this the kind of man that can lead Energy to a major victory here?
I think he can, because I think he's the type of player that can read the game. And that's what it comes down to in these high-pressure back into the tournament games. Is how well can you adapt and how well can you actually read your opponents. Bravado, we saw throughout this entire tournament, they're so clinical at present. Like every player is firing, each player is capable of clutching at the moment, and the entry fraggers are making their hits. It's good to see. So now it's going to take someone like Canny who can try and lead the team, build up their confidence, make sure that they're applying the right pressure, and bring it home.
Yeah, I agree. But if we're looking at leadership head to head in this team, if it is Cannibalistic, who is in fact still playing the IGL, which is now up for debate apparently because
Nefan, I think, is
yeah,
still
Nefan
on
as
it
well. Also, and that's something I would like to see more because you're looking at the leadership over on DC. You've got Inson, to my knowledge, who has been doing a lot more of the calling throughout the game, and you've got guys who listen to these calls. You'll see it in their play style. We didn't see it a lot last night because they were at the hands of Bravado. But you can see that leadership come through. You see Inson controlling the game, and he does speak quite a bit from what I've heard. And that's the thing. I think Energy. Talk about Cannibalistic as a leader personally, and this is just because this is a result of my own personal life. Is that I know the guy real well, and I don't necessarily see him as a great leader. Probably one of the best players. Don't get me wrong, but it just speaks about his play style, just how he plays, and I've seen how volatile he can become when things don't go his way. I've seen his frustration, and and we talk about Nefan as the leader. I just think Nefan, in his current role in this team, where he hasn't really necessarily been defined, it's not the old Energy where Nefan has to 30 bomb every game just to pull them through a win. Nefan at this point is picking up a role as almost as a support. So I think he would actually be a decent leader for the squad, but again, you're handing the leadership over to another player who's known to be a little bit volatile.
Yeah.
But this was last year. I haven't seen. I will have to honestly see on land just to see what type of player Nefan's become since his long break from CS:GO. And looking back at when things were going, when I was watching the old Energy team and things were going well, it looked like it was a great situation for Nefan. He wasn't doing most of the calling. It was between TC and himself. But at the same time, there was some good synergy, some good leadership coming out from Nefan. So I'm hoping that their leadership problem is solved within the next few matches, because in this match they're facing up against some really old school players, facing up against Hellhound, Style, and Instant doing the leading. And then if they take this map, which I'm expecting they will, they'll face up against Bravado, who have TC as the coach and Elusive doing most of the calling, which is a mean combo. So there's a lot of questions right now for Energy.
Is there anybody on the side of Energy that you think particularly requires that guidance?
Yes.
Flexi, I think, is probably the one that you're going to need to control a little bit. Like, the thing is, his raw skill level is such that he can, win you the game. He did it against BVD, actually, in the Metal State match, where he just went completely bonkers and just took BVD apart. The thing is, he's also, because of that raw skill and being so young, he is quite volatile. So you need someone like Canny or Flexi. I mean, maybe, sorry, not Flexi, Nefan. Probably leaning more towards Nefan. They need to sometimes just okay, just control that aggression that he does have. Because Flexi will go ham the whole time and he'll do it 9 times out of 10. But sometimes you need him to do it 6 out of 10 times and the other 4 to play a little bit more passive. And that's the problem with the younger players. And you've seen it in BVD. At times, they can get a little bit too aggressive, push too far, and end up losing a player. But because Flexi is so important to EN at the moment, to get them that early opening when, because the thing is, Domster's a much more passive player. He's not going to be running in and just blowing heads off. That's Flexi's job, that's Canny's job. So you need Flexi to just understand that he's got a bit of support. He doesn't need to do everything himself, because there has on occasion been where he thinks he needs to do everything himself, ends up dying, and then puts his team in a bad
Really
position.
just needs that guiding hand. So if hand on your back of your shoulder, think you've done enough for this round, hang back or whatnot.
Yeah.
But Congo, I could literally see the sort of numbers sort of being calculated in your head, sort of spiraling around. It seems to me that you have something you want to add to that.
I just think back to Flexi in Carbon, when he has one under the helm of Spoof. You saw what type of player he was there, and they're getting that guidance. And I agree with Sean. We look at some of the moments yesterday in their overpass map against Bravado, where Flexi was jumping around places, not using information to his full potential, and he's a really, really intelligent guy. I'm not talking about just in CS:GO. He's just generally a really intelligent guy. And, you could see that his problem in the team at the moment is that he doesn't have the guidance that he had in Carbon. And, you've got some really quiet players. I know Domster doesn't speak much. Tuckborg as well. He's just a gun for hire. And you talk about players that can move into a map and overtake to take on that fragging role. And you've got Tuckborg, Nefan, and Cannibalistic who've all played entry fragger. Cannibalistic has often switched between when he was in the team with Hackham, he wasn't the entry fragger. Hackham did a lot of entry fragging, and Cannibalistic picked up when he needed to. So on that Energy team, you've got 3 really, really strong riflers, and you've got 2 really strong AWPers. Nefan has picked up the AWP in the past, and he's not terrible with it at all. Cannibalistic has taken up that core role as the AWP right now, but we often forget about Tuckborg, because in my opinion, he is probably one of the best
Terrifying people in the world.
one of the best entry fraggers in
I
my
feel we've
opinion.
discussed this at length.
But but Tuckpork's issue is that I feel like sometimes his focus is varied between games. He plays a lot of games till who knows what hour in the morning, and I feel like as the year goes on, obviously we're putting a lot more effort into the CS:GO. But I don't think he's given a lot of the opportunities at the moment to play that entry fragging role. Just it's once again it's these clashes of role. Just sorting flips out between goals and Hack'em, and I think in Energy at the same point as well. While all three players can entry frag, you do kind of want that one player. I said you want that guy who just looks at his crosshair. He knows his teammates are going to flash him in. He knows his in-game leader is going to give him calls. He knows his teammates are going to give him numbers as they walk into the site. So I think it's very important to have that one person on your team who can do that entry fragging and do it perfectly. And but yeah, Flexi is his role as well is also somewhat support. So you don't often see him putting up big numbers like he did in Carbon. But again, in Carbon he was also in that kind of flex role as well. No pun intended, but it's guidance, I think. And
we're talking a lot about these roles and whatnot. And interesting enough, you and I were discussing this earlier about sort of like the rock, paper, scissors. Now, I think there are a lot of games where this stands out quite a bit more since it's aim and whatnot. But what do you think about these sort of the styles in which these two teams play, and who might like taking away all the individual skill? Which team do you think almost has the edge in that sort of rock, paper, scissors style matchup?
Energy, obviously, I think, and I think everyone can agree with me on that. So they obviously, on paper, have 5 better players. They may be also putting in more effort. I think Energy's issue at present is they're still trying to find their feet with each other. I think once Energy, I hope they can actually stick together for long enough that they can actually find that synergy, that team essence that the team requires. And I think then they'll be able to maybe more consistently be able to take on a team like Bravado.
Yeah, I mean DC with the amount of time they've been together, team play is a massive advantage over EN at this point.
yeah, and that's a big advantage as well for DC. And apparently Energy took the knife round, so that's important. They'll get to decide whether they want first ban or first pick or sides. But looking at DC as well, Energy love to peek a lot, and you got some really good aimers on DC. So I think sometimes that's their pitfall as well. Your Cannibalistic will peek 7 times to get a frag, and he'll get traded effectively. Essentially, if he gets the frag, he gets traded almost immediately. And I think DC's ability to trade is a lot better. But with the veto coming up soon, I think we should start talking about maps. I mean, that's probably the most important thing right here. Is like who has the bigger map pool. DC will probably want to go for Cash because it's their best map, but at the same time, Energy's a really, really strong Cash team.
Yeah, I mean, the only map that I've seen Energy on at this tournament on Cash was up against BVD, and they didn't do terribly actually on their CT side against BVD's T side. So I think DC should be favored on Cash if it does go to that kind of a map, and then we'll have to just see how they move. The one thing I will say about DC last night is that they might have cottoned on towards the end of the Cobblestone map on what they might need to do to beat BVD. EN didn't look 100% solid at any point in their game against BVD, and they just sort of got run over before they sort of figured it out. But DC sort of picked up on if they just went, like just run fast kind of thing, almost sort of just like Sonic the Hedgehog against BVD, that they seem to be finding a little bit of purchase. So maybe they have a better idea of what to do against Energy. They've obviously seen how BVD played against Energy. Now they don't have the same raw skill, but the team play, I think, of DC might not be matched in any way in SA. The old school combination of the brothers, those guys know each other in and out. They've played with each other for many, many years, and they'll definitely be able to, I think, trade a little bit more effectively than the EN squad will.
Out of curiosity, I mean, we spoke about DC being quite an old side and whatnot, but interestingly enough, Ensign, who's effectively the it sounds weird saying the least experienced because obviously there's just so much experience in that squad, but he's effectively the least experienced of the CS:GO players on that team, and he's the in-game leader.
I wouldn't even say that. He went overseas with us also back in 2003 to France. So he's been playing CS as long as everyone else, but I think he just obviously had the last few years he wasn't playing too much of it. But I think it took him 3 months, and he was really getting to a good level. Yeah. So I think if he can keep it up, he can establish and find his feet again.
Also, he's the in-game leader. The time that he's going to be spent practicing is more on putting the team in the correct positions, not necessarily on focusing on his own individual skills. He has, 3 of the players, APOC, Style, and Hellhound can go absolutely ham, and they're going to have to pitch in this game. So Inson's job really is to put them in the position where they can succeed and to set up the the whole team essentially, like if you're going to be going on a B site, you need to make certain that when APOC's running in, he's getting a flash in here, or they're smoking off this area, so he doesn't need to check type of thing. That's Instin's job. So you don't need him to be, running in and just blasting heads. That's not going to be his job. They don't expect him to do that. If he does put up frags, fantastic. It's helping the rest of the team, but it's not a necessary requirement for them.
And Instant was just late to start to the CSGO. I think he played casually, but you say, he took 3 months to get to an okay position. But that's what I spoke about yesterday. It's like when you get to that point in your life where you're wrecking everyone in pubs, like what's the next crucial step? And I think for Instant, taking up the role as IGL, and this is again like. This is from what I've heard from playing with the guys and seeing an Instant taking up calling during like even pub matches, and he looks like he controls it. And if we had to look at head-to-head players in terms of the roles that they're in right now, if you're going to have Style up against Cannibalistic with an AWP, I would say 8 times out of 10 I put my money on Style. Okay, it's more of a 50-50. Style, Cannibalistic is good with an AWP. I think
that changed drastically
Yeah,
very
so,
quickly.
If Style's holding the angle.
Yeah,
The thing about Style is that Style is more of like when he's feeling it, then he's a monster on the AWP.
he can pull DC through. That's the thing. Style is the player that can pull DC through that team. And, then he's backed up as well by APOC, who's an absolutely insane entry fragger. And I think what gives DC the edge here is that their roles are defined. They know what each player has to do on that squad. I'm not saying Energy don't, because Energy also know that. But I think at times there's a little bit of, who's going to pick up when one player is falling down. And I think that's one thing DC might have on the upper hand on here, is that they can pick up where one player's kind of slacking off a little bit. Yeah. Not intentionally at all, but more just so that they're not having a good day. And I can see you writing down the predictions
Yep,
there.
that's time.
Okay.
That's time. So, BO3 guys, we've got about 30 seconds. We're going to map veto. What's going to be...
Start that side this time. I want to see what the other
No,
guys think.
I like giving them the advantage. Come,
2-0 Energy.
All right. Mr. Prof.
I'm going to go 2-1 Energy. 2-1 Energy.
I think decent. They put up a good fight, but I believe Energy will go through 2-0.
Oh, what's the score so far, by the way?
You are 1 point
We'll
behind.
get there. But
Okay.
let's go ahead and check
Alright.
out that map veto and take a...
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, maps are probably going to be one of the more important things this game. I think Energy, their explosive playstyle up against DC might give them the edge on some maps, but in terms of just raw knowledge of the maps and just playing together for so long, one of DC's old best maps is out to Dust. Near the end of CSGO, they weren't really confident in Dust, but in the beginning, they were Dust. Yeah. Absolutely mental. But yeah, Train taken out, rightfully so, by DC, Energy's strongest map at the moment.
DC is incredibly weak on that map as well. So
but they were once upon a time on 1.6, that DC was the Train gods.
The problem is, I think, after that 16-1 by BVD, that they don't want any piece of that map. It's just... It's too much of a gamble against a team that is very, very good on that map.
Very good at holding those tight angles, very good at taking those quick, close duels. I mean, DC like those maps where they can rely on their aim. Yep. They can hold tight angles, but hold them. Not expect someone to burst out from the side and just knock them down. But Energy has a lot to think about here. They will take out Cash, rightfully so. That is DC's best map. So I think if we're looking at Energy right now, I think they might have a bit of a, oh wow, DC take Nuke.
Yeah, actually.
Oh yes.
Interesting. I'm actually so excited to see it.
Banner in the works. The casters are excited. Look at them cheering there. Okay. So Nuke's understandable. DC might have the upper hand here because we haven't seen Energy on Nuke. We haven't actually seen any teams on Nuke. And who knows, DC could have been sitting practicing there.
This is the first game of Nuke this tournament.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm so happy.
What's happening in the Energy camp right now?
Just to leer over at Observe and
the
just
thing
remind
is,
him
DC
that
played White Rabbit on Nuke and they went 13-2 on T side. So if
Energy
DC
should be worried.
Yeah.
Can I change my prediction?
Nope, definitely not.
Overpass comes out as second, so...
Rightfully so. So. I think even though Energy keep getting knocked around a bit on Overpass, but I think it is still one of their stronger maps.
It's their go-to map.
Yeah, I think that Energy, but it's weird. Energy has always been a strong Overpass team, regardless of the lineup. But Inferno is the last random. Oh my god, I'm now hoping this goes 3 maps. It's Nuke and Inferno.
We would not want to see that, right?
Yeah,
but
it's 2 maps. I don't think we've seen Inferno either. At least
no,
on
we
the
haven't seen
mainstream.
Inferno not once.
No.
So
teams have been routinely banning it out.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those newer maps that teams really haven't gotten too used to yet. You've played for months on these other 6 maps, and there's a lot of changes to Nuke that I think teams are rather just going to focus on the maps they're strong on at the moment because of all the tournaments coming up lately. But I think in latest best of 5 we might see another Nuke or Inferno sneak in. But Overpass, I mean, Energy. They go to that map because they know on a good day no team can touch them. When they've got that map control, and they don't often give up water like we saw last night. A lot of teams giving up water, letting the team swarm all over B. And that's one thing as well. The Energy love that map control they take on A. They trust Cannibalistic in those bathrooms, even though he peaks way too many times. They trust him to hold those bathrooms. He knows that if stuff goes down, he can at least trade 1 or 2 kills and get that information. And that's his most important part of playing a sort of map controlling position. Is your job is to, 1, obviously try to take a frag, and 2, get as much information as you can. Because even though the rotation times on Overpass are really quick up from B to A, you're standing in almost like a choke point. You have to come through bank, or you have to go through up the stairs. And running around the back is not always an option, because there will be someone sitting there watching the lurker. So I think that kind of crucial roles that Energy play on Overpass is what puts them ahead of most teams, in my opinion, despite yesterday's shocking result.
So here's something interesting that Hayes was chatting to me about. That's right, I got it correct again.
Waze, what did you say?
Good old.
What did Ham say?
I wasn't actually talking to Wham, but good old Hayes and I were having a chat, and he actually mentioned to me something that I found quite interesting. DC don't like night games?
I think that just speaks to their working life. I mean, even when I had a proper sleeping pattern, like staying awake later than like 10 p.m. on a Saturday was hard.
I mean, it wasn't particularly late night, but could we see a potentially different look DC coming out here that might give us some surprises?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, DC is, like, you watch them and sometimes it feels like they don't actually play with a lot of, like motivation type thing. It's like they sort of like, it's another map type thing for them. Obviously, once it gets this deep into the tournament, I think the competitive juices do increase. And for me personally, what I want to see is from DC is I want to see Hellhound. Everybody knows that when Hellhound really hits really hits the heights that he can hit, there's very few players in South Africa that can contend with him, and he's the one that's been sort of missing at the tournament thus far. We've seen APOC, we've seen Style, we've seen a couple of other guys go big as well. Inson was doing well against White Rabbit Gaming, but I think if Hellhound goes big, that's the catalyst for DC taking a win.
Phantom, I saw you nodding, especially the Hellhound comment. Do you have anything else for us?
Well, I would like to add is I think what I would like to see from DC in this matchup is I would like to see improved awareness. We all know how methodical DC play.
Yeah.
They hold angles. They play a pretty standard game. Will they be able to adapt to the explosive plays from Energy, or how will that actually play out? And I think we'll see that soon enough.
I just want to quickly add, before the players join the map, just one thing about Nuke right now. If we have DC starting on the T side, I mean, you said they went 13-2 up against WG on the T side. I mean, T side on Nuke's changed completely. There's a lot more angles to watch as a CT side, and this is where, Energy's kind of tight angles and map control they get. I think Nuke might be a tough problem. I think we'll probably see Cannibalistic holding ramp, definitely. I think, looking at the outside play as well, we might actually even see Nefan playing that outside role. And then it comes down to just those inside bomb sites. How are Energy going to defend this? We haven't seen Energy on this map. We got a glimpse of DC on this map, but this is where I think, you talk about this, the map awareness, and Energy has the explosive playstyle, but DC in this point as well, they've got a lot of wide open spaces. So when they're moving on that outside, I think that they're going to have a little bit of an upper hand taking those angels. And because Energy, there's just so many places to watch on the new Nuke map. So I think it's going to come down to the outside play here from DC. And I think most of the battles you can see come from the outside. Who can get that outside control? Are they going to be rushing down to lowers? Are they going to be looking to go down ramp to face Cannibalistic? And what sort of answers will Energy have moving forward in this map? Because we honestly don't know. As a panel, I've never seen Energy on this map. So I can't tell you how their CT side is going to go. But what I can tell you is that they're going to rely on Aim Jewels this map specifically.
Yeah. The problem with a map like Nuke is that it relies a lot on calls and team play. And DC will do well. They've also got the team. We've spoken about that. But Energy, with this new lineup, we have seen sometimes the calls go a bit funky. Players, we've heard that Nefan sometimes can go quiet in game. This is not the map you want that to happen. If he's not making a call, you're going to get bitten.
Well, let's see if Nefan can keep his troops together. And we do have, for the last time, and I'm going to say it right,
Ham and Ways.
Wham and Hayes. Take away, boys. It's a good one.
Thank you very much to Hell and his Birds. Appreciate that intro as always. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're into finals day. And I hope you are as excited as we are. Energy versus Damage Control in this best of 3 losers bracket final. And, we're in for a big one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think we could have actually had a better loser bracket final considering the teams that were in the lower brackets and what a map it started off with. And a Nuke. This is the second Nuke we saw of the tournament. Damage Control played Nuke against WRG yesterday. And they picked it up 16-8. So at the end of it, they came out on top. Now that means that they've got some nice practical experience on the map under the belt. On the other end, we haven't seen Energy playing much so we're not, like they said, we're not so sure what to expect from Energy. So on that note as well, damage control won't know what's going to be coming out. So Energy, just like we say always, they got to make sure that they get out the starting blocks, they get in their shots, and they don't take too long to get into that fluid motion that they play with.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think it's also going to come down to a lot of, I think the timing on this game. I mean, from the DC perspective, they really do like to take this kind of hour in the day. They take some time to warm up in the morning. Normally hate the best of ones that are like those 8 AM games. They've played this map a lot. They really, really enjoyed it from the past days.
Yeah.
But is it going to be the same thing? Now you've got the over the top in the outside area, which is obviously changing everything up. The addition, obviously, of the additional door into lows, it's kind of half reverted back to 1.6, but adding an element that could change it all up. And as we do that, we're going live with this loser bracket final, BO3. Let's do this.
Starting off on the pistol round here, Energy Esports got that kit, so not changing much. Doesn't really matter what the map is. They seem to have a set structure that they play with. Damage control on the other end, they've got 2 smokes, 1 flash. That means the outside play most likely going to be coming through. You are capable of actually blocking off outside these days with 2 smokes, so if they land them correctly, that will be the case. And they do manage to do that, so both of them going down, and they're going to be getting across into lowers. So no lives being taken just yet, and damage control getting through. So now Energy going to have to respond by not allowing them to get into the site without getting much damage. Tuckbook trying to give himself the advantage with the doors. Not going to be the case, so his damage control are much closer than he expects them to be. And on that, they're going to push very aggressively. Tuckbook's going to get closed down before he can get another one, but Doxter and Neffen chiming in before DC get the bomb down. So 3 versus 4 now. Frag's being traded back and forth, and Energy getting a bit awkward, stacking on top of each other. In fact, all 3 of the players are coming from ramps, so that means that damage control can really just sit back here and wait for the pressure to come through, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But as that pressure comes through, they do cave in as Neffen and Domster find 2 frags apiece, as that leaves Explicit all done with the Tech 9. Certainly potential to do this. There is a diffuse kit on Cannibalistic. He gets himself the first. Domster's on 1 HP. They haven't retrieved the kit just yet, so Domster's going to try. He eventually does. Oh man, he just doesn't have the HP to deal with this, but Neffen gives the cover that he requires, and Domster's going to be able to get the defuse. So at the end of it, Energy coming out on top.
Yeah, wow, that was really, really close. I mean, that final bullet coming out from damage control just missing off. It would have changed everything up. I mean, he would have had to try and get that restart in the defuse, and it would have been quite an interesting difference. But well done to Energy, even though the wall of smokes. I mean, well done again to DC to get 5 men alive into the lowest area, and they really did surprise Tuckbook quite quickly.
Yeah, well done by Energy. In the retake, we know that retaking on Nuke is a difficult thing to do, so showing that they are capable, even though they didn't have the best angles to work with initially, it did work in their favor. So damage control on the back of that plant, they're going to go for the full eco here, just trying to get something done with the pistols, and Cannibalistic's quite close outside, yeah, so he may get taken down. His support from Tuckbook gets through, so he's all by himself now, reversing back to the SP, finds himself the second, and there's only 1 player remaining. Neffen's rotated around, and they're not going to let this get out of control, as DC don't get much more done than what's expected of them, I guess. And it's all going to be in that buy round. DC, if they can get an early foothold in this map on the T side, they really could put Energy on the back foot. And well, if they break their confidence on the CT side, we may see a runaway half here. But on the other end, we know how strong Energy is when they get off to that good start.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The multiple times that we refer to their continuous momentum-based gameplay, and the way that there are 5 individuals that play together rather than a team with 5 people in it. And I know that sounds really similar, but it's such a massive difference when you've got an individual that could potentially affect another 2 or 3 should they not be performing. And as we saw it yesterday when Neofan Okani didn't get off the floor, it really was difficult. So if DC don't find a way to break their confidence and get at least 3 or 4 rounds of T's, which is what they're trying to aim for, if they're not going to get a good start, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think Energy is going to have a strong T side on this map, just by the nature of their players. That outside is going to be really difficult for damage control to try and keep a hold of. So they do need to give themselves a shot on the T side. I think at least the 6-round sort of margin, especially considering the new nuke. It does give more for the terrorists to work with. But going into the buy round here, 3 UMPs, 4 UMPs, so Tuckbook investing in the UMP as well. So 4 SMGs and a rifle up against 5 AKs. Not going to be an easy thing to do, and damage control has got 4 smokes to work with as well. So those UMPs are really going to be hindered in the distance when it comes to the outside play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they make use of these rifles. Obviously, Energy would like to try and get up and close and personal. I think the DC are really started off with that slow, methodical thought pattern. Obviously, from the second round, they just try to get through this process. But here we go. Oh, APOC already starting off with Flexi down. And now the movement towards that lowest areas, Hellhound can maybe cause a little bit of havoc. Obviously, just being that little lurk role that he's going to try and create.
Yeah, Cannibalistic knows he's not going to have the distance, so he's trying to play the closer angles. May just get a good timing on Hellhunt here. Oh, he's going to come through on the corner, and he does find the frag, so there's a potential AK-47 for him. He does even it out back to a 4 versus 4. Dumpster's going to have to be holding here. Very important piece of map control is ramp, so if he goes down without getting a frag, that's going to be a good advantage for DC going forward. And they're being pretty relentless here. Going straight through is instant. Dumpster hasn't gotten any support. There hasn't been time for them to come through. Cannibalistic's going to have to do it once again. Try to even it out for Energy again, but here's the UMPs. They're just not able to get the distance frags, and they're getting the damage done, but it's not enough. So Tuckbox goes back to the pistol up close, and he turns that into a kill. But the AKs are reigning supreme as time is going on, and the UMPs just not enough. Nevin just missing the spray on either side, so not going their way at this moment. And well, just because they did have the UMPs, they're going to have enough economy to go and buy up into the next round, so it's not the end of the world, but it does allow Damage Control to get an early round onto the board. Nevin's not capable of clutching this, but he gets the high HP player, and he has the kit. So 11 HP on Apocalypse, 2 HP on Style. He's going to have to go for this soon, though. I just feel like he's not giving himself enough time to bait them out with the defuse. Still just walking very, very slowly. These DC players are not going to push out until they get a cue of where he is, and at this stage you feel like he's just going for the exit frags, not even giving himself a shot at getting the defuse. Does find the one. He's going to probably close out against the second. Not going to be the case. Apocalypse will go down to the bomb, and he manages to make it behind the box. Okay, so he keeps his AK, and although it was chaotic, Damage Control come out with their first round.
Yeah, it was important there for Damage Control to get that, especially because Energy went up with that 4 SMGs. They're not going to get absolutely everything they want out of this buy. I think they could definitely have taken an advantage of being able to use a couple more extra Molotovs, or in this case incendiaries, to prevent that wall of smoke to becoming quite an issue. I was saying it before the game, and I think that DC are going to focus that lowers area completely. It really has a dominant number of entry points, and I believe that they will try and rock that advantage. So at this point, obviously, we need to make sure that Energy doesn't have anything too exciting, too flashy. Don't go overboard. I mean, just wait for those standard plays. There it is, the wall of smokes again. And this time, all 4 players, and even 5 point being on top of Heaven outside.
Yeah, so I mean, straight out of the bat, you've seen Damage Control putting heavy emphasis on the outside area. So Energy going to have to adjust here, and that's the instant reply has been sending one player into Hell to contest before they get towards the site. Some late control coming through from Energy on outside, so maybe an opportunity to get behind, but Damage Control have left Style all the way up on Silo, just giving them that cover, ensuring that's not going to be the case. Niffen finds one into Explicit. That's the player coming through Mouth, maybe just trying to create a bit of a diversion, but he does go down. Style still lagging behind here. If he gets the frag, he may be able to cause a bit of chaos, pull some rotations over, so Damage Control really just waiting for him to get something done. And, well, there we go now. It's Slate's trying to come into a fourth, but he's actually done enough for them to consider taking the bomb up to A. Still 38 seconds left on the clock. Damage Control have a bit of time to make up their minds, but not much, because every extra second given away here leaves them, well, of course, a little bit less time to get that bomb down. So, gonna have to, yeah, really leaving it to the last second here. So Instant got the bomb in secret, and it looks like he's going to be making his way towards Mount. He's just giving Apocalypse enough time to make his way off the railing. He's making a lot of noise, but he's waiting patiently. He gets himself one and the second, and now the refrag's not even capable of coming through, as that 5-7 shuts it down in Mouth, and, well, the late play just not working out in the end.
Yeah, we were speaking about it yesterday. DC really changed their game style when they won those 2 maps in a row. They had that advantage of the extra 10 seconds. At the point of 30-35 is when they were pushing, and we've seen them in previous tournaments where they would come through and through, pushing at 25-20, and really not leaving it to anything else but chance of making sure that you get more trades than they do and clear out the site. And if you walk into a stack of 1 to 2 players facing your direction, or in this case, just having Flexi slow you down to the point where you've lost 2 players without a trade, it really becomes a massive problem for them. So I would like to actually see them as well try and get into lows a little quicker and push towards that bomb site, and maybe even jump back upstairs and try go down to the ramp. I mean, go through Heaven and then back into the top side of a bomb site. Rather take full control from that point than rushing on to everything else.
Yeah, and that's what the new nuke is about. There's just so much opportunity all around the map, but now the full eco comes from Damage Control, so Energy should be cleaning up here, but not the case yet. AK-47 on Style, and he's got armor, so we're going to have to see a similar performance that Zio put out in this position yesterday for APG. That a Superman role, as Explicit's been reduced to a knife. He doesn't even have a pistol anymore, so he really making the difficulty hard for himself. But yeah, there we go. He does get a PT50 eventually. Energy, they know now that they really can't afford to give another frag away. And if Domster's not careful, Style may find his head. Still so much time, so Energy going to be getting a little bit nervous at this point. His pistol's going to getting closer and closer. Instant really face to face with Neffen here, but he's going to be to the wise of the UMP coming out as he waits for mouth patience. He gets one of the players' knows that Styles here as well. Takes a couple of shots, but the support comes through, and Energy going to close it out from a shaky beginning. Not going to go drop any more than the 2 players, and now we're going to see Damage Control probably in that situation where they're going to have to eco once again.
Yeah, I think they won't necessarily push the bar here. It's not too important. They really have started off with controlling some forms of the economy. I mean, with the fact that Connie's now got out the AWP, obviously the economy drops even lower. Should they take control of that, or even come back in the following round? They're dropping 1 or 2 players each round, so they've got to maintain that and not lose their focus on what the objective is. Obviously, they have a set number of rounds in their mind. 4, maybe 5 would be good for them. Anything above that, they're probably pushing towards the happy points. So they want to make sure that those are the rounds they focus on and save on the saves and make sure that everything we can done.
On the opposite end, Energy want to make sure that they don't drop a single player. They need to keep that economy as healthy as possible. And Flexi, although he gets brought down to 18, he's still going to come out on top of Apocalypse, and Energy managing to shut it down without any problems. So Damage Control, now it starts to get a little bit more tedious for them. They've got to make sure that they get back into it. This full AK coming out, full AK buy coming out, no AWP to speak of. So Kani's still going to be uncontested in the outside area, and this is, the last round was actually the first time we saw him with the AWP, so we may see that that outside play that Damage Control has been relying on a little bit more difficult for them now, and they're not going to be as successfully be able to push straight out, and here we see straight away he goes and going to be giving them that resistance.
Yeah, it is really needed, but those smokes at this point in time have crossed out quite a lot of the angle. So one thing I was going to say is that in this point of view, Neffen has really come out all guns blazing. He's 10 for 2, and he's shown his necessary contribution, which is what's changing this around today. And then we've got Flexi really doing a nice push there. I mean, those different situations where you get those initial picks is what made the difference yesterday. Oh, and he gets the leg shots. Very nicely done there onto Style as Connie already making an influence.
Yeah, like you said, that little push from Flex, he gets the frag and then he drops back. So good control from him not to get overzealous and try and get anything more. 4 versus 4 now, and Hellhound's gotten into secret, so could get quite far here. There's nobody going to be pushing him back from the early stages. In fact, all 4 of the players from Energy, none of them have gone down the ramp or even down the ladder. So Hellhound, of course, he won't be aware of this, but if he does go forward, he may get some good information. But Damage Control, the bomb is towards ramp, so it's going to be that 2-2 split meeting up in the B site eventually. 35 seconds left, though. Once again, the hit is being left to the last second, and then you've got Cannibalistic with the AWP rotated around. He's spotted the bot, and he's going to pick up the second player, and they're just once again Damage Control not using enough information. They need to make that ramp push sooner to try and make sure that they can get through there without losing the players. And I mean, it's one of those things that you were saying earlier, not leaving yourself enough time. You have to be flawless on your execution, and when you're not, you've got no chance at winning that round.
Yeah, exactly that. I must admit, this point from Energy, they're really holding so well. They know Damage Control are a standard, slow playing team, trying to run down the block as much as they possibly can. The problem with that is, though, as you were saying, regardless of the time, if they're going to be pushing really, really slowly and not changing it up, they need to make sure they synchronize it well. Yesterday we saw when they were doing well and they came out with that 2-0 victory. It was really important that they maintained that cohesion in the way that they were working together. Now today that's not really coming out. It came out on the 1 round they won, it came out on the pistol round they didn't necessarily win that. But it was something similar to a gelling format. In the other 6 rounds or other 5 rounds it hasn't been of any significance and not creating any impact. Same as when they were pushing down onto ramp. I mean, it ended up happening they pushed or separately and not simultaneously didn't get the force onto Connie being able to be forced back behind the box, and then simultaneously did the same thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, just need to make sure that they're not making these basic mistakes, and they're going to go for the force buy here. So they don't have much equipment, but they managed to get through into Secret once again with the bomb this time. So taking it with them. And again, Energy not pushing down ramp yet. DC going much quicker this time, and they're going to have themselves an empty site. Dumpster may even be caught completely off guard here. I like that he is actually all the way in the site. He's standing behind the side of it. He gets taken down without getting anything done for Energy on the B side. Neffen and Tuckball coming through though with well-timed peaks as they bring Energy back into the favor. So 3 versus 2 now, and this is a really important round for damage control because they did go for the force here. They've got Galils, they didn't have much equipment. Apocalypse, nice slow play coming out from him. He's gone all the way into heaven through that, through the railing. Explicit with the bomb though, so he's the player to try and come through the mouth. And Energy, they've stacked pretty heavily towards B here. They've got one player on the ladder, but he's not actually openly peeking. So he's just waiting for a sound cue or a peek to come through. That means DC is going to be able to get the bomb down. And with Apocalypse in heaven, there's that's a pretty good position to try and hold the site from. So yeah, there's the information coming through. Neffen's not even able to get out of the vent immediately. Apocalypse holding onto his nade. Neffen still not pushing too early, and he's just trying to give his teammates time here to come forward. Cannibalistic is really going to have a mission here to try and get the frag onto Apocalypse. He's going to have to do something crazy as he goes up that ladder with the AWP. Some Kenny S skills as he's waiting patiently. The teammates are pushing through slowly, and he does come up now, but it's a perfect time flash. Apocalypse on the other end gets one too, and Explicit closes it out. So DC in the end, they get that bomb down. Nice slow play, and not able to come back on Energy.
That was the exact difference between those other rounds. They made that extra effort to use more than 30 seconds. They had 55 or 60 seconds there to get into lowers. Once they lost their players, then they can go back to the second strat. I would say that is a perfect maneuver and a demonstration of damage control cohesion. When they have that situation that they're under pressure, they left their last 2 versus 3, and they are in a good positions or available positions, especially Nuke. I mean, you can travel anywhere because of the fact there's so many different angles and positions you can come into.
Yeah.
And with that regard, you can never be watching everywhere if you're a man or 2 down.
Yeah.
So in 2 versus 4 as a terrorist, if you take it really slowly with those additional changes they've got in, you can create all sorts of havoc.
And that's the problem with giving up early frags on CT side. Like you said, on some maps it's more influential than others, but Nuke is one of those really important maps to keep as many people alive as possible on the CTs. But on the back of that damage control round, Style's going to have the AWP, and in reverse, Cannibalistic not going to have one to work with, so Style could get some control in the outside area here and exhaust energy of that information. Damage control 1 minute outside the A now, so we haven't actually seen this hit come through from them yet in the past 8 rounds. Still playing it slowly there. Style now gone to the ramp area. He's going to try and find the player, and that could prompt the push. There is only one player towards the ramp from Energy, and it is Domster holding that tight with the M4, and he is able to take down Style. So in the end, coming out on top of the AWP is certainly not what you would have expected, and he drops back off the back of that. He's already got a great trade in that regard. So giving up the map control on the back of that is not a problem, especially considering there's only 30 seconds left. So damage control going to have to start getting something done now. He's going to push through the door. He gets one. He's trying to follow up with Flexi, and he's actually going to be able to do it. No support coming through yet. Energy need to find these trade frags. Cannibalistic holding the angle from Garrett. He's going to get one. Plays around the corner, and he finds Hellhound as well. That was a really important frag to try and keep damage control in this, but Instant is not done just yet. Dumpster nearly burns to his death, but Instant finds the frag on Cannibalistic while he's been isolated, and on 4 HP remaining, he may just be able to clutch this out. 1 versus 3, and Instant does it, just showing how capable he is. Clutching it out, taking it from Energy. That molly was just perfectly timed. No refrag possible, and coming back really nicely there in the end.
Brilliantly played by, brilliantly played by Damage Control. I love that positioning though from Domster. He knew that he didn't have the AWP. He was more than likely playing up against the AWP Style. He wanted to make sure that he had the best angle possible. And at that point in time, it's really the only point you're going to peak down ramp from the terrorist perspective, that you're going to have to look at 2 positions at once. And that's the top of this box and in that corner. And unfortunately, he took the top of the box first. The flick wasn't there. And that headshot obviously throws the AWP off. So really nicely done to start that off. Unfortunately, Energy not to hold it out, but DC did exactly the same thing. They played 2 different round strats. They played the first little push out onto ramp after they pushed out onto the inside area.
Yeah.
So very nicely done.
Yeah, you can try a few things at once, and whatever works, then you rotate the bomb over towards that area. But in the end of it, just being shut down on a couple of fronts, but still Instant just salvaging it. So, that's a problem. Can't be missing smokes like that, especially when you're relying so heavily for it on the outside execution, especially when it blocks you as well. You can't even get through it unsafely. But there we go. Apocalypse finds Flexi on the A site, who actually had pushed through. So getting aggressive one too many times here is Flexi, and quite an important stage to be doing it. Nefan with the Bison, so I think that may have been a misbuy because we all know that that's probably the worst weapon in the game. So that's going to be pretty difficult to keep the control with. Damage control, 44 seconds remaining. Haven't made a big hit here, but Phillips is getting another frag, so and a third coming through. So single-handedly, he's capable of dismantling the energy hold on the A side. It's all down to Doctor now, who gets himself one, but it's not going to be even close to enough. Damage control coming back in some strong fashion here, picking up 2 rounds in a row and resetting the economy of energy.
Yeah, very importantly so, obviously. I mean, as much as the score was 6-2, 6-3, the economy was really in check all the way around. They didn't have a massive overload of cash. They were buying back between almost, like you say, they had a Bison, unluckily, but in the end of the game, they wouldn't have got much more. So it's really good to see, obviously, the control coming from damage control on the perspective of timing. But Energy, I think, getting a little bit excited, obviously, with Flexi pushing. He did it twice, like you said, one too many times. But it's also something that I think he can't be pushing alone if he's going to be doing it a second time. At least get that singular kill if you're going to push through. But with DC, they're going to be watching it. They're going to be watching every angle you can watch the initial pick, and they're not getting that until Takbok and Nefan do push through at the same time, exactly like I was saying. And that causes all the havoc because they aren't able to look in both directions at the same time. And now DC on the back foot again, having to reset and just force himself into a scenario of figuring out what to do as Sal picks off Takbok, and now a low HP Nefan with Domster sitting on top of, or below the ladder to go into their T-spawn.
Yeah, the problem here is that, oh no, Domster may actually be able to catch out Style here, and he does. So that leaves Hellhound in a 1 versus 2, which was originally a full eco. Nefan has got light armor, and he finds himself an AK-47. So Hellhound in a not an easy situation here, especially considering he's got no control of the bomb, and 43 seconds left. He's going to have to move. Well, of course, he has to go so slowly so he doesn't make noise. This avenue that he's chosen to go through, he's invested so much time to go here that if he had to make one little piece of noise, it just ruins the entire prospect. Domster, he's hearing him come for the bomb now, and he's holding such a good angle. Or he might just go around him. Hellhound dancing around. 22 seconds left. He's going to just get the bomb. It's going to have to be the 8. Domster just spots the angle, waiting patiently. He gets the frag, and Energy coming through on a full eco, and it was such a nice eco from them too. They've put 3 players in A, 2 players on ramp, and all together they pushed through ramp, Squeaky and Hut, and managed to just overhaul damage control, even though DC found the first 2 frags of that round. Energy came back from 5 versus 3, which is fairly impressive.
Yeah, most certainly so. And what was nice to see was that Energy didn't do that initial upfront rush push, as they like to add that additional aggression when they're saving. They're often doing it too quickly when it's perspective of letting DC think that they have the control of the area. And before I get there, they're going to be pushing outside now. He blind, but Explicit gets him without a single shred of vision, and that was rather good, rather important as well.
Yeah, very important. And Cannibalistic has been struggling to hold the outside area here, particularly when he doesn't have the AWP, and that may be a problem going forward for Energy. Nefan spots the player going across, doesn't get the frag, and he's actually going to get taken down now, so damage control once again in this 5 versus 3 advantage. And they make their way into hell, but the World Today Oyster, with 1 minute 10 seconds left on the clock, they can still mix it up however they like. But they are going to be continuing to going towards the B side. Hellhound gets another one. Tuck to try and salvage it, but not going to be capable as he only gets 1. Flexi in the 1 versus 4 now. He's going to get taken down by Style, and damage control to reset the energy economy on the back of that. So Energy certainly going to be frustrated with that, considering they just won an eco round. I mean, that's such a confidence booster, and then to come back into something like that is, well, it actually does a lot more damage than good.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I mean, it comes down to those situations, even if I often refer to this within cricket. You have that situation, you hit 4 boundaries in a row, that next ball, doesn't matter how bad the ball is, leave it alone. Because that's exactly what happens here. You've taken a round where you're on the biggest high ever, and now you're almost feeling like you've gone, you haven't actually explored too much. Nice shot from Hellhound there. And it's just important to make sure that you do maintain that and keep your calm-headed nature about it. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself doing unnecessary things on the following save.
Yeah, definitely not as much cohesion in this eco round from Energy as we saw in the previous one. But damage control taking it nice and slow, just getting the picks, playing outside, giving the respect to the Energy eco now, because, well, after just losing to it, they can't do much else. Domster with the Desert Eagle, he's going to find one on the outside. There is a second player here. The bomb's going to go down in A, but Energy with the potential to find another Tuckball coming through health here. Inston's not going to be expecting it, but please, we can't see a repeat of this because they aren't, now there's not been one rifle picked up by Tuckball and there's some armor on a few of the other players, and if he finds this outside man, there may actually be an opportunity here, but not going to be the case. Dumpster with the Desert Eagle, all that's remaining. And with no kid to work with, you feel like at this point he's just really trying to find a few exits, and Explicit closes him out. So Damage Control finding their 6th, and that's already at that margin that I said they'd be looking for, that 9-6 scoreline. So they would be quite happy with this half, regardless of what transpires in the following 2 rounds. But Energy on a full buy once again, so if Damage Control can pick up this round, then they're pretty much set to win the half. Which, considering if you look back 5-6 rounds ago, you wouldn't be saying that they would be in such a comfortable seat.
Yeah, I also think it's another element that within South Africa we have these moments where South African teams in tournaments have terrorist days and CT days, and they almost like play off each other's energy. And nice. In style, one person getting eliminated outside all the time being Kani.
Yeah.
With the last 2 or 3 rounds, really, really critical for their movement of their play, being able to create different positions. But Nearfun doing an important bit of catch-up work there to make sure Hellhound goes down. Very, very important to slow that movement down and not allow them to have full control of multiple areas.
Yeah, Nearfun's still in the outside area, may be able to get some more work done. Not going to be the case just yet as he goes down as well. So Damage Control just continuing with this dominant performance in the outside area, and Energy just not really having a solution. You feel like maybe they either just need to drop it altogether to play from Hell and in the mouth area and make sure that they're not coming wrapping through CT. But in the middle of the round here, Damage Control going to be heading towards Hell this time, so they've been mixing it up nicely. They haven't been predictive here at all. Predictable rather, as Inston making sure that lurk doesn't come through, which has actually cost Damage Control. So nice to see how they're adjusting middle of the game here, making sure that they're not falling to the same mistakes, leaving themselves that extra 20 seconds to work with 15 seconds as they've gotten much closer to the B site this time. And with no resistance from Energy, giving up the B site altogether, Damage Control are going to be able to get the bomb down, and it's going to be a retake situation. Flexi already getting taken down by Instant, so 2 versus 4, you just feels completely undoable for Energy, and they've just seemed to have fallen to the wayside this half out of nowhere. I'm not sure what's triggered this, but they started off so well.
I must say, I don't think it's really much to do so much with Energy playing worse. I just think that DC has just changed it up. That first round, they had that complete cohesion straight into the bottom area, nice and ready, set up, and every single round they've used those smokes since then. So winning that first round almost put Energy onto that back, well, almost winning that first round, putting Energy onto that back foot, thinking now once they've gone outside so hard, they're going to be doing it every time. And they've really used that advantage well, because every single time that they've been able to push out thereafter, Kani's been taken out, and the exit from Flexi from A to go towards B has always been out into the ramp area. He's always tried to go through ramp. He hasn't ever tried to go through the ladders. And the one time, actually, I'm going to correct myself, he did once. When he dropped down in, he got 2 kills. But when every other time, he's always had somebody waiting on the lurk, which is also DC's natural play. They're going to have somebody lurking behind or playing slower from the different positions, unless that guy's been taken down early, which is where Flexi was taking his winning advantage from them.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and find that method once again in this final round, as Energy's going to be pretty frustrated with themselves so far, and Damage Control just carrying on with what's been working for them. Just double smoke outside and going straight into secrets, and Energy still not putting anybody in that area to contest them. Tuckbook is rather going to revert back to this stairs, that single door. And this is something new. We haven't quite seen this immediate. Usually they've already lost a player when this is the hold, so Domster and Tuckbook actually could play off of each other quite nicely here. Yeah, DC though, so with so much time and after getting this map control so early in the round, they just keep Energy guessing. They actually force them to rotate around, and that they're going to go straight back towards A. APOC is going to get the fragments in here, and that's going to make it a bit of a decision. As Kani and Flexi get on the keys, but it's not still going to be enough, as the Damage Control players have just been refragging superiorly in this game so far, and Tuckbook and Domster are going to try to complete the retake here to bring Energy back into it. Tuckbook spots out style, and all of a sudden, Instant left in a 1 versus 2, so it's up to him to try and clutch it again. It's going to have to be a 1 versus 1 to come through here. He's getting the spray through the floor. He's done a lot of damage, and Tuckbook converts to the pistol. This just seems like madness. He may be able to close it out, and he does. Energy just making it far too easy for him. He didn't even have to look for those frags. There was no baiting out that came from the bomb. It was just a plain and simple straight peek, and 2 1v1s in the end of the day. And Inston's going to pick that up every single day of the week.
He'll be loving those. I mean, especially on his favorite map. So on this scenario, it's really in Damage's hands, Damage Control's hands.
Yeah.
It's for them to lose it now.
That's exactly it, yes.
But from that perspective, I mean, Energy has a very, very strong T side. They've got a whole bunch of players that can do anything at any given moment. And to be honest, they can come bashing through with the exact same setup as they normally do and take 3 players down before Damage Control can even get properly set up. And that's what it looks like. It's going to be a hard rush onto ramp. We're going to see all 5 players pretty much going there because they can jumping around as they like to do. They're going to take full control of the ramp area and see if they can get straight into that B-bomb site. Maybe even do a bit of a distraction to go up. Nope, it's nothing like that. There we go. Apocalypse down before the setup's even created. And now it's going to have to be a wraparound from the other 2 from A site.
Yeah, Damage Control have responded really quickly to the 2 players already rotating through the ramp area. They bomb going to go down. So Damage Control in great retake positions here, considering the circumstances. Style gets the first. Inston's going to have to get another one here. He spotted out 2 players, so that's great information. He comes through, gets the frag. Trapbook able to close the door just in time. Flexi with the Glock is able to find him. Can he get the second? Yes, he does. With his remaining bullets, Inston's going to get taken down as well. So Energy Esports grinding it out and picking up their second pistol round of this first map. And you just feel like they should be in a stronger position considering that. But I do want to say that Energy's T side is going to be a difficult one to control. They've got some very strong fraggers who are capable of doing some nutty things, and if they do just find frags, 1 frag in the ramp and a frag outside, we spoke about how important it is to keep as many players alive as possible. And if Damage Control aren't able to do that and they lose early picks in the round, you just feel like they won't be able to keep the map control, and Energy may just run rampant.
Yeah, that's very much the case. I think it's very, very likely that Energy will actually run away, that if they don't slow down their play completely and don't allow them to get through, or else it's just going to be a situation of these AKs coming out and causing more havoc from a distance than M4s will.
Yeah.
And if you aren't even able to pick up that AWP later on, you're going to cause yourself such a problem to be able to come back and get yourself in some momentum, because if everything's working for these Ts, you can't watch it.
Yeah.
You really can't.
Well, especially when Domster's just picking up from where he left off yesterday. He's certainly been one of the MVPs for Energy at this stage. He's going to be looking for the ace, and he's going to even find it on the ladder, picking up the last frag. He remains on 14 HP, no problem for him, as he shuts down Damage Control, who went for the force in that round. So they're going to be in the full eco once again, and Energy may be able to use these rounds just to give themselves a little bit more confidence. Considering how that first half closed out, they really won't be happy with themselves, and maybe, yeah, Flexi just coming through with the late buy, but these rounds could just put Energy in a better mental position than where they were at the end of the first half.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a definite perspective that Energy have to have that scenario, that they have that aggressive ability, that they're able to move around the map without having to worry about it shooting at them, because they know they're on top form. And as you're seeing right now, they really are running rampant. There's no time to waste. They aren't setting up too many smokes. They're really just taking full bulldozer mentality and going right into the side as hard as possible. So I also disagree, therefore, with the DC's buy. I think they knew that this is something that Energy would be capable of doing, and also being very strong at that. And I feel that they should have rather saved off that previous round, forcing themselves into that off position in the 3rd round, the 4th round buy, and that's what matters.
Especially considering how important equipment is on Nuke on the CT side, and they're not going to have all these incendiaries now to work with, and now we could see Energy actually getting quite a few rounds ahead here. So Damage Control going to come through with that buy. You did say like they're not going to have that off to work with, so outside going to be pretty difficult to control. I'm interested to see how Energy go about it, because I've noticed so far that their smokes haven't been perfect on outside. There have been gaps where Damage's Control's smokes were, well, there was no gaps whatsoever. So if there is a small mistake, then those M4s can come in handy. But if there's nothing to work with, then you may be able to render them useless. Quite a difficult lineup to come up from Cannibalistic, but smokes are going to come through. And have a look at the way Damage Control playing this. They're letting Energy get outside with not even the contest, which is certainly a way that you can play it with the rifle, as long as you don't allow them to get through mouth. And here comes Styles with getting the information peek, a beautiful think. So as well as information, he gets some good damage done. That's going to push there. These smokes are actually worked out well. So Tuckbook going to get himself into secret, following the bomb is still outside though, so he could just be the diversion player trying to pull the rotations across. But if Energy could go through with this buy round, it's going to put them in an extremely strong position, and Damage Control know that, so they're playing conservatively. But Style now being taken down, and that's a problem. This is the outside control. Flexi takes down Apocalypse on ramp, and all of a sudden, there's only 3 Damage Control players remaining. And although 2 Energy players have taken a lot of damage, there's they still have the rifles in hand, so they're going to be causing more problems for Damage Control, who are in a position to still keep Energy out of the sight. A nice nade from Instant, negative frag here. It's actually going to find a double as he landed a headshot there onto Tukbook before he goes down, and all of a sudden, Energy have been turned down to 3 men, and Explicit finding one as well. So 2 versus 2, but Nefan able to bring some control back into the situation as Hellhound is left in the clutch, and he's on the opposite side of the map. So with 20 seconds remaining, Energy is going to go back up to A, and they've certainly got the advantage in the situation in numbers and context, as Hellhound's got no clue as to what's going to be the play here. Bomb's going to go down, and it's going to be the retake. He's got no kit to work with, so that time is going to be starved of him. Now aware that it's an A, and you feel like he may even have to go so quickly that they're going to hear where he's coming from, so he may even not be able to get that element of surprise, and that's exactly what he does. He goes straight up. He knows it's going to have to be the aim jewels that's going to win him this one out. He goes straight out, Nefan gets the frag, and not going to be anything dealt on that hand. So in the end, Damage Control dropping it, and Energy picking up the first buy round. So this is what I thought may be the case, and this is also Damage Control's map pick as we go into Overpass next.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Also, it's going to be a massive warm-up for Energy to add that longevity of the maps, where you're not just playing something close like Cache or Mirage, and you're actually getting some nice, decent warm-up to the distances. Yeah. And that's what this map's doing. So I think DC really do need to win this map more so even than because of the fact what's in the next map.
Yeah, Energy's favorite map Overpass. So Damage Control now on an eco. Still on the opposite end, Energy capable of winning one of these rounds. So Energy on the opposite end will be cautious. It's a similar strategy with 2 players pushing ramp coming through, but Energy sitting a little bit further back, not going to get caught off. All about giving Domster that time to work with to get the flank going and get them the easy frags on A, and that's exactly going to be the case. He gets 1 into Apocalypse. Style is in the open. He's going to get him as well, and it's the Domster cleanup for you guys. He goes into the A side. He even finds himself the 3rd on the spray down, and not much more resistance going to be offered. Explicit finds 1. All that's remaining is Instant. He comes through, gets taken down almost instantaneously, and Energy Esports starting to get frizzy here. You know, the problem in the previous half was that they were losing outside, and it wasn't a case of not getting fragged. It was just that map control they were struggling to sort out. So it's not they shouldn't have lost too much confidence from that situation, is basically what I'm saying. So I'm not surprised to see them coming into the T side and actually getting this domination forward.
Yeah, that's the main focus, I think, with the Energy and the way that they've started off. They've definitely been, as South African players, have always been a strong, let's say, terrorist-based team. It's never been that situation that you know exactly what's going to be happening. So with that regard, Energy does that even better than most teams. And as you see, Domster's come outside at areas where he's been running and no one's even been hearing him. So I think DC as well, when they get these saves under some sort of control, they need to make sure that they force exactly what Energy did to them, and that's box them in and get them to look in multiple directions at once. And as obviously we see, Domster's already got the pickup on Apocalypse, and now they're taking another advantage on the second bar, which really is maybe even their second last opportunity to be able to do anything more.
Energy working in pods here, sending players of groups of 2 players around the map, and it's just working out so well for them. It's Nefan and Flexi this time to go through ramp, and they've managed to push the player back, so they've now gotten that map control. It's been forced into the B site, but he does a pretty good job to shut the players coming through the door. There's actually a second one he doesn't expect to be there as well. Nefan's still holding on ramp, trying to get straight through the wall. Not going to be the case, but reverting to the Tech 9 is enough to bring him down, and there was an AWP in this round with Damage Control, so for them not to even get any work done with that weapon is a problem. And well, 13-8 and Damage Control with no economy to speak of, just in a real dire position at this stage with Energy. Such a strong showing on the C side, and this is a great start to the day for Energy. They would want to close this out in 2 maps, because going into the grand final next is a best of 5, which if they want to win, they're going to have to win the full 3 maps. So lots of counter-strike for them today. Damage Control, they've got 5 HE grenades, so they're going to just try and find some early damage. The problem is all of those HE grenades are going to be thrown outside, and the full Energy going inside, just completely unfortunate. Not going to be able to do any damage. Although the pistols, they get the damage done. They find 2 frags. And Energy, they find 2 apiece as well, but you still feel like this has been too much damage has been dealt, especially considering how up close DC are managing to get. But still, individually, the Energy players coming out on top. Apocalypse with the patience may find the low HP Nefan. Not going to be the case though. Great headshot from Nefan, and he looks like he's come back into this day extremely confident. He's already 22 frags up. in 22 rounds.
And Domster with that 24, and I must admit, it's been looking a lot more like a Domster show than Nefan, which shows the contribution Nefan's been doing round by round. I mean, they really are combining a 46 for 20 kill ratio.
Yeah,
It's
that's
more than
impressive.
and that's only on 2 of the players. The
Yeah.
rest haven't got bad scores at all. So it's important to see that impact from Nefan has not been a singular round basis with an ace or two.
Yeah.
It's been all the way through.
Yeah.
So we have seen Domster's pretty much taken a 4 and a 5k in consecutive rounds. And so it's important to make sure that the rest of the team also have some impact, and that's perfectly what's happening.
Yeah, we see the LDG from Style missing a crucial shot there. Could have put damage control in a man advantage, which is not a position they've really found themselves on much on the CT side. And Cannibalistic pushing up close here. He holds the perfect angle and decapitates Style. So now a 4 versus 5 once again, and Energy just marching on as they're just not really having much respect for damage control here. It's even the fast aggressive players, they're not running that time down, they open peeking the AWP, and Apocalypse is going to get one, but now they know exactly where he is, and although he gets some return damage and Dom, it's not going to be the frag. Flexi coming through with the perfectly timed push on the squeaky door is going to take down Explicit, and well, it's just completely falling apart for damage control as they're about to drop their 15th and put Energy on map point.
Yeah, a really, really strong performance coming here from Energy. They took a little bit of time to warm up, and maybe obviously not their favorite side of the map, even on any map, being the CT side. But all we've been seeing here is a terrorist display of excellence, really, from them.
Yeah, and damage Instant surely not going to be able to do this once again. No, Flexi in a far superior position, going to take him down. Energy find their 15th, and the economy on DC is going to be poor. So again, AWP not going to be there, and they've got 0 incendiaries. No wonder the aggressive players working out from Energy. There's actually just no equipment there to stop them. So kicking the man when he's down, of course, a good way to break your opponent in a Counter-Strike game.
Yeah, if they take it away from them completely here without even any remorse, it might be difficult for DC to come back. But I also think on this case, from the way that the DC players have been playing this map, the outside area especially, they've been playing it like old school, where you can have just the AWP trying to take the shot off, just trying to take the AWP onto a situation where there is a singular man push and there's no actual flashes to get him out. There's no scenario where there's anybody covering him should he miss the AWP shot. And because there's so many different angles now you can easily get to,
Yeah.
you're never going to be having to wait for that boost.
And that's exactly what Cannibalistic did there. He just held a great angle and took his head off. And now Flexi gets the first once again. Cannibalistic, oh, he drops back and he gets Style. So Style, even though he spots mud first, still not going to come out on top. Explicit, though, still trying to do what he can in the A site. Damage control haven't given up the A site, but that's not a problem because the bomb's going to B. And that's certainly been given up. The bomb going to go down now. Instant evening out to 3 versus 3. Trying to get the spray through the door. He's going to be breaking it, so could get some information through that. Energy not getting the bomb down just yet, as they're trying to give the man some time to get the rotation across, and that is Takbok, I believe. So he may just get a good flank to come through, but damage control not biting on the bait. They're still committing to this B. They're waiting. It's not Takbok, excuse me. It's Nefan is the player that they're trying to give time. He's going to be coming down the vent, and he may be able to catch Hellhound off guard here. Hellhound turning around, but it's just going to be that game of seconds once again. Nefan coming through. Bomb going to go down now. In some perfectly timed push through that broken door, he's going to find the planter. So 18 seconds left. It's getting a little bit close now for Energy. Only 2 players remaining, with one going to be planting the bomb. Only one can cover, and Takbok with the decision to make. Does he plant open from door? Does he plant open from double door? And it's going to be the single door. Instant's going to deny that plant once again. Only 5 seconds left. Not enough time for Neofan to get the bomb down. He's going to go for the push. Still, he just waits for the peak to come through from Instant. And it's not the case. And Instant has been absolutely instrumental in keeping damage control alive in this game.
Yeah, very much so. That has been the exact example of what he's been doing earlier. I mean, he's the top scorer in this game, and he's had a couple of clutch rounds last time, and this is the exact example of what he needs to show, and the way that his in-game leading can take over the role when he doesn't have to give any more instructions. He just goes straight back to his game. Like I say, one of his favorite maps. He's been playing it for years, and well, there's the demonstration using that double door area, the double entry points brilliantly by DC, and that's just the perfect addition, which has created why this map is so entertaining to watch again.
The one thing that Damage Control do have going for them is that they got 8 rounds on the T side. So even though they had that was the first round they've won on the T side, they're only 6 rounds behind, which is not a huge deficit considering it is CT side and Nuke. But Energy have been far dominant so far. But Apocalypse finally, he picks up the first frag for Damage Control, winning the advantage. Maybe be able to get the second here, but no, Cannibalistic's going to get it, and he even finds the double head. He's so dismantling Damage Control single-handedly there, and Energy well, this is seems to be that situation once again where they're just not able to close it out. 3 versus 3 now, and low HP on 2 of the players, so they're going to try and go a little bit slower and see if they can find themselves another pick. The bomb's still very, very far away, which means that they're going to just go for this map control. The Flex is getting taken down now. The remaining 2 terrorists are very, very far away from the bomb, one being heading up towards heaven and the other one all the way in secret. So now it's up to Tuckbok to try and retrieve that, but once again, time is on 40 seconds. He's going to have to sprint, especially with Cannibalistic being taken down 1 versus 3. So Damage Control giving themselves a sniff.
Yeah, a little bit of a sniff. Quite a bit of an advantage as well to make sure that the economy is reset on energy. I think that, well, I say it gives maybe even energy an advantage, because I feel if energy come out firing with 4 Tech 9s, DC are not going to be very happy, as that's what a similar situation happened when they got into the lowest area. If Tuckbok was left up too much, that could have been a lot of damage created and a lot of havoc really quickly.
Yeah, well, that's Energy have been doing that. They've been inflicting good damage on the Damage Control economy round in and round out. So you can see they're going to be on pharmacists and UMPs and not great equipment, but they are still alive in this first map, and that's the most important thing. Energy exhausting nearly their entire bank, and so they're buying up once again. A few players are down to 0, so Damage Control opportunity to get closer if they can pick this one up. But Energy, let's just hope they don't get too complacent now after losing these 2 rounds. They don't get eager to close this out and start making silly mistakes. Apocalypse pushed up here, but he's going to get smoked out. Nice smoking. Oh my god, we saw Domster throwing that earlier, so just continuing with that. Energy have used 4 of their 5 smokes in the situation though, so only with 1 left in the mix. They're going to have to utilize these ones extremely effectively. But they have managed to get into secret along with the bomb, which is fairly effective use. Explicit now dropping down the vent, so Damage Control adjusting to the situation, but Energy still not pressing forward. It's that situation where they want to just at least get themselves in the forward position, but not get too aggressive on the back of it. Still wait for the players outside and towards ramp to try and have an influence on the round in a middle. But Damage Control, they know they can't make a mistake, so they're not going to give Energy anything to work with. They're sitting back and they're waiting for the push to come through. Styles still not even peeking out. Domster and his head are just on the other side, so now he gets the information eventually, and he's going to know there's a player there. But with 43 seconds left, Energy are going to have to make a hit. Now, Domster's actually going to come out on top, so once again, a disappointing result for Style, and that's going to give Energy quite a strong foothold in the round. Nefan waiting patiently for Apocalypse as well. He's going to find that frag, and all of a sudden, 5 versus 3 advantage for Energy. 25 seconds left. They've got to make sure they don't leave this too late once again, but they are finding the frags this time and not leaving it just to getting the bomb down. Cannibalistic finding 2 more, and Damage Control all up to Instant. Once again, it's a 1 versus 5 to bring this back. He's been tagged up. They know exactly where he is. It's impossible to do. He gets taken down. Energy pick up the first map, 16-10, which was Damage Control's. And on the back of that, let's head to our expertise panel and give it to you guys.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so in the end, not the most one-sided game we've seen, but probably a little bit further away than DC would have liked it to be, considering it was, in fact, their map choice. You guys, any thoughts on this last one, where it went wrong?
I think, unfortunately, we didn't see Hell and Style fire as much as we have known them to. But yeah, Overpass is coming up. It is a dynamic map, which maybe suits the Energy play style more than it does for the DC guys. But they have been showing some good signs with some good plays from Explicit, APOC, and his brother, and Instant itself. And I think we might see a similar scoreline in the second map, unless all 5 DC guys can start firing.
Yeah. I said it in the beginning, like this game was going to be won and lost outside. And we saw a lot of play in the early on. Cannibalistic was dominating the outside with that AWP. And I think it was just something to look at, because if you look at the change when they switched over to CT for DC, you know, they were playing a much more passive hold than outside. They're almost giving up outside, which is something you can do on Nuke, because something we saw a lot is Energy were expending a lot of utility early on just to get control of that outside. It gave them a bit of options, and I think that's what played to their nature this game, was that they had a lot of players moving around the map. They had, they had always had Domster going for that outside push as well, trying to pick off Style, because they knew Style was falling way back to try to get those picks. He oftentimes got Instant as well, sitting up top, and so it was Explicit sitting up top as well, and they just moved around the map. You didn't really see them playing together as a unit. Instead, they relied on the fact that they can take up those corners that they know where DC's weak, where DC are wondering where are they, because there's so much area on that map that they can cover, as going to looking for trades and then letting your lurker just move around. Domster was doing a fantastic job outside, moving on top. Cannibalistic as well had a great game, and Nefan pitched up perfectly. It was just such a really good game for Energy, and I think it was won on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Domster needing a little bit of help. He's been doing a lot of the work early, or for most of this tournament, and he needed one of the others to come alive, and this time it was Neffan. Neffan picked it up big time this game, and it bodes well for the next game, and if they can get through that, it bodes well for the performance against BVD, because he was one of the ones that did not have a good performance, and he's obviously well known for being one of the guys who can go that big. But for DC, yet again, it seems to be it's like Style, Hellhound, and APOC seem to seem to take turns to top frag for the team, and it's sort of like this game was APOC doing quite a bit of work, the rest of the team not really doing anything, and I think when they can get 2 guys or 3 guys all going, then they're going to win a little bit more consistently, because this game, again, you can't have one guy going equal and then nobody else even coming close.
So, I mean, you spoke about these sort of top fraggers for DC. It sort of seemed that Ensign also had Ensign. So he had quite Ensign.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm butchering this. Sorry. He got quite a solid performance as well in this last one, as kind of, I would say, holding the team together a bit.
Yeah, the problem is the CT side is very much based more on just the individual skill of the players. Obviously, your in-game leader still has a lot of say in where you'll be moving, or he'll say, okay, guys, you need to rotate now to B type thing. But it very often just came down to, like Carl said, DC giving up a lot of control outside, and then when they did finally try and take the fights against the energy players, it's just not trade fragging at all. They would lose, like, I mean, Canny was on a couple of occasions getting 2 kills outside. It's like, that's half of your site just broken down. Like, what are you doing then? You then have to basically split between A and B with 3 players. So Ensign was clutching decently enough in the situations where he probably shouldn't have been able to, but you can't rely on clutches to win you a game. They might win you a close game, but you can't win a clutch every single round. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I feel DC didn't adapt quick enough to what Energy was doing outside. I think DC should have actually mixed it up, sent 3 guys outside, push 2 up, and have maybe 1 AWPing back holding the angles for you.
Yeah. Get in Energy's face, like basically like punch them straight out of the gate in the face, just give them that bloody nose, and maybe
force them and force them to go back to lobby and start looking to play ramp maybe, or maybe go breach top.
I mean, that's kind of what Energy did on their CT side, is they've kind of flushed them out on mid. I think it was just map control. But you talk about Ensign having a good game, I think it's just the nature of the position he was playing. They were losing outside pretty quickly. They were losing style pretty early on. So it was Ensign's job really. When the players were tagged up, he was stepping up and getting 1, 2, 3 frags around, just because he was trying to clean things up. And I think, looking at the economy, Energy did a really great job on their CT side to break their economy pretty early on. They weren't allowing Style to get that AWP. Only every 3 or 4 rounds was Style able to actually get up an AWP. And before then, he wasn't really adding much with that M4, just because of that explosive nature of the AK-47, with Domster getting that nice early smoke thrown from spawn pretty much onto that top terrace where they were holding that double outside. They weren't playing from mouth like Tuckbook was. With Tuckbook playing with mouth with cannibalistic outside, they had a much more forward aggressive movement. But I think just before we get into the next game, I want to just look at Overpass real quick and see, in DC's play style, what they need to change up this map there. We've seen Style take really good control of that long, and I think dodging that bathrooms. I think the biggest thing for them right now, if they want to take those long angles, they want to take those slow approaches, I think bathrooms is going to probably be the biggest play. Shutting down cannibalistic in those bathrooms and pushing onto those sites as quick as possible, using your utilities wisely. So maybe 1 or 2 flashes to flush cannibalistic out, even if you're pushing back into the site. That execute you can get onto the A bomb side is perfect for DC's playstyle, and the same applies to the B bomb side as well. Not allow them to take water that early on. Get your players into lowers, take control of lowers, take control of water, and I think that's how DC can punish Energy on the T side. On the CT side, I think for DC playing up here, I think this is a nice map for them.
They need to force the bathrooms as well.
Yeah, I disagree. I think for DC's play style, it's more just keeping those angles. They know they can play from their bomb sites. They know they can. Giving Energy a lot of map control is dangerous, but at the same time, there's not already a lot of angles for, oh crap, Domster's behind us. Oh crap, like Nuke. They were everywhere. And this map, they can come from 3 places. For B, it's the connector, it's monster, and it's lowers. For A, it's basically long or straight through bathroom. So for them to play back, rely on their aim, I think for DC it's a much better map for them that fits their play style. But it's still one of Energy's best maps, so they're going to have to really pull out. They're going to have to land those shots, land those duels immediately.
I see. Like for me personally, I just think, given how much space they gave to Energy on Nuke, I would much rather see them actively, at least try and control bathrooms. Maybe not push any further, but at least try and control bathrooms so that you at least have forward information for what Energy is doing. Energy is going to try and move quickly. So if they're going to be hitting a bomb site, I don't think they're going to, it's not like the zero chance style where he sort of sets up, holds the line, waits for something to happen, and then smokes and then makes a play. Energy is going to be wanting to hit sites fairly quickly. So if you can just get information, I mean, maybe you trade 1-for-1 in the bathrooms, but if you can get the information to rotate the guys up quickly, you then have a better chance than trying to, have Energy running in multiple angles. And you have to have essentially or one of the DC guys trying to take battles versus 3 guys. Whereas if you have a 3-on-3, all of them coming to the bomb site, you have a better shot than one guy trying to hold down and then take out multiple guys by himself.
I feel like bathrooms, in particular in this tournament, has been a bit of a bloodbath. It's been something that we've seen. I think that Sonic from Bravado also giving people a hard time, and
Detrini as well. Detrini was ripping Energy a new one yesterday when he was up against them on Overpass. So it's bathrooms is a very this map has actually developed quite a bit, because originally what happened is a lot of teams, and you'll see VP still plays like Virtus Pro. They play very far back. They'll play in the sites, waiting for you to come and attack onto them. But then it was originally, I think, pioneered by TSM, and then Fnatic obviously also evolved, and they started getting very, very aggressive on the bathroom. So they're up front, they're in your face, taking fights early, getting information, allowing them to rotate then.
Well, on that note, let's go ahead and hand it over to good old Wham and Hayes for the next matchup here between DC and Energy Esports.
Thank you very much, Halberd, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 on this losers bracket final, and DC have a lot to play for if they want to make it through to that final, and they're going to have to lift that even more if they want to have any shot against Bravado. So here we go. Energy obviously going to start with the T side, something that they just came off a brilliant roll, and with the way that they've been playing on their T side all the way through this event, aside from that Bravado game, which obviously nobody has enjoyed, from the opposite end, and Bravado will love that opportunity to just test out those things, get them out already, and Energy are going to have to do a lot more in their CT edition.
Yeah, well, we saw them on this map yesterday against Flipside, but they started on the CT side, so that was a different scenario. Now they're starting on that T side again, and hopefully they don't get stuck in that rut again, and we're going to have to wait and see. DC, this is Overpass, which is Energy's pick, like you said, and also Overpass, not one of the maps that Damage Control is extremely well known for. They're more the cobblestones, your cache, even Mirage used to be Dust 2, one of the maps as well. So Overpass, you've got to feel like there's a very heavy advantage in Energy's favor in that regard. So they do have a lot of work to do here, and quite frankly, I'd love them to take this map, because I'd love to see an Inferno in the mix. Unfortunately, that's the 3rd map, so only way we're going to get there is if Damage Control pick this up, and well, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what happens, as we're going to be getting straight into it here. Damage Control on the CT side, Energy on T side, and let's not waste any time.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see how Damage Control take this first round. I mean, we're going to expect something really aggressive from Energy, at least to take some control of the bathrooms, maybe even construction, do something that's going to be influential to their next play. But if DC are able to do it, then it's going to be all to play for. As I think this is going to be a quick rush out, and there we go. They're really taking control of middle and moving into as much information play as they can.
Yeah, this is exactly the same pistol strategy we saw them use against Flipside, and it actually worked out fairly well for them. This time Cannibalistic is going to trade with the double frag there, so bringing Energy back in flavor, and he's going to find himself a 3rd with the USP, so Instant not able to keep them off the sides, and Explicit is going to suffer the same result, as it is headshots galore for the Energy side, and it is well, speaking of headshots, this is the god of all of them in South Africa, but he gets taken down with one himself. So Energy with an extremely dominant pistol round, and maybe just trying to pick up from where they left off on Nuke. Like you said, a very strong T side, and they come straight into it. They don't play slowly, they're very, very aggressive off the bat, and they put the pressure straight back onto Damage Control.
And well done by them. I mean, that was exactly it. They really maintained that pressure, they maintained that additional aggressive nature of their play, and made full advantage of that. DC, unfortunately, being a little bit almost nervous to start this map, because I mean, if you see how Edson came and jumped on that dumpster, he really wasn't taking any time to make those shots. He was really erratic in the way he was even jumping around. So that pushed out a situation where maybe a little bit of nerves is showing, or something in the situation where they're also pushing out individually. And now that wasn't something that would have been more conducive for the fact that you just lost 2 players and ended up being 3 or 4 one-on-ones, and that just really didn't work out for them.
Especially when Energy are playing off of one another, it's almost impossible to go up against Flexi. Nice jumper on the corner. He's going to take down APARC. Then that's just how the UMP works. Gives you that diversity. And Energy, full respect to the Damage Control eco. They just make their way up long slowly with the bomb. continuing with quite a set strategy here. Interesting how they've spread themselves out. They don't want to allow any of the damage control players to push for information or get behind them and get some flank frags. But Ensign, he's not going to be needing any flank to get a kill onto Flexi. Now up close, Cannibalistic, he almost gets taken by surprise there. Not going to be able to close it out. Neffen comes through on B. Picks up one as well, but maybe not going to expect Hullhound to be so close yet. Doesn't make a difference as well. Following suit just after Flexi doing something similar.
Energy are very good at that around the corner jumps. They do it a lot to prevent that headshot aim up, especially with the silenced USP on the first round. They are particularly good at getting a headshot on the jump. Takpo getting some range on that UMP, and well, that semi-armor buy as well coming from DC not really working out. And in the end of the day, the Energy's bouncing around the map just ended up working very well. Flexi obviously going to be one of the first players to be able to try and get a little bit more advantage on the map where you're making sure DC are not pushing. But in that case, obviously, Instant perfectly lined up and resulted in just one of the deaths.
Well, a full eco once again from Damage Control, so they are going to have to make sure that they put up more of a fight on the CT side from the earlier stages. I mean, they only picked up their first 2 rounds after Energy had already picked up 6 in a row, and you just can't allow it to get so out of control before you start bringing it back. Instant with the USP, he's going to find on Cannibalistic. Quite a surprise, but really you expect it to be shut out. There is 4 damage control players all stacked up towards the top of upper here. Energy have gotten control of B, but Neffen's going to find himself in a bit of trouble here if they come at him all together. He gets one, goes to P250, so it's going to have to be headshots here if he's going to close it out. There is still the AK-47 from Instant giving support. He gets one, but he does get taken down, so there's a potential UMP to be saved, and Styles going to go for that. So not too bad of a result in the end. Damage control going to be buying up in the next round regardless. But Energy still probably not optimally would have liked to give up the 2 frags. The economy certainly something they want to try and build up as much as possible.
And again, just like on Train, I mean on a Train, on Nuke, as Train would also mostly be important too. The way that DC were not able to make sure that they did have control of the economy, and the way that Energy have started off this, DC don't want to enjoy that. They really want to be able to use those flames. They want to make sure that they use all sorts of different smokes to make sure that Energy aren't able to do this wraparound where they've got 2 players, especially with the way that Flexi can come through into that waters control. I mean, you don't want that scenario that you're trying to watch A and then B gets taken, or the opposite way around.
Yeah. And that's what Energy are so good at, is they go towards B and A at the same time, 2 players apiece, and they open up both the sides. So Damage Control like, okay, well, where do we rotate now? And they just create this complete confusion and disconnect. So got to be careful not to fall prey to that again as they did the previous map. Energy, they're happy to play back at both moments, although as I say that they do get an advancement on Toilets, and fairly early in the round as well. They just got this low as map control, and Damage Control, well, they're going for the ultra defensive play. They've gone all the way back onto A. They've got the AWP on Style, so it's going to be up to him to blunt the attack of Energy. So before they come through, he's got to at least find them a pick, make it a little bit easier, because that was the trouble as well. Energy were allowing, or Damage Control were allowing Energy to have full executes with 5 people because they weren't finding any early frags in the round. And now when they're giving up this map control as well, they're giving some really nice advantages to Energy. They're narrowing down their options here. Energy, their options are growing as time goes on, and they get themselves further up and get all this information. Style now getting smoked out of long, so that's going to allow Cannibalistic to get up close. The bomb still being left quite far back, and we saw a problem with that last time, so they retrieve it a little bit earlier now and start making its way towards A, and that's where the hit's going to be. So Energy start throwing their smokes, getting their equipment in, but they haven't fully committed yet. And have a look at the bomb. The bomb is actually rotating back towards B, so it's going to be that fake. They're setting up their smokes on A, and they're going to let them off on the 30-second mark. That's exactly the case, and that's going to pull at least 1 rotation over from DC towards the A side. There is still 2 players on B though, so there will still be some sufficient defense. Explicit holding is true here. He's going to be peeking Monster, and that's going to be Flexi with the bomb. So if he gets taken down, it could be a bit of a problem. 14 seconds left. Energy, surely they're not going to be falling into that same situation again. 10 seconds. There's not enough time for him to get the bomb. Even though Style is still so far, they're going to have to go for the frag. He's in heaven. They don't know that it doesn't have enough time. Oh, and in the end of it, okay, but they don't have enough time. The bomb got planted in the last with 1 second remaining. So maybe, just maybe, maybe he felt he could deny the plant, but he's going to get taken down. Energy pick up the first fire round, and that is a scary prospect because Energy may just start to run away with it off the back of that.
Yeah, they really haven't stopped from the way that they've performed on Nuke, and unfortunately from Style, I think that maybe the communication should have come out that bomb had been dropped in Monster, and it's very unlikely that anybody else was coming from Monster. So as was seen, the way that they ended up taking B straight from that short area. So it would have been good to see just a little bit of communication there. Rather take the peak shot from Heaven, maybe take a gun down. All three of them are already there, and as you can see, that was obviously the result, and Energy looking as strong as ever.
Yeah, Energy looking as strong as ever, but on the opposite end, Style has been pretty insignificant with the AWP so far in this best of 3, and that may be a bit of a problem. But Apocalypse has saved an AWP, and he has got armor. Saved an AK-47 rather, and he does have armor. Also in a position now where he could get behind. He's got a player flanking him as well. He's not aware of that. Flexi slowly coming up behind him, and now he's going to get taken down as he takes the shots. Gives his position away. That's the AK and the armor down now for damage control, and Energy still with a minute left. They've managed to get onto the A side. Dom still with some good information here. Hits his first shot, managed to hit the second, of course, and that's going to bring the bomb through. So Energy not mucking up the anti-eco round here, as they managed to get the bomb down as well. They will eventually, but they've got full control of the sites and still playing games on the sites. Eventually he makes up his mind and not going to make much of a difference in the end regardless. Blizzard still with the 5-7, going to get taken down, and Energy find their 5th. Damage control yet again on the board, and they're going to have another opportunity to buy now, and we're going to see the AWP come out. Apocalypse bought it. Is he going to retain it? Wouldn't be surprised to see that. No, he did hand it off to Style. So Style with the AWP, and yeah, of course. I mean, he's been a great AWP for such a long time. Maybe if he does have a few bad rounds here or there, you can't just immediately try and drop it. You've got to back him. You have to have confidence in him for him to have confidence in himself. So that's exactly what the team does. Cannibalistic. Well, he'd want to rub that confidence, but there's Style with the AWP. He gets the one at the target book. There's the nice aggressive play that we're used to seeing from him. Now getting damage control, the early pick. Energy trying to reply quickly, and Styles, he's going to stay out in the open, or lucky to get away in the end, but he's going to have a safe passage to exit through the toilets and get back onto the A side. So in the end, he gets a pick for damage control, and he manages to get away with his life.
It was a good pick from him and necessary. I was actually going to make a comment that maybe something a little different from that AWP's perspective. Obviously, Energy knowing that DC would like to hold back as long as possible and keep their wits about themselves on the site. But in that case, then throw that engine to get that additional random push, but not in a position where you're knowing that the smokes are going to be causing you to have to force yourself as a boost, like on something at party or through that window. And it was nicely done by him, but unfortunately not taking down the AWPer, which is going to cause a lot of havoc. His Style now goes down with the AWPer, no more damage to be coming from him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Taking a peek there, and sometimes you feel like when the clock is just getting run down low, you need to make sure that you rather just hold your angles on the site. But Energy now on the back of that frag, they have a sniff. Neffen pushing through the smoke on shorts. He's going to find Explicit looking away, and now it starts to fall apart because now the Doubts plays on damage control, especially with the fake coming through into B. It's not going to be the fake in the end. Flexi goes on an A, but that is where the fake is happening, as the B hit is going to be the choice of sight. Hellhound is still here though, and Energy only have 20 seconds remaining. This is just too never-working for me. Once again, he lands some great shots. He brings 2 players down to such low HP. He actually finishes them both off. Surely he's not going to get the trip on the situation. He himself gets brought down to 4 HP, but he does bring Devin down to 6. Flexi coming through. He's going to be able to salvage it. Not quite the session just yet. He gets 1, but Instant remaining in the 1 versus 1. Neffen 6 HP, Instant 32. That's a break grenade to come through, but it just misses. Instant with the patient play is capable of closing it out, and the 1v1 in the end is going to go in damage control's favor.
And a much needed round from them. I think that if it comes down to the situation where, yeah, where a little
Explicit had to make a point on that. But anyway, continue.
Yeah, it's that natural CS luck.
Yeah.
In any moment in the game that you're going to look away from a place, there is going to be a player there, and mysteriously he got through maybe while the smoke was popping with his only footstep that he makes. So in this regard, well done by Damage Control. They needed a buy round, and the second one was necessary. But well played from Energy to be able to get control of whatever they need to do from A, but then leaving it a little bit too late. And with the ability that Energy has to take control so quickly, they really don't need to leave it to that last 20 seconds, and they had full control of that, unfortunately just moving into a well-rounded Hellhound on those toxic barrels.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much the only opportunity for Damage Control to get anything done in that round. So Hellhound getting it done, but now the potential of the reset is a real threat. Energy know that, so they are fairly aggressive up towards A here. They've been doing this. They have high emphasis on the water area. There's actually 4 players there right now. Damage Control, Apocalypse specifically, pushing up long, going to be getting that good information. So Damage Control could rotate that 4th player over to B now, and they could really commit to the stack. Energy, they're taking their time here, so the rotations certainly have time to come through, and that's exactly been the case. Tapbook does get 1 onto Instant, so advantage Energy initially And with so much time left, it's still, they don't have to fully commit to this, but with so much invested in it, it seems like that's going to be the case. Dom gets the fragment, Explicit was out in the open. Hellhound, once again, he gets one, but not going to be able to replicate the same heroics as he gets taken down. And Apocalypse, along with Style, to salvage the situation. Apoc is going to find the back of Cunny. Can Style give him support? Not capable. The Pumice is able to get another shot off, but now the double peak coming through means he's going to get taken down. And that is the reset of the economy on the side of Damage Control.
Damage Control are really not using much of a flame tactic. I really it's a bit of a worrying factor because Energy are coming out with such pace. You saw that exactly, you mentioned that on Nuke, that they're able to put up their wall of smokes, and if they get one wrong even, there's nobody stopping them from bouncing through. And it's this situation that where Damage Control are forcing the players of Energy to use their smokes because they are sitting further back. They should at least have one or two flames coming out, especially on that short area and pushing onto Monster, because if they're not coming through Monster, at least you've got that full control. But the smokes, they're walking through them. So the Damage Control are using the smokes, but it's actually benefiting Energy from getting up really close and personal.
Yeah, Damage Control yet to find a working formula on the CT side, and I'm really enjoying seeing this energy and this pace, excuse the pun, on the side of Energy, just because of their results yesterday against Bravado and how lackluster they seemed. So for them to now come back into this, a nice pick here from Apoc, but for them to come back into the day now with a refreshed mindset and just looking more like the original Energy that we're used to seeing, I feel like we could have a really good, great grand final on our hands here. I mean, I feel like Energy is going to be giving much more of a contest than they did in that initial best of 3 as Damage Control are going to be wiped out of the round and Ian pick up their 7th. So Damage Control, I mean, it's just a matter of time before this gets too far out of hand for them to do anything about. You just feel like Energy already on this T side, nearly closing it out with the win, already picking up the 8th round. So EN going to be quite content with this performance considering how the T side went for them against Bravado. Of course, I mean, sometimes you're going to have those bad games, but I'm just saying maybe there was a bit of nervous jitters getting into it again, so just working those out straight away.
I'm also just wondering if DC are able to turn this around and take this map, like you say, if they get it out of hand, it's a bit of a problem. If it doesn't get out of hand and they do take a lead into this maybe later in the second half, it's going to be very important for Energy to be able to reset on that third map. But as long as the way that they've been playing at the moment, even with a 4 versus 5 or 3 versus 5, Damage Control are finding it really difficult to stop this Russia as they enter into this A side. Not even a chance for Apocalypse to get back on top. And here we go, Instant going to get right back up to that dumpster, but this time being able to be peaked by Nearfun and take a really great shot on him, stopping him from doing any additional work. But a 3 versus 3 as the rotations are going to come through, and all really from the same set of angles as Dumpster can hold the back without a worry.
Yeah, gonna have to be the retake here from Damage Control. 1 kit on Hellhound to work with. The smoke is gonna go down straight onto the bomb, but there is still 3 Energy players alive, so you feel like they're gonna have to get more work done before that Ninja Confuse can be a possibility. Explicit finds 1. He hasn't been able to salvage the kit yet. He tries to find the low HP player, but he's playing smartly, hiding behind the corner. Dom's still gonna be holding the good angle, not able to get back to the cover of the smoke. He's gonna get taken down. Energy once again resetting the economy of Damage Control, and I mean, their economy on their side is just getting out of control. You've got 14k on Tuckbook, does get reduced to 11, but 12k on Dom and 5.5 for Flexi. So Damage Control have a long way to go before they even can consider breaking the economy of Energy. They're going to have to start picking up consistent rounds, and we've seen that hasn't been something they've been able to do on the CT side yet, whether it was Nuke or Overpass, and now the eco round once again. They're trying to get aggressive. Nifin this time opening up the account.
Well played by Energy to maintain that aggressive nature and just maintain the level of the play, and not only get up in their faces and finish off the kills on save rounds, but on quick buys. And it really has been a massive problem for DC. I think that the biggest problem here, though, is that DC should have known this coming in, that if Energy get onto a bit of a momentum base or a bit of a roller pattern, they're going to keep doing that, and their shots are never going to be missing because they're going to feel that they're beyond godlike. And well, at the moment, Nearfin at 13 for 7 again, just up. Yeah. And then you've got 2 sets of 10 for 2s on Tuckbook and on Domster, which is a massive issue because now you've got 4 players that have really been doing stupid things in each map. Yeah. And well, what else can you do? If you're sitting back, you're getting wiped out. You're going up front, you're getting wiped out. You put an AWP down, they just ended up picking it off with single shots in AK. There's not really much that is working.
Yeah, there's only a limited amount of things you can try, but got to keep trying, as Energy haven't gotten there just yet. So we've seen crazier comebacks. So Damage Control now, like you said, they're going back for that defensive play. 2 players towards A, 1 watching toilets, and 1 sitting at the back. Along 3 over to B, and just trying to make the default structure work. Energy going to be going for that long control, so they've got 3-man squad pushing through there. No AWP on the side of damage control, so this is going to be free map control for them, and it's also quite early in the round for them to be getting it, so that means they're going to have quite a few opportunities going into this. With so much equipment still left on the board, they may be able to pull a few rotations around. Still 3 players on B, so damage control quite happy to keep that extra player over on that site. They know that Energy have been faking quite regularly on the A and then going back through Connector, which is a position they haven't putting any emphasis on map control, which is actually where Energy has been utilizing the most. So we see them trying to use the boost there to get something done, but he's starting to get some damage. Flexi goes through, he gets both of them on the B sides, and that's such a problem because the hits is coming through on A, so that's going to mean that there is no rotators to come through and give support. Cannibalistic just picking off where he left off. Actually, he doesn't, so he gets close to both the players, but he doesn't take down either of them, and you just feel like that was one of the final nails in the coffin. Energy picking up that buy round once again, and just, yeah, completely crushing damage control.
Yeah, it's that time play as well. I mean, it's not even taking more than a minute for them to get into sight. They're taking out the control in the first 30-35 seconds. DC are leaving them to do that, which I guess you're going to have to try if your pushing up front is not working. But then in the long run, what is next? What is your next play? Because in the end of the day, they're not watching their angles. I mean, as we saw there, Flexi came bouncing into that B side, took 2 players lined up next to the pole. I mean, it's confusion.
How they both actually looked like they were looking at nothing. So I mean, you feel like one of them at least should have been watching the angle.
Yeah, I think I was seeing that on Hellhound as well. I mean, he was sitting in A here, and he was just looking at nothing really. I mean, Style was looking down Bathroom's area, and he was kind of watching Style. There wasn't really much of a strategy for what he was doing. And in my mind, he's at least got to be ready for something on an alternative with a flash, something to get him out of there, to get Style out of that Bathroom peak, or be able to get him back into there. And in the end of the day, Energy are smoking up that long area, getting right up into the side pretty much before they can do anything, and they can't even climb it up.
Yeah, once again, they're going straight through towards area, going through the smoke, and it's going to cost them this time as Instin's able to get 2, and Style coming through with the double as well. So finally, damage control getting a early extreme lead over Energy, but Flexi's still alive. He gets taken down, so Instant completes the 3K. Still showing that he's translated well into the second map, as we see he's top fragging once again, but Explicit Style just not coming to the party enough, as is the case. On the opposite end, Energy, where you're seeing all the frags so close to one another, just creates a massive difference. And well, damage control, they pick up their second, but EN still with so many rounds ahead have got a ton of confidence and economy to play off of.
And that economy being so vital, and suppose should be in the other way around if DC want to have any shot at these full rifle lineups. I mean, at the end of the day, Energy's not even using that AWP shot, and it's really playing off in their favor because they're able to do anything around the map, not having to worry about distances. And while they're jumping around corners and getting headshots at this point in time, so it's really something that DC are going to struggle to ensure.
Yeah, that's a good point you make about the AWP. They've got so much economy. It's just something they're not going for. Dumpster's pushed up very close onto the connector here. He gets himself 1, and he's going to get close behind Explicit. There's just no communication coming out here. He gets the second. Chilio and get the third. Hellhound does get him, but the trade comes through once again. Energy on point with their refrags. Flexi carrying on with his business as he does good damage to Style, who's not going to get taken down by the grenade. And it's really all on Apocalypse here to try and get something done on the flank. He's going to be pushing through the Smoky on Monster. He could find the back of Flexi, and that's the bomb in the same frag. So EN now going to have to come back for this, which could give that opportunity to Style to come around, as they're going to have to take their focus off of him for a split second, and that's going to allow Apocalypse to get Nerfin, but Tuckbook gets both of them reverting around, and they knew exactly where Style was. He was on low HP, so just needing to land the 1 bullet, and that's exactly the case. So damage control still not able to land a second round in a row, and they're going to go for the buy-up once again. They know that Energy is way too far ahead considering, so even if they do go for the eco, it's not going to make much of a difference at the end of the day. But they don't have that round loss bonus to work off, so if they lose this round, they're really going to have a horrible economy in the next round.
They are really unfortunate from that perspective that they aren't able to string more than 1 round together, but well played by Energy. That's exactly where it's coming from. That aggressive play, the brilliant nature of their headshots. They're coming through with flashes in the perfect places. Look at that clean out, as 2 of them are already down before the first 20 seconds of the round. Hellhound being really the only glue that's holding NTC in this B side, but as soon as he goes down, it's really a 1-by-1 play, and nobody's really holding back each other. I think there's maybe been big problem with the communication today from DC's perspective. And you have those days. You have those moments where you won't necessarily expect to be talking well, but there has to be an alternative.
And the problem is, this is a loser bracket final, so this is the time not to allow that to happen. So unfortunately in that regard, and yeah, in the end, Damage Control do go on to lose that round. So it's going to be, yeah, it's not pretty. 5 sevens of armor. It's a full force coming through, of course. 15th round and an opportunity for Energy to get that 13-2 scoreline, as they've got that 5 AKs once again. And well, now all 5 of them heading over initially towards A. They're going to send the one over towards lowers, and nice and aggressive here, straight into playground style with the Desert Eagle. This is also one of his confidence plays, but not able to find anything initially. Going to go into lowers, but Energy have just gone full emphasis onto the long area. So DC are actually not going to have any information aware of this, and with Neffen and lowers, it's actually going to keep DC thinking that there's at least some Energy presence back further on the map. But look at how far advanced they are. They didn't even throw their smoke to block off the long because they don't want to give it away. Damage Control still not aware of this. They do have the 5-7s at least. It's going to be the closer angles that they do take up. Populous is able to find one, and now the defensive maneuver is supposed to come through. Explicit does give the support. He's not able to land the bullet on the low HP player, but Style holding a decent angle here from Toilets. He's going to have to at least get one. He's rattling off the shots with the Deagle. He does the damage, but still not finding the frag. Has he done enough though for Inson, who is the close player? Style eventually does come through with one. APOC with the AK-47 has got one too. So coming out with the round in the end, Damage Control, and it's probably one of the least ones you expected them to pull through with. So just shows that they are capable, but in the end, Energy were just too strong. And going into the next half, well, it's going to have to be some sort of miracle for Damage Control to come back into this one.
Yeah, and obviously, again, we're always going to start off with those points that you need to start chiseling off at rounds, but this is really too early to start talking about that. I mean, you're in the first round and you're really trying to fight your way just to get anywhere near this. I mean, obviously, pistol down, they're going to have pretty much it. They're going to really struggle to be able to pick up anything thereafter. They're going to have one bar round, and then they're going to have to pull out back one of the best comebacks we've seen in CS in quite a long time.
Yeah, and
don't get me wrong though, they've done it before. I mean, the game that we last cast at Energy and Damage Control in the finals, it was a situation where there was a best of 5. Damage Control were one map down, and they came back with and they lost the second map and won the next 3.
Yeah.
So it's something that can happen, but it hasn't happened in a while.
Yeah, they're capable, but it is a very heavy investment to be making emotionally, and not an easy thing to do regardless. Domster, somehow he finds himself at Fountain. Are they aware where the shots have actually been coming from? I don't think so. Damage Control looking a little bit confused at this point. They're running around low as Hellhound's going to find that flanker. So the first frag going Damage Control's way, and the rest of the Energy players pretty far back on the A sites. Both of them playing from the truck side as well. So Damage Control, they're going to go straight onto the A side. The frag comes through. Nice flash from Flexi. They're going to blind a few of the players up, but APOC continues forward. He gets one. He gets Cannibalistic, in fact. Flexi's still on the truck here. Going to have to get some crazy work done if he wants to bring this back. Neffen gives him support, but still Damage Control making their way forward and picking up the pistol round. So, well, I mean, I guess what could be said about that is they do the only thing that could have kept themselves in the game. They check off the first points on the list, and now they go forward into against the force buy from Energy, which is also going to be a difficult prospect. Yeah,
for sure. And another thing from Energy's perspective is that they don't often do this full buy up. And obviously they did the last time they did it. Actually, I think out of the last 3 times that they lost the pistol round, 2 of them they didn't buy because of the fact that they were not. The scoreline was that much closer. When they are with such an advantage, they feel like buying is a good thing, and then they end up finding themselves in a little bit of difficulty. And they end up finding that they're actually almost chasing back towards getting their economy back, and they want to buy within the 3rd or 4th round, or the 4th or 5th at least, and sometimes it's just not a possibility, especially if you're using weapons.
Yeah.
And so obviously Damage Control now have to start sticking it and making sure that they don't lose these kind of rounds, because if they lose one of these pistol rounds, it's really going to break their morale altogether.
Yeah, I mean, when you're trying to make a comeback, there's just absolutely no ways you can lose against a force buy or even an eco round, of course. Neffen in a position here, may be able to find an exit frag. Apocalypse going to be checking this. He does, but he still gets taken down. They do know where he is now. Still going to get something more done. Not going to be the case though. So Energy, as expected, losing that force, and they're going to be in the full eco now. So if Damage Control go on, pick this up, pick up the first buy, we may have a map on our hands here. I mean, the T side was where they showed some resilience in the previous map, and they're going to try and take that confidence into this T side, but Explicit is going to have to start picking up his game a little bit. He's got 4 frags only so far in the past 17 rounds, and that just is not enough in a loser bracket final. So Ian now on this full save. trying something as they did in the previous round. They went for the A push on the stack, and this time as the DC went B, now they go for the B stack, and lowers and damage control goes straight to long. So mixing it up really nicely.
Yep, a lot of work for damage control to do, but like we've always said, you got to keep chipping away at it, getting that bar round. I mean, even talking about that bar round right now sounds scary with the way that Energy was playing that T side, but exactly what you were saying. DC did show a bit of resilience on that CT side, or against the CT side last time, and I think that if they're able to force Energy into a backward position area, in other words, sitting right back in the sights and really waiting for the play, it's not their natural game style. And if that doesn't work, obviously Energy's going to resort to doing some pushes. And now DC, with their structured play as Ts, may be able to prevent that push from causing any damage or those wraparounds, and waiting long enough on that position to be able to force the Energy into sitting back in sights again, which plays right back into damage control. So in my mind, the only way they're going to do that is forcing Energy back, making Energy play their aggressive nature, waiting it out, causing them to go back to that original play, and then slamming into the sides.
Yeah, and who better in IGL to have than Instant in that position where he's going to be really be able to rally his troops and try and make this comeback a possibility, as well as the experience that they've got on the team. I mean, they've got everything going for them to make this comeback, except they need to put pen to paper and actually make it happen. So Energy, here's the first buy coming out in the second half, and they're going to just try and outright shut them down and break their dreams. On the opposite end, damage control fighting to keep themselves in this. Energy with a 2-3 stack, so continuing with this default setup, double boosting once again on the B and the A side, but the push is coming through towards long, so off the back of this, damage control could find some decent information with the bomb being so far back, as they don't have enough time really to assess the setup from Energy, and I mean in terms of a few rounds where they can find out what's going to be working. They need to ensure that from the first buy round they're not making any mistakes, and they have kept a lot of equipment for when the execution comes through. So they've now found out that long is clear and toilets is clear, as well as lowers, and that means that they can really do whatever they like at this stage with so much equipment, and that one player all the way back in lowers, which means that they could always rotate back through to B very, very quickly as he keeps that control. 48 seconds left though. We know damage control love running the timer down, so no surprises here. Energy, not much equipment left, and the execution now slowly starting to come through into A. We're starting to see the equipment raining over. They own smoke blocking off a molly, so just a slight example of a bit of a misplay there. Energy now know that the execution is coming through onto the A side, so they're going to be starting to rotate. Apocalypse with a nice little Gatsby smoke, and maybe able to find a rotator. He just misses the head of Flexi, who's spraying back in return. Still no frags being put down here as the bomb does go down. Apocalypse somehow getting it onto Nefan, who's down on 6 HP now. He's going to be the first to try and find a frag for Energy. He's going to get one, but not before Instant can get the frag onto Flexi. He's going to be pushing forward here. Energy going to have to get a lot of work done here before they can try and even think about going for the defuse. Such low HP on all three of the DC players, so it's just about a matter of landing the shot, which is going to be the case. Domstar and Tugpop getting one apiece. Apocalypse the only player remaining. That's not going to be a problem. Domstar with the kit is going to be able to get the defuse.
Bomb a little bit out of sight.
Bomb was a bit of sight.
Out of sight.
Out of sight. Out of sight, out of mind.
That's what it is.
Well, Energy, they get themselves the first round on the CT side on the second half, and like I said, if they pick up that buy round, you feel like they're just going to be putting damage control in one of those positions where you take away a lot of confidence, because they needed to have that confidence in themselves to be capable of winning these buy rounds, and when they lose the first one, doesn't help out much.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing though. Being able to get that momentum, to be able to create a little bit of aggression from your own players, even if it's not completely all the way into sight, but being able to take the control of the areas and then place the next and the third step all the way into the sight. And unfortunately, obviously, something there that damage control's biggest fatality to that round was their smoke onto their own flame, because that didn't push away anybody from Optimus, and he ended up just being able to sit by the truck and really create another angle, which is away from their smoke. Now they need to make sure that they time those kinds of things. A little bit of
nice by Dom.
running there, nice.
Yeah, that's such a good corner action to be holding. It's not something that you regularly check, and when you do check it, you look at his feet. So gets a good advantage in that regard, but 1 minute down now, and damage control investing what was left of their economy in this round. So if they're not able to get the bomb down, may spell the end of the game. Cannibalistic picks up the first. And that drops quite a few pieces of equipment as well, so that means the execution is not going to have as much power behind it. Instant maybe just trying to find something in the long area here so he could try and get a rotation across, but he's going to get taken down as well, which means there's only 3 players remaining for damage control. And, well, Domster's position being rendered irrelevant, especially as the players about to come through there. Tuckbook just swapping between Shorts and Monster, picks up 3 frags all by himself. Really nice play by him, just interchanging and not being predictable, not holding one angle after he gets one, not pushing, just moving around nicely and picking up the 14th. So Energy forcing damage control now. They're going to have, of course, to go for that force buy. They do have a decent economy to fall back on. So once again, eating my words, as they've got a few AKs, a few rifles, some UMPs, decent equipment, but I don't see the light.
No, there was a glimmer of something through a cloud. But, yeah, but that was about as far as she came just before the hailstorm.
Yeah, just demolishing all hopes, but they may still believe. They do get the first frag in this round, and they make their way up quite far and long, so some decent map control going their way at this stage. Cannibalistic up close, I think he's going to be able to get style, so that's a problem, as he was quite far up and he didn't have any support, which is a problem because there's no opportunity for the refrag there, and that's just sort of what tends to start to happen when things aren't going your way. So just starting to see those cracks coming through now in damage control.
Yeah, also when things are going your way, that's how those perfect positions will work. I mean, in the end of the day, you probably would have had 2 people checking that point every single time they came around, but in this case, he was checking it half-heartedly and then ended up just getting completely mowed down and moving straight through bottom to DC. And that takedown flex that they do, which is going to be very, very vital for them to be able to get into the site. But those smokes again are leaving a little bit of a gap, and Iconic going to take on Apocalypse. If he can just get that spray down, he hears him coming and stops just in time, but not in time for him to be able to get that refrag onto that position. And now 3 versus 2.
Yeah, damage control actually coming out with the man advantage here. Domster getting some spray through the smoke there, but there's going to have to be a retake once again. And now Tuckbook been taken down, so Dom in a 1 versus 3. They know exactly where he is, and it would have to be some torrid mistakes by damage control if they would let him get back into this one. He spots out Super plays now. If he gets a first, surely Dom is not going to be able to close this out. He knows Explicit's behind the box, so Instant giving support from outside of toilets, and not going to be the case. He gets taken down, and that's a little bit frustrating for Energy, considering that first frag and maybe even second went their way. Although they do have the economy to go back on, they may even go back to the AWP here for Cannibalistic on the CT side, as the AWP certainly has relevance on the CT side of Overpass, and well, what I'm saying is more than the T side, and they're going to actually go for the even out of the economy. They don't want to get ahead of themselves, which is quite interesting, because yesterday when we saw them in the same position, they went for the force buy. So they're understanding the magnitude of the game here, not wanting to make any mistakes. So give themselves a bit of a shot here. They've got a little bit of armor, they've got 5 seconds. We've seen what Tuckbook, Nearfun, Flexi, we've seen what they do with this gun. Here's Cannibalistic. He's going straight through wall. Beautiful flash, gets him through. He's maybe going to be able to get a safety 47 as well. Can he find the follow-up? He does. Surely he won't get more. He doesn't. Apocalypse, he's going to try and salvage the situation. He does, bringing the advantage back to damage control as he picks up the frag onto Tuckbook. And all that's remaining is Dom and Nef, and they both have armor though, and it's really made damage control play a lot more tentatively with all 3 players over towards B here. Domster's going to be getting a lot of sound cues. Can he land even one? He does get one. He falls back. Should he won't get a second? He does. Domster landing another headshot and making this doable for Nefan all of a sudden, finding 2 frags out of absolutely nothing. Nefan with the P250. We saw how close he came to that clutch yesterday, but wasn't able to complete it this time. 55 seconds left. It's 2 of the most experienced players in the South African scene up against one another. They've certainly had the scenario before, and well, who's going to come out on top now? Nefan, he's sticking to his guns on this B site, and that's not a bad idea, considering A being the more difficult side to retake. Explicit coming through with the AK-47 now, might just spot Nefan out. He is going to do so, and the AK coming out on top. So DC able to pick up that anti-eco, which came way too close. I mean, Explicit still having 3 pieces of equipment towards the end there, and maybe you feel like that incendiary could have been better spent blocking off one of those rush points in the earlier stages of the round. But because Energy go for the save, they are able to buy get the buy up here. Cannibalistic on the AWP, so even more resistance going to be coming through now. Just another hurdle for damage control to try and get over.
Yep, and a double reward system there for actually just showing damage control some respect. They ended up taking 4 kills down with those pistols, which was one of their strong points, being able to get up close in the face of people, especially with DC holding back or making sure that they're not going to play those fast plays as of yet. And on the opposite hand, now they can have the AWP with 4 guns going down another so really well played. But these mollies now are coming out into sight, into areas where they're pushing out players that they're coming a little bit too late to, and the flames are really going to go down, so it doesn't really cause much of a havoc besides pushing them out, but then alerting the team to it. And there goes the second flame. Now 3 energy players taking down DC just so single-handedly in this B site. Really isn't showing any remorse when they've got that save perfectly
Ruffled. Well, that was another example of poor equipment used by Damage Control. In fact, the player with the Tech 9, I didn't quite see who it was. He got mollied off by his teammate. He could have pushed forward and put more pressure onto the water player, but he wasn't capable because he was blocked. So we've seen smokes landing on top of mollies and whatnot. So maybe just lack of time being put in, maybe lack of communication, not sure what it boils down to. Of course, when you are losing 14-8, is that element of frustration that certainly does make a difference. And now, with really no economy, they've got 4 Tech 9s, 1 rifle, and Energy on the brink of getting themselves a spot in the grand final, a spot of redemption, opportunity for redemption, rather, in the grand final. So Explicit gets first. Tuckborg evening it out. The Tech 9s have managed to get very, very close here. Are they going to be able to follow, get the fragments into Cannibalistic? He misses his one opportunity. They managed to get the AWP now. Apocalypse with the AWP, he lands the shots into Dobster, just missing his teammates, I must add. So coming very close there. 2 versus 4 now. Tuckborg on the reverse gets 1. Flexi coming through with 1-2. Hellhound does get Tuckborg, so that leaves Flexi in the 1 versus 2 now with the information of where one of the players is. He manages to get into the site before the AWP gets the angle. Still some equipment here on the side of Damage Control. In fact, 1 incendiary, 2 smokes, and no smoke to work with for Flexi. So it could be the case where the Molotov just gets put down onto the bomb. Flexi now knows what the AWP is. It's Apocalypse. He gets taken down. So Damage Control bringing it back once again with the 4 Tech 9s, making it work and getting themselves that 15-9 scoreline, which starts to look a little bit more positive than, well, what 15-3, or not 15-3, 12-3 looked some time ago.
It's really important, obviously, that Damage needs to identify this. Their fast plays have worked, regardless if it's Tech 9s or if it's anything else. The sitting back and waiting hasn't been to their favor. As we saw when they went into B, they've double mollied out that Toxic, as you were referring to. And first time it was a little bit too late with regards to their team being able to, I said too early with regards to the fact their team gets there after this flame is gone. Then they reflame it too late, which forces them into the back foot. So they need to be able to do this. And I think as long as they're doing this, they'll be able to take full control. There's a 4-man stack on B right now. This is going to be a perfect play, but now they mustn't do this hesitation here. They've got to get into those positions, get the cross-ups going, and move as fast as they can. Because now Connie's already going to
Yeah, Cannibalistic alone. Yeah, that incendiary not even going to leave a gap to get across. So once again, blocking themselves to get to the sites, and that's going to allow some more time for the Energy players to get the rotation across. Cannibalistic still alive. He's going to have tons of sound coming through here in the long area. So that does mean the rotations have come through. And look, the Energy players on the A site now. They've gotten across, which means Damage Control, if they do go onto onto A rather, they're going to be running into that stack. Still, there is 55 seconds left on the clock. Opportunity for them to rotate across. Apoc has gotten in here, but he's taken quite some significant damage. He does get brought down. Style with the AWP gets 1, but the hit's going to continue onto the A side here. They're getting swung about from behind. They're not expecting this. Cannibalistic with the P250, not going to be able to get the work done after he does land a few shots, and it is Dobster once again getting a little bit preemptive there. Perhaps could have waited for the plant to come through. Doesn't make a difference though, as he does land a nice headshot onto Hellhound. He has been pretty influential with this Desert Eagle. Landed some nice shots so far, but now down to 1 HP, just making his way up quickly, trying to see if he can get something. Not going to be the case. He gets taken down. Damage Control get themselves to double digits now, and start making this comeback. Maybe that cloud broke up a little bit more, and there's a little bit of light shining through, perhaps.
There's a storm coming.
There's a storm coming, he says. So no AWP to work with for Energy this time. Style does have it though, and he's managed to pick up his game somewhat, but still not to the heights that we've come to expect from him, I suppose. And well, Damage Control. If it didn't have to be flawless before, it has to be flawless now. Can't afford to drop a single round going forward, as Energy, like I said, on the brink of getting that grand final spot.
Yeah, and they're going to have a few more match points before it even comes close to something like an overtime. And I wonder if DC are going to have it in them after having so much pressure put onto them from first map, their own pick, something that they know that they're good at, and then coming back and going into overtime after being 12-3 down, which means a massive turnaround. Even if they do win in overtime, what energy is going to have left? What energy does DC have left in that third map? So that's also going to be playing in their minds, and they're double punning here as they go along. But obviously, it's almost impossible with the control and energy in these guys' name.
Well, Neffen in a corner that they've certainly scouted out. He gets incendiary, brought down to 20 HP, although Domster does find the first frag, and that allows Neffen to escape. So, doesn't cost him his life just yet. They still hold quite a forward position on these toilets here. He's offering support. He gets dinked, but he gets brought down. So now Cannibalistic is left without his left-hand man. He gets taken down as well, and you feel Energy maybe just being a little bit unnecessarily aggressive there. Domster going to be forced into a more forward position here off the back of that Incendiary, or that Molotov rather. Now the rotations come through, but is it going to be there enough? Domster's going to have to go big. Yeah, he doesn't even land the first, and now they know exactly where he is. He comes in for the repeat. He gets one. Domster's surely not going to be able to line that spray down. So he does get two, giving Tabok a good opportunity to clutch this out. Smoke down, Explicit bomb down, 10 HP, makes his way back towards long. So this is the optimal setup for Tease in the post plant. One player long, one player toilet. He spots the player going around. That's the low HP player as well. Takbok is a incredible clutch player as well, so he's got the kit to work with. Going to be the bait for the first player to come out. He spots him, so again he's going to have to tap. It's going to be the double peek that may come through. He goes for the push in the end, not going to have enough time. Hellhound's going to find the frag, and that's going to put Energy in a save. So slowly but surely, Damage Control making their way back.
A very good comeback off the bat from now, but in the end of the day, they're still going to have to prevent this from running away from them later on. And well, as Energy is, they're going to want to have a full buy. So they might even look for a double save here just to make sure, maybe even allow themselves to reset. But in this position, Energy should be doing a timeout.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen the tactical pause yet. I mean, Damage Control, the game got away from them as well, and Newcam, we didn't see it come through.
DC hate timeouts. They've always hated them. They've used them as a troll, as a worst case scenario, just because of the fact that they don't really know what to do during timeouts. They say they like talking when they're dead, just the players off of TS or into a different channel, however they need to do it. And additionally to that, they like to make sure that when they're talking constructively during a save buy round. But in this case, I think that Energy definitely needs that timeout. They want to just reset, because when they get to that buy, they're already going to be adrenaline running from these two saves. So they should be pausing now, being able to regroup, talk about what they're going to do in 2 rounds, and from this you can even structure what you can be doing with your pistol pushes.
Well, let's see what transpires in this round first. Somehow Cannibalistic finds 2 with the P250. Neffen trying to chime in as well. Not going to be the case, but Domster gets 1, so Style, he's going to have to come alive now. He's already found himself a 2k in the round, and it's going to have to be the 1 versus 2 clutch if he's going to want to keep Damage Control in this game. He has got a full set of utility to work with. Both of the Energy players are going to be working from the same angle, playing off of one another. And Styles gotten himself into a position where he may be able to get a pick before they get onto the site. He's going to take the early peek. Now he spots them both, but he gets taken down by Takbok with a beautiful headshot. And on the back of that, Energy are going to complete the 2-0 and make their way into the grand final. And, well,
that was brilliant.
That was brilliant. But on that note, that's the end of Wham and I for the Mega 8 Autumn Cup. It is going to be Nathaniel and Mike to take the grand final.
That's Burning Red and Extremes.
Burning Red and Extremes. But on that note, give us a follow on Twitter if you enjoyed our casting during this event, guys. I'm at Hayes CS:GO with the 3 for the E.
At Wampy with the IE16. And from us, thanks very much. Thanks to MTN. Thank you very much to Mega 8. And this was the Awesome Cup. Good luck with the grand final for those. Energy versus Bravado. And over to you, Hell and the Birds.
Thanks very much, guys. That was quite a fun game in the end. I feel like DC likes to mess with my heart, because they fall behind, and then all of a sudden they give you some hope, and then
that's why everybody loves DC, because they're like that girlfriend that you hope will stay with you, and then she's like leads you along for a long time, and then right at the end crushes you. Because unfortunately, DC. This is DC's life at the moment in CS:GO in SA. It's just they get almost there, and then in the finals or the third place playoff, they just seem to fall flat. And a decent showing, but I don't think DC wanted a decent showing. They wanted to be in the final today.
It sort of feels odd asking this question, because I kind of want to say like what went wrong, but it's almost like, how did it start wrong and then not give them enough to capitalize in the end? I
mean, that CT side of this, they just got run over by Ian. I mean, Ian were hitting shots, but I think DC, there was too many situations where a DC player would get killed, get shot in the back because the teammate wasn't looking at a certain angle, or a teammate would rotate off an angle, not call what's happening, and then the guy who was expecting to be there gets killed. So a lot of communication errors, especially on the B side, on the CT side there.
Would you agree?
Well, Mr. Consistent himself, Domster, he played as well as he played yesterday, and I think he might have been the difference in this game. If he weren't as consistent as he played yesterday, the scorelines might even be closer. Maybe DC would have taken a map or two. But I think DC did play well. They showed some very good signs, but again, they're losing gun rounds to ecos that they should not be losing.
Yeah, there's a couple of occasions where they lose gun rounds to. I mean, it wasn't even really a pistol force. It was like one guy had armor and a couple of them just had P250s, and Canny pulls out a 2K with a P250.
Yeah.
It's just like that should not be happening.
But this is the explosive nature from Energy that we can expect to see. We know Tuckbok, we know Canny, we know what they're capable of, and they're extremely good aimers. And I'm also glad to see that Nefan also picked up his game, and I think it proposes some very good things for the final.
Well, speaking of which, I guess it's time to say goodbye to DC. Certainly a side that's entertained us quite nicely the last 2 days, in particular where we have had the chance to see them on the main stream. Of course, they'll be walking with third place, which is 7,500 rand to them. So congratulations. Although, coming third's never where you want to be, but all the same, thanks guys for entertaining us. Congo, this does leave us to another encounter that is definitely one we all want to see again: Bravado versus Ian. But do you think Ian have what it takes to take down Bravado Gaming?
I mean, look at their performance against DC. We were looking at a different Energy team and looking at a different DC team as well. But at the same time, DC still made some of the same mistakes we were making last night up against Bravado. I felt like they were a lot more refreshed today, but Energy, looking at that performance, Energy are looking much, much better today. We see the players pitching up that weren't pitching up yesterday and the day before, which landed them in the loser brackets. But I think this is a bit of a confidence boost right now. Obviously, their result against DC was not as fancy as Bravado, but then a lot more was at stake here for DC and for Energy. So you can see Energy playing a slightly more reserved game. And I'm not saying that the final won't have a lot at stake. It definitely will. But looking at the performance of the two teams head to head, going up into their best of 5 matchup now, I think Energy are definitely going to stick to them, but I think just looking at the way Bravado has been playing this whole weekend consistently with their Sonic just absolutely on fire, JT as well, definitely been having a crazy series. I think Bravado, looking at head-to-head, still are the stronger team going in, but Energy, they've got a few tricks up their sleeve. When they're winning ecos like that, there's a glimpse of hope. You look at it, you're like, yeah, this is it. This is what we expect from Energy, but how's it going to fare against Bravado? I don't know. It's going to come down to the map pool. I think, we've got four maps possible out of 3 to 4 maps coming up between these two teams. And I think in the end, if Energy is able to secure for Overpass again, I think they want another shot at Overpass. I think they definitely want another shot at Cash. If we maybe see an Inferno sneak in, even a Nuke as well, I think head-to-head these two teams, we're going to see a really close grand final. I'm going to have to take a long time to think about my prediction for the next game, but we'll obviously get to that a lot later.
Well, we will get to that. It's lined up quite nicely. But gentlemen, do you agree? Anything you'd like to add, or?
Yeah, this is the kind of Energy we were expecting yesterday. I think. I think we all said it after the BVD game that Energy just seemed to have no idea what was going on there at times. The whole team just sort of fell apart. And Nefan pitching up, Canny pitching up. That's what you need to see going into a series versus BVD. Because if those guys are not, if it's the same situation where it's only really Domster and a couple of the other guys pitching on occasion, that's not enough to beat a BVD team that looks red hot at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Energy, you can see they're playing a lot better today. Just question now, we all know they're passionate players, same as Bravado, but how badly do they want to beat Bravado now? We know it's eating at them. We know we're going to see some good things because I think they at the moment want it just as badly as Bravado do. So I think we're up for a very good matchup here. But I feel Energy still need to work on that synergy and just if they can control their mentality and keep calm and stick to what they're good at, they could do it. But I still feel Bravado have a slight edge.
Yeah, again, it's going to come down to both these teams have competent map pools. I think there are definitely some that Bravado are stronger on and some that Energy should be stronger on. But in the end, in my opinion, it comes down to leadership. And I think Bravado has that on them at the moment. They've got TC and they've got Elusive doing some great work as well. And it's backed up by some real great trust between the players. And I'm not saying Energy have trust issues, but you can still see sometimes there's a little bit of leaning. There's a little bit of guys waiting for B to fail, waiting for A to fail, and we're ready to rotate. You're not focusing primarily on literally what's in front of you. You know there's going to be a flash or a guy or a smoke coming through. You need to be focused on that. You can't be waiting for your teammates to fail on A and then have to rotate through. I mean, that's a problem a lot of CS players have. Some players, it's a personal thing for some players. For other players, it's something that they're used to by now, playing in teams where they might be a little bit superior. But yeah, I think leadership's the biggest thing right now between these two teams. I think Energy need to now think, who's going to be doing the shot calling, who's going to be talking about the strategy throughout each round, and and the rest of the team have to now decide, we are going to listen to this guy, and we're going to take it on our own, and we are going to try play our own game as well, but we have to play as a unit too. We have to think about, what are we going to do. Every movement needs to have a reason. You move on the map, there's a purpose why you're moving. You're getting information, you're looking for a frag. So I think that's right now for Energy. If they're not going to match bravado and leadership, they have to match them in just composure and have a purpose on that map, whichever one they get.
Well, Congo, I personally hope you're listening, because I think Ian might actually be able to take it out a bit from that as well. Maybe they'll bring their A game to it. And
I think the most important thing, following on from what Carl said, is how does Ian and BVD react when you get behind? BVD hasn't actually been behind at any point in the tournament thus far. Ian has. So we saw what happened to Ian yesterday. They're looking better than they did, or they're looking much better than they did yesterday. But how do they react when you're 6-0 down and BVD is getting in your face?
Pause.
Yeah.
Use your attack.
Please do.
Just use your attack pauses, or throw away. Even what some teams do, they don't want to use attack pause, because that attack pause, just quickly. I know you're looking to get on something else, but I just want to bring this up a really important point. When a team calls attack pause, the opposing team that hasn't called attack pause knows that they're getting to their teammates. They know that something's up. That they're taking this pause to now talk about the game, and it gives you as the opponent time to think as well. This is it. We got to do this. We're going to punish them. Often you'll see teams take attack pause and then just get rushed by the opposing team, knowing that they're trying to think of some plan. But what some teams do is they, on an eco, they just don't do anything. They stand still and they just shoot against walls while they talk. So they have attack pause, but they don't pause. Just a tactical timeout in a sense in TS, where people are just one person might try to get a frag to get a gun off them, but other than that, they literally just walk around the map. They have a talk, they have a clean, so it doesn't give away to your opponents that you are having a tactical chat right now, which attack pause do give away. And some teams do that, like Adam said, I think, while they're talking about DC, while they decide to talk it out throughout the game. But yeah, I think using your pauses is great for messing with your team's momentum. Even if you're not going to talk about anything, even if you're just going to crack a few jokes, share some memes, that's it. Just do that. Break down them, give them a break in their momentum, and then just move on.
I'm sure we can all agree that probably flip side, masters of
tech pause, tech pause, tech pause, tech pause, tech pause, attack pause. But
you never know what's coming. Is someone lagging, or are they just?
It really affected WRG, and I think, and obviously they didn't do it on purpose. No one wants to lag in a game, but Flipside used their attack pauses as well as a couple of tech pauses, unfortunately, and in the end beat Flipside. Well, WRG.
On that note, though, it probably is time to wrap things up for a little while. Of course, we will be back at 3 p.m. when we start off the stream again for what will bring us the grand final here at the Mega 8 Autumn Cup, and of course that'll be between Bravado Gaming and NG Esports. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic game. But I think just before we go, a last little shout out to some of the fallen. Flipside coming 4th, and of course now DC coming in 3rd place. But yeah, don't miss it. We also have some exciting stuff to discuss as well. Yeah, you want to be there. And until then, we'll see you.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, won't you let the light shine through? Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
changes.
Life. Life.
I was fine when you held my hand. I was fine when you pulled me down. You said the stars would answer. You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. We were forced to be human. And then the world came after. And I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong. We started it
Right. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the Mega 8 Autumn Cup, and we are in the business side of the event, of course, with the grand finals coming up soon. Bravado Gaming versus Energy Esports. It's going to be very, very exciting. As usual, I have my trusty compatriots here on the panel. I think it's worth introducing you guys one more time before final, right? Of course, we have... He's keen for it. So of course, this guy, Phantom, man who is seriously has quite a amount of history in the competitive scene. Great to have you with us. Of course, Prophecy, my brother from another title. Good to have you back. And of course, Congo Kyle, the man we all want to see lose the predictions.
Yeah, this is. I think this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we all lose the prediction in this game. To be honest with you, I think
it's all tied up as well.
I mean, if you can give us points for saying that I think Bravado is going to win, then give me that point. But if you look at down to maps, it's going to be a tough one. It's just like looking at Bravado's performance this weekend, they've just been godlike.
Well, actually, on the note of predictions, I think it's very important to me personally that we get a winner here, and we are all tied up at the moment. So we're gonna have to have some sort of bonus round. We'll figure that out as we go.
Who top frags?
Yeah, I can do that. But okay.
Who bottom frags? No, that's a bit mean though.
I'm tempted.
Setting up players to failure.
Yeah, that's also asking for one of us to get lots paid tomorrow morning.
Yeah, let's get some
But we
chips.
feed off it. Isn't that how it works?
Two votes on who top frags, and if you get either, you get a point.
Okay. On each side, that could work.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
But I mean, yeah, like he says the business end right now, and they've got 25,000 rand. The winner takes that. So I mean, there's a lot on stake, and I think both these teams, they've met time and time again. Maybe not these exact squads, but the Energy versus Bravado is something we grew a little bit too used to in like the 2014, 2015 era, and but across pretty much all titles, and Dota as well, CS, and now apparently in COD even there's going to be Energy versus Bravado coming up. But at the same time, looking at performance on this weekend, I'm still. I mean, Energy has always been a close team to me. But looking at these two lineups at the moment, I think Bravado are just looking really, really strong, and I know they want it. But Energy, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to take this grand final.
I mean, it does beg the question. We're talking about a side that is incredibly hard to beat. We've established that. I think it's fair to say. And not only do they have to be beaten, they have to be beaten 3 out of 4 times.
Yeah, they've got a map advantage, which is the most important thing to look at right here. Obviously, coming from the winner bracket, that does give you a little bit of an edge, I think, knowing that Energy have to win 3 games pretty much, I would not necessarily in a row, but they need to win those 3 games, where Bravado need to just take 2, which they've proven they can do against Energy Esports. So at the end, I think, and I mean, I'm sure Sean and I have been discussing map vetoes throughout the whole day, so I'm pretty sure Sean can agree it's going to come down to maps.
Yeah, this is very, very dependent on maps. Ian's obviously looked better on some of the maps that they played BVD against yesterday. So it's generally going to. I think especially something like Overpass. That was a brutal reminder of what happens when things go south for Energy. So I think they looked a lot better on Overpass today. They had their struggles at times against the Zero Chance led Flipside yesterday. And the thing is, BVD is not going to play like Zero Chance. So if you can get out ahead, maybe you have a gap there, and Energy certainly has looked a lot better in the maps. That they'll make a massive difference here.
Well, let's go there for a second. Toss one over to you, Phantom. But panel, engage. What would be like the dream? What are the 4 maps that EN would want to have picked up here?
I think obviously they'd like to start off with Train. We all know that's their most dominant map. I think following that, Overpass. And if they can play well enough, maybe they can take cash off Bravado.
I'll say Cobble, add the Cobble to that mix as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they've beaten Bravado on Cobble before, but again, when they lost to Ventus Red, even though they were minus Domster, who's always just a stand-up player in that team, there were problems on Cobble, problems that existed with the 2 core players. But then again, that just speaks to the nature of the type of player that I think that game, Neofan lost dropped quite a bit against Ventus, and there was that B press all the time. So Cobble would be a really tough match, and I would actually, looking at that, it would be a very tight map, but I think in the end it will still be Bravado that pulls through on Cobble, even though it's one of Energy's perhaps stronger maps. I think it's just that B assault, and which is something I want to talk about with Energy Esports when it comes down to, they're able to take a lot of fights, but when it comes down to Bravado getting a good execution off on a site, I feel Energy sometimes struggle on the retake. I think there's maybe it comes back down to that lack of leadership once again. Just how effectively they take a retake, and you often see players from Bravado move pretty quickly after retake. They get some of them in their good post-plant positions, and the utility is used almost perfectly to allow someone like Sonic, get a pop flash over the top, and Sonic moves forward and tries to get, to upset the retake. So I think at the moment, Energy's weakness on the CT side is definitely their retakes. I think in terms of matching aim, we saw it from DC, they were able to match aim with DC both on T and CT side when holding those sides, but the minute they lost the side, I felt like that was almost, a sort of a 60-40 chance that the team that got the bomb plot down was going to win that round. There were some really, really good, clutch retakes, but you don't want to rely on clutches in a team. You don't want to rely just on those clutches. You want to rely on solid teamwork, and that's where BVD differs. In my opinion, BVD is probably the best retake team in the country.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Detrony, who is notorious for just stepping up another level when it gets to a final or a semi-final. Big games where Detrony earned his reputation and where he basically cemented himself as one of the best players to probably ever play the game in South Africa.
Two things I found that are the biggest differences is that you can see with Bravado and their squad, each player truly believes in the rest of their team being able to pull it off and to win it for them. And I think also Bravado is probably the most clinical in terms of knowing when to assess something and how accurately they assess the situation and how they react to it and whether they do that successfully or not, which they've proven to us throughout this entire weekend. They've done so brilliantly.
Well, it's actually interesting you say that. I mean, Prof, in one of the previous panels, I'll definitely change the phrasing on this one, but you basically allude to the fact that Bravado had this almost like zone around them and an experience, that there wasn't a case where you needed these pinpoint decisions coming out from individual, but that they were all capable of making these.
It comes down for the most part to Elusive and TC, and even Detrony to a point. Detrony is the old warhorse now. I mean, 26, and he wouldn't have been even 2 years ago. But he really is the thing is between those three, BVD has this core of just like cool, calm, collected. They're not going to panic, any of those three, right? Because they've been there, they've done that. Sonic is still learning, and JT and Fady obviously much newer to the team, and still coming off, the hyper aggression that they played with last year under Spoof on Carbon. I mean, Spoof would have taught them a lot about it, but with those three, TC Elusive especially, those two are going to calm down, like they say, it's got to be the heart on fire, the brain on ice. And that's the kind of thing that you're going to be looking for from JT. Because JT can sometimes, he believes in himself so much that he can maybe get out of control. And you really just need, especially to try and calm down JT, Fady, and then I think everything will fall into place. Sonic is getting to that stage where I think he knows how to temper his aggression in a game.
I just want to add something to that real quick. Talking about Fady, Fady, I've always noticed, has this ability to he knows when to be aggressive and when to be passive. So, we speak about players like that. I definitely agree with Sonic and JT being the two players that might need a little bit of a cool down, just a little bit of guidance. But looking at Fady, Fady's always been a really smart player. And that's what I think is one of the reasons he was picked up by Bravado in the first place. And that's just speaks to the type of player he is. He knows when to push, and he knows when to play that passive, hold the angle. And that's something you don't really get in a lot of players. A lot of young players don't have that kind of discipline, but there's something about Fady that is very different from any of the younger guys in the scene right now. He's just really, really composed, and he knows what he needs to do. As I said with Energy, if they wanted to beat teams like Bravado, and they did beat DC, it comes down to composure, moving along the map with purpose. And I feel like Fady's one of the players that pretty much plays that to a T. He knows when his position, he has to achieve this. He knows when he goes here, he has to achieve this, whether it's information, whether it's a frag. So, I do agree that sometimes these younger guys do need a little bit of control. But I would disagree to say that Fady is perhaps one of the players that has that ability to get himself into that old mindset that you speak about from Detrony and other guys. He can put himself in that mindset, and he can play to that tune as well.
Right. I mean, I think one of the other young guys I think we should also just give a tip of the hat off to is, of course, Sonic. We haven't spoken a huge amount about him. I mean, I think a couple of guys have mentioned that he's almost been undercover dominant, but certainly I think he's
yeah, I mean, when Sonic came onto the scene, especially I think it was 2015, I think it was when he first started, he was this wild online player that everybody was, they're calling hacks on him because the stuff he was doing online just seemed that ridiculous. He then got picked up by BVD after a couple of bouncing around a couple of teams. He was originally on Energy at a stage as well. So he joined BVD, and he's developed into I'd say semi-passive, but he can also be aggressive. but he just seems to sit back a little bit more these days. He's not going to, wildly push a smoke like a Flexi or a JT, or take some ridiculous aim deal like JT did yesterday, where he's got two guys in his face. He's like, I'm going to do this, takes it, kills one guy, then goes down. He started the fight with 6 HP. So Sonic is less likely to do that thing, or that kind of thing, but he is still capable of it. And we've seen him. He's just been ripping people apart, particularly Cash, middle, Dust 2. He's eaten DC, he's eaten Ian, and I think he's going to come back for seconds. He is a beast at the moment, this tournament.
Well, on that note, I think we do have a couple of videos we'd like to show you guys. I believe the first one we're showing is good old Scent. And yeah, take it away.
My name is Andreas Hachipascali, also known as Scent, which is my nickname as some people don't know, and I'm currently heading up Bravado Gaming in South Africa. Normally in the past we wouldn't see youngsters joining up and making an impact like they are now, but obviously because parents and the support for their careers are increasing day by day, you see some 15, 16, 17-year-old kids just rocking out of nowhere. They've got permission to put time in, and you can see that in 2-3 years' time, these guys are going to be the stars of South African esports. Sustainability is so important in the esports scene right now. I mean, because we're in a situation where it's almost like a double-edged sword, where you need to put a lot of money to keep teams and attract players. But at the same time, you need to also spend a lot of money in other areas in terms of production value, in terms of getting the message out there, in terms of producing content so that you can actually show what's going on. If you get the correct content onto a TV channel that explains exactly what esports is, sure, I mean, that's also a different market that's gonna help you get esports where you want it to get to. 2017 has been the year where we want to make a mark on the African scene. I think that, we've got that recognition of, playing under the African banner because we've attended international events where we've been the only African team qualifying. But we want to take it to the next level now. We actually want to go overseas and make a mark and actually show that Africa has what it takes.
So I think we've all been enjoying Scent's dance a little. I mean, I got to start this, right? Scent's pretty amazing. I mean, he's done some amazing things for the scene. His team is obviously amazing. So we shall first tip our cap to you, and then we shall lay down the challenge. We want a frag video. It's the Sonic
Deagle 3K.
Sonic Deagle 3K. We've all agreed. We're challenging whoever's going to take it to have that 3K Deagle video with the. I just got to get it right. Okay, there we go. The Scent dance on each kill. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think that's going to be great.
Well,
it looks even better when Hellbird does it, to be honest.
We eat chips. I think he does some pretty good, decent videos. I think that's definitely one of the guys who could probably put together a funny video like that of Scent throwing deagles, throwing deagles around.
I'm sort of expecting it now.
Yeah,
we're looking at.
But you speak about Scent. I mean, he's, in my opinion, he's kind of. From when I first met Scent, it was when he was still playing CS, and I think it was difficult for him to kind of juggle that whole, you're a manager of a team, you're owner of a team, and you're the player as well. You're the captain of the team too. And I think for him, he's come a very long way from the type of person that most people perceived him to be when he still played on the team, because he had to keep up that, not facade, but the bravado camaraderie. He was the loud one. He shouted, he pumped his team up. And so now for him to move away from that kind of position and then moving over to team manager, I mean, it's been the wildest transition for him, because just from what I've seen, observing, just like the kind of person he's become, really, really professional in handling his team. And I think a lot of team owners and organizations in the country can learn a lot from Scent, just in terms of his marketing and how he handles bravado. And I know a lot of teams are starting to build up, and I think that's something we've seen in the recent years, is just how much more professional teams have become. But I mean, as you say, take your hat off to Scent, who's just done a fantastic job at keeping bravado pretty much at the top and pretty much on everyone's mind as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, talking about good old Scent, he's not entirely alone there, because he does also have a trusted individual by the name of the Trony, to back him up and to help him out.
Little brother.
Yeah, and let's go hear what he had to say.
My name's Dimitri Chapaskali, known as Detrony. I'm 26 years old and I play for Bravado Gaming. I've been playing for Bravado Gaming since around 2006 competitively. My hopes for this year for Bravado Counter-Strike is to maintain all our title wins locally, try win everything for the rest of this year and eventually go overseas again. Our fan base in South Africa has been like really positive. To me personally, it's been a tremendous effect in a good way for new and upcoming players, specifically Counter-Strike related. I would suggest getting the hang of the game, understanding the game as an individual. You don't need to get too competitive in the beginning. Play to rather understand the game as a whole. But starting off, I think you just need to realize whether you want to get into this as a profession. What do you want to achieve out of it at the end of the day? Do you want to play it socially? Do you want to play it competitively? Because if you do want to play it competitively, it's not just the game. Like, it's really got into the level where you need to take it as seriously as any other sport and other athletes do in other sports.
Great. Phantom, you've obviously got quite a bit of history with Detrony himself. Obviously, I would kind of see him as almost like one of the true pillars of Bravado Gaming itself. In CSGO, obviously, it's one of those titles that really everyone, especially the MGO owners themselves, to be perfectly honest, really get behind and see as a top title. So, I mean, what is he like in person?
Well, as I think you guys all may already know, he's a great gaming mind. He's passionate and he's driven. He sets goals and he more often than not will actually achieve them. And you'll find the one thing him and I did have in common is we're both naturally aggressive players. Not only in Quake, but you can also see it in his CS. And as they say, a good defense is a good offense. And you'll see him do it often as CT for Bravado. He'll be the one that will be that aggressive player, and he does so successfully. He'll kill 2 or 3 terrorists when they least expect it. So it's good to see that he keeps that play style, and he did surely use a lot of that in Quake as well.
It's one of the things I actually must say really stood out for him and JT was the when they got their kills and whatnot, it just seemed to be like super aggressive. It was almost like these almost wild west shootouts to some degree. It was a rush, to be perfectly honest. And it was, but in comparison to something like Sonic, who he got insane kills. I mean, we were discussing the 3K Deagle. He got, and that was unarmored, I believe, as well. Yeah. I mean, that's crazy stuff, right?
I think the thing about Sonic is he consistently gets kills. I think it's not necessarily these flashy plays we see on stream. I think it's the fact that you speak about pillars in Bravado, and I think Sonic is definitely one of those players. You know, you spoke about Fading, his ability to kind of adapt to different roles, but Sonic is just always there. You can trust him, and his team can trust him to always make those shots. And I compare him a lot to Domster in Energy. I definitely, it's a very big comparison there. I mean, Sonic, has the ability to move into entry frag, and Domster, I don't doubt, has that ability as well. But you look at cores in Energy. I mean, Domster definitely is, in my opinion, the Sonic of Energy. He's able to take a lot of mad kills, and we saw how many times he opened up B on overpass.
Can I jump in there? I'm curious now. I mean, you call him the Sonic of Energy.
He's
right?
the Domster. Sonic is the Domster of Bravado.
Is it that close though? Is it like if we see these two go toe to toe, who's coming out at?
I think in terms of being a really smart player, Domster's definitely one of the most I would say level-headed and knowledgeable guys in the city. He's just a generally calm guy, a very cool, collective guy. Sonic on the same point, he's a bit of a for lack of a better word, a memester. Like he's a young dude. Yeah. He can make flashy plays. He can take up the role as an entry fragger, which he did for most parts. And like I said, anyone in BBD can step up to that role if they need to be. Yeah. But Sonic is just always consistent in the same. That's my relation to Domster.
Yeah, right. I think following on from what Carl said, it's that. Like talking about pure in-game intelligence, I think Domster's is slightly higher, but Sonic's aim is a little bit better. So Sonic can get away with a silly peek because he's got the aim to win the duel, whereas Domster's going to play it 100% of the time the most intelligent way, and that's how he's going to get his frag. So they do very similar jobs, but they have just slightly different skills, and that's what makes them such very, very good players in a similar role, but slightly differently as such.
Right. I mean, I'm very, very keen to see these guys go toe to toe. I won't lie.
Ooh.
I mean,
speaking of toe-to-toe, one thing I want to bring, speaking about Detri in his video, like this match I think is also going to go a lot down to, you know, that wide space opening between both Cannibalistic and Detri on the AWPs.
Yeah.
You know, matching these two players head-to-head, you know, we never really saw a lot of Cannibalistics AWPing when he played for APG, because it was usually Convict that picked up the AWP. But I want to say, deep down, I feel Cannibalistic has what it takes to take on Detri with the AWP. I also think because Detrini's been a lot more fluent on his AWP throughout, you know, once Cent left and Cent was the AWPer and Detrini was a rifler, I think since Detrini has spent the last year or two on the AWP, I think he might still have that slight upper edge on Cannibalistic, but it's going to be an awesome showcase between the two players.
Well, the great thing is we're going to get an opportunity to see that very soon as well. Get some of these rivalries out of the way, sort of. But there's one thing I want to touch on briefly. CSGO has obviously gone from strength to strength. We saw a lot of tournaments and what are coming up last year, and it's even getting better this year with many coming up. And the scene itself is absolutely blooming. Do you guys have any insight into, you know, what this means to the esports community?
Well, I mean, the three biggest esports in the world is, I mean, two of them are Valve and Dota. So. CSGO and Dota, and I mean, CSGO has seen explosive growth over the last year. South Africa has always been a CSGO scene. You know, the other games have been around and they have been big, but I think at heart South Africa is a CSGO country.
Yeah, I do think that CSGO has certainly had a great effect here. But there is one other title that I think we need to talk about, and that title is this. So, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I got some bumps in the arms.
Yes, he looks happy. It's the first time he looks happy all weekend.
I fell asleep. I don't know about I fell asleep. Like,
you go away.
I heard Dota and I was like, but yeah.
In fact, I must say, I think this is something very close to my heart. I know that obviously this is a community that has been sort of bred in, you know, like it's almost side by side. Dota 2 and CSGO are the two games that we really talk about a lot in South Africa. And it's amazing to me to see Mega 8 once again coming to the party and bringing another big event to us. Is of course the Winter Cup, and it's going to be awesome. Cannot wait, guys.
Yeah, you know, Dota for a long time before CSGO kind of picked up. Dota was the go-to game for in South African esports. It's kind of what, in my opinion, what kind of brought us to where we are today. A lot of us here started with Dota, and yeah, it's a cool game, man. I enjoyed it when I played it and casted it. But you know, I just think, in my opinion, nothing beats Counter-Strike in terms of just what the spectator value. You know, it's an easy game to follow. People can pitch up right now. I'm pretty sure if I had to go ask half this production crew to tell me what CSGO is, they can tell me immediately. You know, they have to plant the bomb and defend the bomb and kill people. That's it. CSGO is that simple that anyone can pick up and watch, and it has a lot of entertainment value. Whereas if we're showing them Dota, and I had to say, yeah, so this, ask some questions, they'll be like, I didn't even know that.
I feel like I just want to hear from Prof now. It's like after the party pooper came in, Prof. Obviously, I think we should really look at this as what this means for the community. In fact.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Dota is that we have had a couple of tournaments dry up. Obviously, Mega 8 ran their very first event last year, and that was in Dota. So it's good to see that we're getting a little bit more support for Dota. There are a couple of tournaments banging around, usually around the small level, but it's going to be very, very interesting. The Dota scene has obviously lost its showpiece. BVD obviously losing their team at the end of last year. And it's in a state of flux. I think we need a couple of tournaments to figure out who's the big dog in the yard at the moment.
And the honest truth is, I cannot think of a single better tournament host than Mega 8. They really, I mean, this is not lip service. This is not because I'm here, right? But I really have just been absolutely blown away by so many things. I think we'll do little thank yous later.
I've gained about 5 kgs this weekend.
There's that too.
Keep handing me food. Yeah, eat. You look hungry. Eat.
But they really have looked after us in a great way. But I think it is time, of course, we focus on the matter at hand, and that is a very important matter.
Near fun.
I mean, we can go there. So why not? Bravado versus Energy. Let's get back on track for the CSGO event. Congo, take us away with Nefan.
Okay. So, I mean, if there's any player in this country who is hungry to beat Bravado, it's Nefan. I think the only time I can recall in modern time that it happened was at DGC 2015, where they knocked BVD down to the lower bracket. If I look at 2016, there might have been a couple of online tournaments where their best Bravado, the old Energy squad, But I think, when it comes to a massive, massive title win, I think there's no player in the country, perhaps, cannibalistic as well to an extent, Nefan too, but Nefan is definitely up there as one of the most hungry players to beat Bravado. And there's a long history of conflict between the teams, and whatever team Nefan's been on, it's just like he wants to beat Bravado. So I think, if he can channel that hunger this game, I think we might see, if he's going to let it get him, or he's going to channel it into a positive way and use that hunger, I think we might actually be looking at a really, really mean Nefan coming up this map. And I think he wants that. I think a lot of people want to see that at least.
Gents, do you
100% agree? I think what it'll come down to for Ian in this game is it's mentality. We all know Energy can beat Bravado, but what they need to establish, and what I hope they actually have done in preparation for this game, is that they can find that inner belief within themselves that they can actually beat Bravado. That'll be the seed that they can plant to actually producing that fruit.
I think both teams are looking for a bit of bragging rights here, because Ian won the last actual, where money was on the line. Ian won the show match. They won it pretty convincingly over BVD. BVD has then beaten them in a best of one, and they beat them yesterday. No money was on the line yesterday. So I think both teams have a hell of a lot to prove here. And obviously Ian getting spanked yesterday, it's certainly reignited Nefan. He's been a beast since that loss. So he is looking really, really clued in today. And I think he's certainly going to do some damage, but it all depends on what how they start. We have seen them, when they fall behind, like we saw yesterday, it did not look good when they fell behind against BVD. And Carl was mentioning it earlier. Please use, they need to use tac pause. You cannot use tac pause at 10-0 down on the second map for the first time.
It feels like the pink elephant of this event.
Yeah,
tac pause just remained unused.
But like I said, tac pause is as much as a mental jousting towards your team, to opponents or not. But I think for these two teams, we want to talk about. Bravado won the knife as we expected. They've been pretty much flawless on their knife throughout the whole tournament. So they will get to either pick the first side or get the first pick of map. But I want to say this maps are going to be really, really important. But if you look at these two teams, I still think that they're both relatively even matched. And we spoke a little bit about Cobblestone perhaps being one map that Energy can steal one over Overpass. I'm still feeling that Overpass might still be one of Energy's maps, and they definitely want Train. That's one of the big ones they want. But Bravado's strong on Train. There's 61 DC on Train in ESEA. So who knows these days?
Prophecy was touching on something earlier, and I think it's going to play a vital role in how this grand final turns out. Will Energy be able to start strong? Will they be able to put Bravado on the back foot for the first time in this tournament? Yeah. How will Bravado actually respond to that? Will Energy be able to maintain that momentum and carry it through the rest of the games?
I think it also, whilst we were all talking about grand finals and prize pools and whatnot, I think it's also a good opportunity just to actually tip our hat to an organisation that without we wouldn't really have had such a great event. And of course that's Mega 8 and is also MTN, the sponsors of this event as well. MTN, obviously it's great to have them on board. I think let's admit it, we love having these really large organizations have an interest in our humble little esports, right?
I want to add to that real quick. I've spoken about this in length to people about these non-endemic companies getting involved in esports, and it's while this is now a thing in America and Europe, that has been happening for a long time. But if you look at South Africa, it's these type of companies that can push us to the next level. We can't keep relying on endemic organizations to pump peripherals and pump things at us that the players can't really live off. But when you have companies like MTN who are getting on board, a non-endemic company who see a potential in esports, that's going to push the bar up to how high, I don't know yet. But I think it's fantastic that MTN are looking into esports. It's something I think a lot of people have been lobbying for a long time. Guys within the organization, who knows, maybe someone went to one of the big guys and it's like, hey, there's this esports thing my son loves. They're like, cool, let's check it out. And I think that's just how it grows from here on out. Next is going to be someone else pumping up, and then they're going to pump it up even more, and it's just going to grow and grow and grow and grow.
I like to see this as like sort of big sort of MTN exec sort of sitting there going, talking to his kid and sort of, what is this? And then actually getting more involved than the kid. So there, step aside, buddy. I'm here to watch.
that has happened in another circumstance, which I won't speak about now, but and that has happened before. Actually, I'll mention Rick Fox, Echo Fox. That's his son. He went with his son to I think Madison Square Garden to watch the Dota 2 or the LoL. I think the LoL.
Yeah, League of Legends, ex-NBA pro.
Yeah, right. And Rick Fox, and now he started Echo Fox basically on his son's recommendation. Hey,
nice.
Hey, Dad, you're super rich. Buy a team. But yeah, we're about 2 minutes away from the veto. So I want to wrap up. I I don't know how to wrap this up. I don't know how to say which team's going to win. I'm terrified to make a prediction in this game.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. That's
For me
very
personally,
important.
Oh, God.
I think
That's
it's
right,
the order
it's
of the
coming.
maps that's going to make the biggest difference here. If BVD gets off to a good start on maps that they're strong on, I think it might, it might deflate energy a
Like
bit.
BMT.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, if energy gets off to a good start, how does BVD react? I mean, we were talking about it earlier, is that energy or BVD themselves haven't really been under pressure as yet.
Yeah.
And when they do finally get put under pressure, what's going to happen? Is JT going to continuously get that, keep that aggression up? Is Sonic going to start, going into his shell a bit? Because we have seen when he went overseas, when he was put under pressure, sometimes he tended to go back into his shell a little bit, and he wasn't quite as, that aggressive peaking, relying on his aim type thing.
Yeah.
And you want him to be doing that, because when he's doing that, when he's in full flight, is when BVD is really hitting hard and hitting fast.
I think, and this is something I know that Stephen will be able to give us a bit more information on, is that when you lose a map and you've had this great tournament, I think the best thing to do, and I think this is a mindset that a lot of players need to learn, is just a complete reset. Go into the new map fresh. I mean, is that
You're
true?
stalling. You want to try and get to the map, Vito, and we're going to jumping in. Let's do this.
I want to hear his opinion on that, though, before we go.
Oh, definitely. But first, predictions, guys. Let's go. Congo. Remember, you got to pick 2 top fraggers as well.
3-1-2 Bravado. I'm gonna say top fragging is gonna be Flexi, and no, sorry, I'm talking about Cannibalistic.
It's in now.
Cannibalistic
That's
and
Flexi. Excellent.
and
moving right.
Fady.
Flexi and Fady. Excellent.
3-1 BVD. I'm going Sonic and Nefan.
I mean, definitely showing some faith in his him coming around, right?
I'll say 3-0 to Bravado, and definitely Sonic and Domster.
Okay, Energy gets first ban, so that's important. I mean, if they can't, I wouldn't be surprised if they take out Overpass. I think Energy, one map we don't really often chat about is Mirage. I want to see Energy take on Bravado Mirage, but I think they might even go for either the one of the 2 throwaways, Nuke, or because they only get 2 bans.
Or do they ban out Inferno here? They have banned out Inferno pretty consistently from what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't know.
Cobble, they won no part of that. I think
Yeah.
BVD handled them, or has shown that they're pretty potent on that map this tournament.
DC last night, they absolutely destroyed them. But I mean, Bravado's next ban is also quite important, because do they take one of the maps that they don't want to play, as in like Nuke or Inferno, or do they take out perhaps Train, which is, in my opinion, that would probably be one of Energy's first picks. Between Train and Mirage, I think that's 2 of their strongest maps. I wouldn't be surprised to see either if they're not going to take out either Nuke or Inferno. I think it might be that Mirage or Train ban.
Yeah,
and that doesn't leave much options
I mean,
left. But
I know BVD has also been banning Nuke.
Inferno, so I'm going to go for the throwaway. Yeah. Not throwaway, but just a map they don't want to play.
Like, I don't think they play it at all, so yeah, definitely.
Right.
Ian picks a map.
So that means Bravado took first side. I don't know, Mirage or Train, what do you think? Or maybe even Overpass. Maybe they want to give Overpass another crack.
I don't know, like, see, the problem is going Overpass here, if they have a bad start on Overpass, because, I mean, BVD beat them on Overpass yesterday. Do you want to go to a map that you know you've lost and might not be 100% confident on, or do you go for something that you feel a little bit more confident on? I personally, I loved what they were doing on Mirage against Veneration, and that is what they're going to go for.
Yeah.
So getting themselves off to, I think, the best possible start that they could.
I think Train is definitely going to be in the map pool, because how it works, obviously, Bravado with a map advantage means there's only a possible 4 maps played. So we've been using the randomizer for the time being. So what the Billowsoft system is going to do right here is that once they pick the last 2 maps, it's going to be 3 randomized maps, but obviously the final map on the randomizer falls away because there's only 4 maps being played. So I definitely think we're either going to see Nuke or Train. I want to see Train being the 3rd map, because I think that is going to be the duel in this tournament. If Energy do lose the first 2 maps, I think Train will. If Train is the 3rd map, might be the one to bring them back. But yeah, I mean, I have to wait to see what the random is once sides are picked on Nuke.
You were going to say something, Phantom?
Yeah, I was going to say it was before when Energy had the chance to pick the first map. I was thinking that they probably want to pick Train, but I think they don't want to play that map first up. I think they want to leave that for later in the best of 5 series.
So Nuke.
That is actually a very, very good run for Energy there. They didn't get Overpass. They got Train as the 4th map. Nuke, who starts on Nuke?
BVD Watiti, which actually is really, really good, because Energy showed that, they have this weird, like, I don't know, because I haven't really watched a lot of Nuke, because it's not often in the South African scene, but the way Energy played their T side against DC, I think that's a real strong point for them. That kind of split everywhere, forcing Bravado to watch a million places at once, because Energy could pop up at any second at any place. So, and their power outside as well.
Personally, I was going to say, sorry, just before you come in, I was going to say the one thing is I don't see BVD dropping outside or playing as passively on outside as BVD will.
And Energy showed a very strong performance as T on Nuke. I think DC only won 1 or 2 CT rounds before the map was over.
Yeah.
So what do we know about Bravado and Nuke?
Not much.
Nothing. We know they have Mad Skill, and Nuke is a map that favors CT sides. So if BVD is starting on Nuke, that could get very, very ugly if EN isn't prepared to run some, at the very least, defaults to try and get themselves into.
It's going to be the same as what it was for DC. I think the game's going to be one outside. I think you're going to have Destiny sitting outside with an AWP challenged by Cannibalistic. You know, if they stick to that same kind of plays where they're moving around the map, taking outside control and getting those smokes off, because Bravado obviously watched that map and they saw what Energy did, so they have a good grasp. Maybe Energy hasn't seen Bravado or Nuke, or maybe they have. But at the same time, you know, looking at your inside sites as well, you will probably see, I would say Sonic probably watching ramp, but Sonic might actually be helping Destiny outside, because that's such a crucial place for Energy, and it's seen the control that Energy can take. But I mean, looking at the first map, Mirage, I mean, this is probably the big one to talk about right now, is that are Energy going to opt in for that mid control? And that's always the biggest thing. Their executes on A are always really, really strong. Bravado, they like to play. Elusive likes to play underneath Belk, which is something that Energy are very used to. And Bravado are starting on the CT side. So we've got Elusive underneath Belk. We've got Destiny watching B with the AWP, but Destiny's a bit of a flex as well. He often watches that B push with the AWP, or he moves towards middle. But middle, as I think one of you...
Sonic, I think, plays stairs, so he's also like, he provides a lot of mid control.
One of you mentioned yesterday about the whole negation of mid completely from a CT side, where they play from connector instead. So that forces Energy to use two smokes really early on to try and get across towards connector, catwalk, sorry. And then obviously you see a flash come over, and then you see a peep coming out from catwalk from Bravado. So I think Cash is going to be, there's not going to be, I think, that much of emphasis on mid. I think for Energy to win this on the T side, it's going to come down to just, you know, to have to land those executes, and they've got to get those opening frags. Entry fraggers need to be on point for the T side if they want to shut down. They need to shut down Elusive under Belk on A, and they need to control Destiny on the B side with the AWP.
And they need to do work. Sonic is going to be sitting on the stairs around the connector area. If you don't shut Sonic down, he is going to eat you alive every single round that you give him that opportunity. So, Sonic, I think, is going to be the swing vote. Elusive's going to do work under Belk, but Sonic is going to be the guy who has to hold that site. And we've seen him do it against international teams. Ian better have a plan for him there.
I mean, by the sounds of things, that plan is supposed to be Domster, right?
Domster's not really going to be going head-to-head with him. It'll more likely be Canny or Nefan, depending on who they're sending in first.
I think Tuckbook, we always forget about Tuckbook.
I thought I got away with it.
No.
And then you did it, so I'm going to have to go there now. But we haven't spoken about Tuckbook.
Yeah,
now, you are very good at Quake, and that is a shooty game, and what you're going to do is you're going to position yourself between me and him and protect me. That man is terrifying. Discuss.
He's terrifying. He's... explosive is the word to describe him. He's the type of guy, you know, he's playing okay, and then suddenly, boom, 3 kills instantly, and that's on an eco. So he's the type of guy that can blow the game wide open for you. He can change that tide. He can break the momentum. He's the type of player you need on your team to take down a team like Bravado.
He's also the kind of person that I think might actually be hiding under my bed or my cupboard.
No, he's always a solid player. Like there's often times where you look and you say, oh dear, Tuckbook's not playing well, but as Stephen said, he has that ability to just explode and get those frags. Like the biggest thing for me and Energy right now is they're still kind of, in my opinion, figuring out their roles. I think the only person on the team who knows exactly what he needs to do is Domster. Flexi, he's playing a lot of supporting Nefan on some of the sites as well. We've seen that on Overpass. Cannibalistic still playing that flex, but in terms of CT, they might have it locked down. I think they might have a good stand on CT, but when it comes to Terrorist, I think that's where I think Energy still need to just figure out who's doing what, and you can't leave it on day, okay, Nefan's having a good day, he's going to be the entry fragger. You need someone who can get that information fed to them, can get those opening frags, get the numbers, and I still think, in my opinion, I still think Tuckbook is probably the one to do that. I think he should be the entry fragger for Energy, and he probably is, but at the same time, you do see Cannibalistic sometimes just kicking off, and you can't shut a man down. You can't be like, Trevor, we know you have like a 10 KPD, but slow down, you know, let Tuckbook do his entry fragging.
Yes, as long as he's not aiming at me. But on that note, I think it is a good opportunity for us to toss things over to our fine casters, Burning Red and Extremes.
Oh.
You almost got me, but not today. Burning Red and Extremes, take it away.
Thank you very much, Halbert, and welcome to the grand final, ladies and gentlemen, of the Mega 8 Autumn Cup 2017. Bravado Gaming versus Energy Esports. Goliath with Goliath's, or against Goliath's estranged brother, is that correct?
I don't know if you want to quantify it in that way, sort of paint that particular picture. I mean, they're both incredibly good teams here, and I think the panel's done a really good job of painting the picture here for us, that it really is the battle of the Titans.
Yep.
And it's a battle between the Kings and the coming Kings, potentially, yeah.
Indeed, I 100% agree with you. Look, I mean, just going historically back, let's quickly talk the medal state show match. Energy beating Bravado there in that game. Then moving on to the winners bracket final yesterday, where Bravado completely destroyed Energy, in my opinion. Now we have this grand final. Energy want blood. They want to win this. They want to prove a point. And as far as I can gauge, this ain't going to be a one-sided match. This is going to be a seriously close encounter between these two teams.
Very much so. It should be a war of attrition here, I think. Again, Bravado do have the advantage of one map here because of coming through the upper bracket.
Yes,
so
of course.
They only need to win twice, whereas Energy backs against the wall, they've got to win 3 times to actually take this final. And it is going to be super difficult, and I don't think it is going to be one-sided like yesterday was.
No, look, I mean, just kind of understanding, looking at Energy play against DC earlier in the losers bracket final, it looked like they had a lot more kind of energy, excuse the pun, in their play style. They were just really dedicated to get into the grand final again, and into some sort of final, which is the losers bracket final previous one, just a reiteration of it. More maps in the balance here. And I just feel that they really want to give it to Bravado. Bravado, of course, they've been kind of the champions of this tournament. Unbeaten, no maps taken from them. They look seriously strong and really well prepared for this tournament. It's going to be a tough one. But look, to be honest, from a prediction point of view, I still believe Bravado have the edge of Energy here.
I'd actually go with that. I did say in a video I did with Congo before the event that I thought Energy could potentially take it, but looking at how strong Bravado have been, I think they have the legs here in terms of map pull.
Yeah.
I think they have the preparation certainly in place. However, you can't really account for the explosiveness of the players on this Energy lineup.
Of course not.
It may look written in the stars that Bravado are destined to win this based on how the tournament has gone. But Energy definitely going to have something to say about it, and I'm 100% sure they'll put in a better showing than we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, just looking at the players on the Energy side, we have Nefon, we have Tuckbook, and Cannibalistic. Those 3 players are explosive players and really cause quite an upset to the Bravado team. Then you've got Domster. I mean, Domster, in my opinion, and I believe in your opinion as well, has been such a phenomenal player through this tournament.
Yes.
And I think if he also shows up and really does what he needs to do, he knows his positioning and he knows his place, and he does what he needs to do and he does it really well, it's going to cause problems.
Yeah, he's that consistent sort of player who's going to get you those 1 or 2 kills every round. You know, you can bank on that. It's sometimes a bit difficult with an explosive, almost star player type of campaigner where, you know, sometimes he'll do something absolutely amazing and other times it just won't work for him. Whereas Domster, you can bank on those kills every round, I'd say. And they're going to need it going into the pistol round.
Indeed, and like you said, pistol round time, Bravado in the CT strip, Energy Sports in the T strip. This is going to be interesting, looking at where they're facing. They are going to be moving towards that B-bomb site, and hopefully they can get in there quick enough. What's nice about B, it is close quarters. They can get in with the Glocks, take the picks, or just stall it and wait.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to play it a little bit slower here, trying to find some ground. Maybe catch a Bravado player being overly aggressive. Typically of Energy, they would be quite aggressive on their CT side. I don't know if Flex definitely spotted Detrony. Detrony also spotting him there. So there's at least some information. The little jumps coming in, but you got to be careful here. Could catch the headshot, and Nefon does catch him. Detrony down early on in the round, and looks like Connector's where they're going.
Yep, Energy getting ready to move into A, and let's see what Sonic can do with his USPS. He takes one head. He's going to try and go for the second. He's got the support from JT, and the game is on fire. Right now, Bravado
Sonic
just seriously taking control of it. Only Nefon left now for Energy. Can he clutch it? This might actually happen. A 3-on-1. Let's see if he can do it. He's going to move in. Very slow kind of play. They know where he's standing. He can see the bomb. He doesn't have the range advantage. They're going to try him out. He gets the one. He's going to try and go for another Nefon here.
So difficult at this range with a Glock to actually find something. But he's trying to find an opening. Already gotten a headshot. JT flirting with getting headshot here.
Oh, unfortunately not. And there we go. Bravado taking the first pistol round. Exciting stuff here. And, well, business as usual right now for the second round.
Yeah, the star players for BBD there, Sonic and JT, both coming in with the 2K, doing really well, countering that attempted bomb site taken. I mean, it could have been problems there for Bravado with Detrony jumping and getting taken down with a pretty crisp headshot. Nefon, of course, a player of immense skill. Haven't seen too much of him over the whole tournament, although in the last game versus DC he was looking particularly hot.
Yeah, setup here, we got a 2-1-2 split. As per normal, kind of a default setup here for Bravado. Now Energy looking to go lowers again, having two guys on the mid side.
Again.
Getting the first frag on Detrony, so they've got mid control. For how long, we don't know. We might see a boost go into window, or we might see them walk into connector side. There's the boost.
And this is where Energy are so very dangerous. Every time they have those pistols, you've got to watch out. Tuckbook so strong with the pistol. Flexi as well. Just, again, I think if you Detrony, you're sort of cursing your luck second round in a row. And look at that, the actual aggression coming out of Bravado there potentially. Spady pushing up quite far.
Yeah, he's getting information, of course. He's feeding it through, knowing that they're lowers now. Still Energy controlling the mid side here. With the upgraded pistols, one UMP 45, Elusive backing off. Obviously with his teammate there on that A-bomb site. So they're going to kind of give the A-bomb site rather to Energy if they pursue it. But we might see some B action here. Flex, or Fady actually aggressively in here. He's going to engage. Gets the first frag. Goes for the second. Does he pick up the third? He's going to engage. Oh, and gets taken down. But still, Energy will be able to retain the bomb as they come through the short side. And all of a sudden, Bravado rotate in. Flexi on top. Getting the one frag. Same with Domster. And now it's up to Sonic here to try and clutch it out. Can he do it now for Bravado to retain the second round? A lot of pressure right now. He's just backing off a little bit, trying to see. He's got some range with this FAMAS. It's up to him. Looks like he's just going to back off a little bit. Yeah, it looks like he's going to rather take that gun and rather back off.
It's the right decision in this situation. Energy just not even making me eat my words there. They really just came through with that pistol buy, the force buy, working out for them. Sonic having to scurry away now, hoping to hang on to this weapon and just keep some economic value intact for this Bravado Gaming side. But I thought, based on what Fady did there in Apps, that he did enough, but the players rotating in just kind of rotated in a little carelessly. Elusive getting caught there as he jumped through the window. Didn't work out for them. Energy level it up 1-1. This is, of course, their map pick as well, so they're going to feel pretty confident on this terrorist side.
Indeed, swapping things around now. Bravado not having enough money on hand, so they're going to have to work with what they've got, probably buy around that from us, and then on Energy's side, we'll see the full stack of UMPs with the M4A1S. And the utility, of course. So let's see what Energy are up to. Are they going to move back towards this B-bomb side? Are they going to play that kind of default style, going lowers again? See a couple of bits of utility moving in towards that mid-side here, but still taking it a little slower. Quite aggressive on the utility, of course. Here they spot JT, and you can see Bravado aggressively on short side, trying to work it out, but Domster already taking first blood here of the round.
Right idea out of Bravado there to actually go for that aggression. Aggression from Kenny, actually punished there by Fady.
Lexi needs to get around, try and go for the trade. He gets Detrony under pressure though on that mid side from the window. Oh! Fady gets the one dig. He's going to try and go for another one. Looks like Tuckbook is going to back off, but gets taken down by Nefan. And there we go. Tuckbook taking out JT. So this is good for Energy. It's up to Elusive here with the FAMAS. Can he get a little clutch round going here for himself? And help Bravado just one extra round into the next bit. But you can see that bomb already rotating towards the B side. Slow plays though. There's enough time on the clock here.
Yeah, they're going to be careful. Just clear the site correctly. Make sure that there's not an elusive, being elusive, hiding in a corner somewhere. Coming in with some kind of ninja defuse or something like that. It's not going to happen. He's far away. Managed to clear the site now, and the bomb will go down. This is going to be the round for Energy Esports, and Elusive with the HP that he's got, just desperate to hang on to the rifle, and the rifle goes into yet another round. It seems like this is the poison chalice, this rifle. It's not helping them win the round, but
yeah, it's sticking around, man. Sticking around.
Definitely sticking around. Well, I think the early aggression there that I was saying with Sonic actually retaining the rifle was the right thing to do, because they needed to go for a fight with that weapon, just because it has the ability to spray. Of course, they're super dangerous with those Deegs and the other pistols, but getting shut down there and the gap in the smoke possibly not working out for them. Sometimes it works out for you as a CT if you peer down Cat towards the top of mid, but this particular occasion they were ready for him, and I think that just sort of snowballed around from there, because they were playing it fairly slowly, as you were saying, up until that point, and then they just sped up. JT stopping them briefly with that rather incredible shot, but not able to actually follow it up with any more. And fair play to him, he was on 3 HP.
Well, it almost worked out for them there, but nonetheless, eke around here for Bravado. Scored 2-1 now to Energy Sports. They are chasing to get their first map on the board. Bravado already have a first map. Oh, a little bit of a knife there on Flexi. A bit unintentional, of course.
What did he ever do to you, mate?
Well, yeah, I'm sure they're having a couple of words there. But anyway, into round 4 we go here. Energy Sports opting to maybe work on that mid side and B once again, that bomb. And then we have got Canny now moving in slowly into that palace side. So it might be the intention moving into it. JT quite aggressively moving forward. He might be able to catch. Oh, there's some information for JT. He's going to send it back to the team. Although mid-control already in effect here now for the Energy team. So they're going to try potentially work the B side rather. They assume there might be an over-rotation from B to A, but it's not the case. As they move now down short side. Already a little bit of an engagement there on Connector as well. All over the place, but Canny's joining them on B side. So this is the intention right now.
Considering what Bravado Gaming have to work with here, which is not very much, they shouldn't be able to win this, but we've said this in the past about this team, and the Energy team also capable of this. With not very much, they can do quite a lot, and 2 upgraded pistols and a FAMAS, they still got a chance, and particularly where Elusive is posted right now. This is a bit of a fiendish position. Depending on how careful they are in moving into the site, this could actually be quite a thing. Tetrini with the USP getting a kill. How did he do that?
Well, Elusive in the site at the moment with FAMAS. He's the only one with a gun. Can he get himself one? No, he gets taken down. Nefon picking up a 2 here. And Energy are straight into the site. Pretty simple stuff there for them. Only losing 1. And Flexi with a bomb plant, of course. Be able to cover the short side here. We have got one Bravado player moving in from apartments. It is Fady. Tuckle is just waiting for him, going, nope, you shall not pass.
Ooh, 8 HP, but that Tech Knight is going to find him. Just JT left alive, hoping for an exit here maybe. And there are a few low players, or relatively low players there, but I don't think they're going to actually take the bait and run at him. They know exactly where he is. Darkbok also trying to bait out a shot there maybe, it just doesn't work out. And this is going to be 3-1 to Energy Esports, and a really good start on what is their map pick. And I got to agree with the panel here. The map pick that the veto that came out actually favors Energy in the beginning of it anyway. It's actually not too bad for them.
No, not at all. I completely agree with you there. Let's have a look at the quick scores here. Seeing Fady on top there, 5 for 4, and then of course Nefon 6 for 2. So he's doing very well actually for the team now. He's stepping up and doing the job here. So this is round 5, important round, bye round.
Very important round, and it's the first time we're seeing the true strength versus strength competition. Most of the play there towards the A bomb site, hoping to maybe find an opening there for the Energy Esports team, but not really going to happen. Smoked out at the moment, and in this round it's really going to dictate a lot of where this half is going to go, based on the fact that it's the first time we see the proper buy round come in here.
Yeah, and Energy Sports, they posted on the A-bomb side. It's going to be very difficult. Look at that. Canny with the first entry frag for Energy. Detrini's coming around the corner, gets the support from Sonic, picks up a 2K, and now all of a sudden Bravado in charge here. 2 Energy players left, trying to get into the site. And not much they can do right now. That bomb is sitting down, but Sonic is shutting them down. Detrini will follow up for a 3K there. Very good support. And Bravado pick up the second round on the bye.
Detrini actually continuing his good form in this tournament, and I think his form has been reflective of probably his disdain for what Prof did about him on the first day, that he perhaps didn't know what his role was in this team just yet, and Detrini showing that his role is to be one of the stars. If you look at what was happening that round, Kenny actually creeping up through the smoke there on the ramp, managing to find a really crisp entry, but Detrini taking a big risk, going for that first kill and then standing on top of the stairs there, when he could have gotten shot any second there from the palace area. Being quite brave, getting the second kill and then falling away. The timing just not working out for Energy then. Detrini, the real difference maker in that round.
Definitely. And looking at the situation right now, Energy have controlled the mid side here again. A couple of decently placed smoke grenades will help them out. Detrini though, peeking the mid side. He'll pick up the 1 frag. He's going to have to back off quickly.
I think for Detrini that's a bit of a change in fortunes. Usually gets shot in the jaw when he pokes his head out there, but this time getting a kill. Flexi now taking a fight with Fady, not quite finding the shot just yet.
Still Energy just opting to go. Not too sure where they want to go. I think they're just trying to play for entries right now. There we go. Canny getting the exchange and picks up Fady on that frag. So now they're still kind of hobbing around on the mid side. Good smoke play though here from Bravado, just smoking off that connector side. Short for some of you that don't know that position.
So they're slowing things down now. They don't have a tremendous amount of time here. It does seem like B is possibly where they're going to get to. That's going to slow them down a little bit. Kenny actually just going wild, running into the bomb site. JT's not going to know he's there. He nearly gets taken down.
Yeah, a bit of an over-rotation here. Not too much, but you can see JT out of the picture. There is Detrony though, and he's quite the danger man. He's going to try and pick up the 3K and does it. And now a 2-on-3 looking good for Bravado here. Up to Nefon and Canny. Can they actually defend off the bomb? Ooh, bit of a interesting smoke. I guess it could work.
It might actually help Bravado.
Or can help Canny here because he's got a bit of cover. But look at the setup there for Nefon as he picks up one. Canny with a second. All of a sudden, it's up to Sonic here to try and cut it out. Ain't going to happen. And Energy pick up another round.
That looked very doable for Bravado Gaming, what with the numerical advantage they had there, but it just didn't work out for them, and first shots coming in from Canny there.
Indeed.
So 4-2 at the moment. Energy consolidate their lead, and actually look at that, Detrony picking up the AWP here, and the rest of the players just going with pistols. Oh, it looks like a late buy actually going to come in, as I said it. So we'll see a Deagle, a P250 and a couple of rifles, but they don't have a lot to work with. Detrony going to get aggressive here towards the B apps, and this is the right move with that weapon. Gets the shot.
Very well played from Detrony here. Not exactly the most confident buy from Bravado. Very late, but they've done it.
And Energy may not have been expecting that buy either. So
not at all.
Bravado actually gambling with their economy pretty early on in the half, and that could have been a big gamble, potentially a bad gamble, but working out so far. But of course, weapon advantage still with Energy despite the numerical advantage with Bravado, and I think he spotted the shoulder there.
Well, that's the thing with Bravado. They've got some historical kind of ways of buying all the time, forcing up quite often. So it is kind of in their nature, but with this new team, it could be different. They could be a little bit more structured, going for ecos a little bit more than what they used to.
Well, definitely more structure now, but in this kind of case, it is a gamble. But yeah, the question here as well is whether Energy knows what weapons the other players actually have, because I don't think there's been any gunfire exchanged at any point here.
Well, except for the AWP kill, so at least they know Detrony's got an AWP, which is a problem, of course, for them.
Hence, going to the A-bomb site thinking they'll gamble against not the AWP.
Just missing the 1D there, but look at this. Energy now moving in towards the A-bomb side from Palace. And there it is. They get the 2 frags. Sonic picks up the 1, though. It's a 3-on-2 scenario here. Can Energy get the bomb down? No. Sonic is going to shut down Cannibalistic here. And it ain't going to happen. Detrony too fast with that AWP. Picks up another run from Bravado.
What a shot out of Detrony. You would have said for all money he was going down there, but just flicks quickly, takes him down. Also got to commend JT there. He wasn't 2 HP, only had the Deagle, but he was a nuisance and managed to stay alive despite the low HP. Sonic also duking his opponent there quite nicely with the movement, just strafing there. I expected the headshots to come in on him and it just didn't happen. So well played to Bravado, a gamble that has worked out for them. Energy also taking, not a huge gamble, but somewhat of a gamble, forcing out here with the AWP, Tech 9 and the UMP. A couple of rifles there. Detrony actually playing the traditional window area, and he spots out the flex there.
Tries to spot him off. He's still got the AWP, but now he's smoked out, and you can see the trades happening on that mid side. So Energy take control of the mid area again. Fady out of the picture. Sonic actually picking up the first frag there respectively, but still, that bomb is more focused towards the B bomb side. So that might be the end intention here. We though can see JT very kind of, he's not sure if he needs to stay in that B bomb side. I think he's rather going to stick with it. He's got Detrony there with the AWP, so that's going to help him a lot on defending that bomb side. As we can see, Domsty here just trying to pick off Sonic, but Sonic's going to back off now. Still, decision time here for Energy. They need to get a pick. That's the first thing. Then they can actually direct themselves to a specific bomb site, or maybe even fake it on from mid.
And let's see where they actually decide to go. It looks like B is going to be where they're to be or not to be, I guess. But yeah, they are going to go with the bomb site. JT here now to actually receive them. Also got Detrony who was on the bomb site, rotated off, but now that the utilities actually come out, he's moved back and he's in quite a pivotal position. Actually misses the shot.
Ooh, this is close. Energy might get into the side here. JT picks up the one. Domster with the trade, and all of a sudden Domster again picks up a second kill. Energy in a good position right now. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Can Bravado go for the retake? Sonic's close by. He's going to try and get into the site. Energy are backing off, but Sonic too quick with that M4. There's the trade from Domster. Domster and Sonic. Who's going to take it? Ooh, just around the corner here. Smoke himself off, give himself extra protection. Domster needs to be careful though. Sonic is lurking around. He's picked up the AWP, which is a very interesting gun to go for. Ooh, almost goes for the no-scope. Is he going to pick it up yet? No, he can't see Domster at the moment. He might just not catch him. And this is very well played from Domster, actually keeping himself in the smoke for enough time. And Sonic will take him down. Doesn't have a kit. And,
I think
well,
it's too late.
very well played from Domster there.
Was it Sonic who actually dropped the smoke there?
Wasn't it Domster? No, I swear it was Domster that
Oh,
dropped it.
yeah.
Yeah, it was Domster.
But yeah, it was 4K for Sonic, the heroics, but just not able to do it. And picking up the AWP there might have been part of the problem, I think. I think the idea was probably because he'd run out of bullets, he didn't want to actually reload in the clutch situation, but with the smoke that was laid down there, it was just difficult for him to find Domster. Domster playing the situation perfectly there. The mind games around the smoke and just dancing around there silently. Sonic moving as much as he could, trying to find something, not able to. So Bravado going to force up around that AWP, 2 rifles and 2 pistols, and they're going to see what they're going to do. Trying to find some early information here. Sonic going for the peek, doesn't actually spot the player on ramp.
Well, not a very comfortable bind for Energy here, even though they did win that round. It's going to be tough for them. They've got a bit of utility though. Bravado really don't have much at all. They've got 3 flashies and 3 rifles. The AWP in Detrini's hands will be very valuable in this sort of scenario. Domster gets the entry frag, takes out JT. And now Energy move in towards this A bomb site. It's going to be tough for them, but they should be able to get it right if they just get the angles right and the entries correct. Fady close by with a 5-7. Let's see if he can hold them off. Under a lot of pressure, gets taken down. That's 2 frags for Energy here. And Bravado can't go for the retake here. 2 of the players on the CT staircase. There we go. Detrini and Elusive walking in. And it's a 2-on-2 right now. Quite an interesting advantage here though for Bravado. They've got the AWP. Detrini just needs to use it. Let's see if he can pick up the frag on the left. Oh, misses the shot. And Energy knows where they're sitting. Elusive needs to try and support with a P250 on the angle. A lot of flashes coming in. Bits of utility still being used, and Nefan gets the frag on Detrini. That's the AWP out the picture. Elusive under pressure. Can he clutch it out? Can he pick up the frag? Almost, almost. And that is the 6th round here for Energy. Well played.
Gets the dink there, the heartbreak. I felt like he was going to do that. And I think he's going to be disappointed considering he got the dink there. So somehow 10 HP and Energy take it across the line, 6-3 at the... Well, at the moment there, some interesting comments coming through. Nefan thinking that perhaps Elusive should have died a little bit sooner there.
There's obviously a little bit of grudge moments here between member. At the moment, Eco round now from Bravado, so this should go in Energy's favor. But look at Sonic here with a B250, takes down Domster, and causes a bit of a disruption here because that bomb's down. But Energy should be able to pick it up comfortably though.
They have 1 flash and they get a kill off it. It shows you how useful utility can be in this game. Throwing the AWP actually up there to get it out of the hands potentially of the Bravado Gaming side, deciding to keep with the rifles. And Flexi looks like he just has the Tech 9, interestingly. So I guess they just don't want to take any chances. They've got a fairly strong economy at the moment, whereas Bravado's is, well, not feeling so healthy.
Well, Energy definitely seeking blood in this game right now. They are chasing for the 16-round mark here. Entry play now from Canny. He actually picks up the frag on Elusive, surprisingly. And Flexi will support now. There, Fady coming in, and then all of a sudden, double kill coming up for Energy here. They'll end it off comfortably there. 7-3. Only losing 2 guns in the gist of it.
Well, you got to say that 7 for the Energy side here. Actually, mission accomplished for this half. They could potentially win this half if they get 8, and the way they're going at the moment, it could be even more. On the other side, Sonic and Detrini doing a good job, but the other 3 really not contributing as much as one would have hoped. If you look at those scorelines, unfortunately, we're going to see the buy from them. No AWP in play for either team here.
They don't need the AWP. Good old rifle battle is always fun to watch. And Ballistic going in, trying to get hold of Sonic there, but that's a very good good defense there from the Bravado player. Now at the moment, Bravado trying in. There's the trade-off.
Oh, sneaky from Domster, actually pushing through the smoke there.
Indeed, trying to move into the connector side, but he's actually got himself in a bit of a predicament here with that molly. Low on the HP, and Elusive does well with the 2K.
Oh, but Nefon brings it back just momentarily, however. Fady taking down Domster, who was low HP, but Nefon can clutch this.
Yeah, 2-on-1. Nefon here at the moment needs to be careful on the right-hand side. He doesn't spot. Can he get the frag shot? Needs to watch his back. JT coming in, and there he will take him down. So Bravado pick up another round here and remain okay, saving 2 guns.
Yeah, 2 guns is okay. 3 would have been better for their economy, but I'm sure they'll take 2 there. Good support play there from the Bravado Gaming side, and Domster really doing a lot of work in that round. It's just a shame for him that he got caught in the back. But I think Domster again showing what a valuable player he is there. The other side, 4 points now for Bravado, and they're going to be trying to make the comeback trail, you know, get on the comeback trail in this half to actually bring things back into line, because right now Energy sort of running away with it. Not quite just yet, but definitely doing huge damage on what should be a fairly CT-sided map.
Yeah, Nefon at the moment, essential for him to try and get an entry somewhere. A lot of utility flying into this B-bomb side. JT backing off immediately. Let's see if Energy can get into it and get the bomb down. Ropey buy from them. Fady with the first frag. As they jump into the side, Fady stays alive, gets himself another one. He's got the support from Destiny. Doesn't spot Nefon as of yet. Nefon, the last one left here. He's got a massive clutch on his hand. Not going to happen. JT shuts him down there. Bravado pick up the 5th round.
Perfect round out of Bravado Gaming there. Just losing a little bit of HP on JT, and that's it. And you've got to say, the counter flashes there on point. The support play, the rotation was on time. And JT was, of course, doing the work there on the bomb side itself. So Bravado now on 5, Energy on 7. And again, Bravado are going to want to actually bank the 8 rounds to give themselves the best possible chance going on to their CT side. Energy already going to be pretty happy with 7. If they can get more, it's gravy.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, and look at that. Tetrini spamming through the gap there, picking up Cannibalistic. Eco round, of course, here for Energy. So Bravado should be able to capitalize with this. Just getting pretty much the standard frags is what we would expect, but you never know what can happen here. We might just see an amazing little bit of clutch work coming out on Nefon.
Well, it seems like he's always in that situation, denied this time around again, but he's always the guy that's left alive, hoping to do the big work. We see the pause coming in here. I don't know if it's quite a tack or a tech pause. We'll find that out in a second. But
looks tack pause.
Tack pause, yeah. So one thing that has been interesting about Bravado Gaming, and where I feel it's maybe been an issue for them, is Fady's been very aggressive there towards Catwalk, and he's been shut down quite a lot. I mean, he's done okay, but it just seems like in the mid takes he's kind of facing more than he probably needs to, and he's been punished repeatedly. Probably needs to you know, change up his position, maybe get into ladder room, or look at playing more from sight after the early stages of the round. But I mean, he's done okay kill-wise, but he was also farming some kills there in that eco round.
Yeah. Just having a quick look at the scores again. Just as you can see there, Destiny on top, 15 for 9, followed by Sonic doing all the heavy lifting here for the Bravado teams. Fady actually as well. And then if you look at Nefon and Domster, both picking up double figures respectively there, of course, for Energy. So Energy's done very well here, in my opinion, picking up 7 rounds, of course, on T side. What's interesting, though, is this tack pause. Is it a tack pause now that they want to consider buying? Look, they've got enough to buy up utility, etc. Or is it a tack pause to stop the momentum of Bravado?
It could be a little bit of both. I think having already purchased the AK on Domster, it's more likely that they're not considering the buy. It's already decided, or Domster pushed F3. one of the two. But
yeah.
you know, I think it is that they want to actually stop the momentum of the Bravado Gaming side. Energy also seems to be complaining about the server a fair bit, which I don't know, the scoreline doesn't seem to really reflect that at all, but they would want to actually stop Bravado from continuing to build the momentum here, and Bravado's also managed to somehow rather quietly build up some bank, which, you know, bodes pretty well for them. I mean, we've just got a couple of rounds left, but that means at least if they drop this round, they'll come in still with a strong buy into the last round.
Yeah.
And Energy, on the other hand, if they drop this round, then it's almost certainly going to be an 8-7 to Bravado, because Bravado's got the money, and Energy simply do not.
Yeah, that's the thing with Energy. They just want to get the 8 rounds. They want to win the half on T side. That's really great for any team on this map, starting it off. And back to the game now. looking at what I'm seeing right now is that they are opting to maybe go for an A-side breach here. They need to be careful though. Sonic's in that side. He's got the right support. He's got Detrony there.
And he's getting aggressive again.
Ooh, there's a bit of a trade happening though on the mid side though. Fadi's going to try and pick up a second one. He's going to back off. And already you can see Nefon just kind of lurking on this Palace side. He's going to try and pick off Elusive or Sonic. Oh, but look at this. Nice little shutdown from Elusive. There's a trade though from Energy. So we got a 2-on-2 scenario here. And Cannibalistic coming in from Connector is going to cause a bit of problems for the men in blue.
Elusive here, he's not considering that somebody could be Palace, and geez, the timing could work out. He actually doesn't show, thankfully for him. Nefon not focused at all on where he might be, so he's hoping Canny's going to be able to find something coming in through Connector. If Canny can find that, then Nefon is going to look at executing into that site, but position from Elusive here could be really crucial, considering he hasn't been considered yet in JT. Getting Nefon, finally when Nefon comes out there, and it's all on Canny.
Not going to happen. Elusive shutting him down. 7-7, guys. And this is getting very, very close.
Yeah, as I said, almost certainly it should be a Bravado 8-7 here because they got the money, and Detrony feeling particularly bold, bringing out the auto sniper. You'd expect him to probably put himself maybe CT to spam down range. Energy's so dangerous with the force buys, with the pistols. They've just been incredible throughout this tournament on the limited buys. See what they're able to actually bring out here. And
Spamming through the right spots, but
not landing any shots.
Nothing whatsoever. Unfortunate there for Detrony. Now Energy making quick work, trying to control this mid side, and let's see if Bravado do have the right people in the right places. They're actually coming up short here, trying to breach in. Fadi's going to play aggressive and gets taken down by Domster. That's a problem for Bravado, and that opens up the V-bomb side. It's going to be up to JT, but he's got the support from Detrony here with the auto sniper. Detrony just not spotting his man, and Nefon going in, taking down Elusive, and here we go. It's spamming all over the place. He picks up the one. There's the support as well, and comes around the corner after JT being dropped up to Nefon once again. He's got an AK-47. Can he clutch it out here for Energy and win the half?
It's very possible for him. He's got a lot of time, 1 minute on the clock. Going to be looking to find an opening, find himself a 1v1 here, where he's able to build off that and maybe find the second plan. Detrony's still sticking with that auto sniper, so I mean, we saw him spamming a lot of shots. He's got the 2K, but the weapon, considering the amount of bullets it puts down range, isn't always the most accurate. And he's going to spot him out now, goes for the jump.
Interesting right now. Nefon, can he clutch it out here now against Detrony and Sonic? Two very prolific players. He needs to carefully think about how to approach this situation. He's going to go at the back here, but needs to be careful of Sonic. He goes for the shot. He gets the one frag. Oh, almost picking up the 2K, and Bravado take the first half here. 8-7.
Really close half, and Energy up to 7 pretty early on there. Bravado showing a lot of grit and determination to actually come in and trusting in their structures to bring them back into the game. And yeah, scoreboard really says it all there. What a close game.
Indeed, and this is the first map of this grand final. Bravado 1-0 up on map score already. So they would like to close this one down because this is Energy's pick. So Energy needs to win this to continue this grand final, hopefully all the way through to 4 maps, or the 5th and final one.
We haven't seen too much of Bravado on this particular map of late. Saw quite a lot of them on it with the previous lineup of the Mountain Dew League, actually, and one of their famous wins on this map versus TSM, but also one of their famous losses versus Rogue, the eventual tournament winners. Let's see what's changed for them in the interim, and they're executing into this A-bomb site.
Yep. Energy and Flexi giving them the distance. At the moment, hard plays from Bravado here. Flexi picking up the 1, but Bravado respond with 2. And now the rest of Energy moving into the site, spamming through the smoke, but nothing really coming of it yet. Bomb goes down. 3-on-4 scenario, favoring Bravado at the moment. Oh, but there's a trade in the back. And look at this. Canny's trying to find the head of Sonic. Sonic just needs to peek for him. Detrony engaging. Gets! Nice little 2 shots there for Energy, and it's a 1-on-1. Who gets it? Is it Fadi or is it Canny? Realistic now. Good little pop flash now. He's going to try and go for a fake defuse. Is he going to chop his head off? He does! And a very good start for Energy Sports here on the pistol.
Such confident play from Canny there, going for that fight. Not that much HP on him, but she's so confident in landing that headshot. He had the kit, knew that he could take it, and pressed home as a potential advantage there. You would have thought, not really. I mean, it was quite a close situation, but with just such confidence in his aim.
Indeed. Good start for Energy here. They want to lock it down and take it all the way to 16, giving themselves their first map. And a 1-1 scenario going into map 2.
And lots of ones. 1Ds all round.
Holy moly, that's a lot of deeks. That's a full deco, man.
Yep,
That's
you don't see it often.
Not at all. Let's see what Bravado can do with the deco.
Well, we know certainly what Sonic can do, surprising us big time with that 3K out of nowhere. So explosive yesterday versus Damage Control. They're going for the shots there. Fady just millimeters off.
Old teammates there having a go at each other. Obviously the rifle wins. Deadly's going to go in. He's going to pick up the one frag, but there's the trade immediately. Still favoring Energy here. Oh, we missed Sonic with one, taking down Cannibalistic. So Takpok left. Let's see what Sonic can do. This deagle of his. Takpok now just sitting in the sight here. JT following up behind Sonic here. Bravado now trying to get a frag shot on that man in that site.
Takpok hiding in that corner there. Just hoping that hopefully they don't have a nade or a molly or something like that, because that's the worst thing that could happen to you. And another bad thing that happens there is Takpok goes down to Elusive, knows exactly where his Nefan with the trade finally.
Oh, well, at the moment, Bravado doing a stunning job here on the second round with these pistols, managing to get quite a number of frags. JT just kind of tracing Nefron through the smoke. Can't spot him, but we can see Domster coming up from Connector. Look at this aggressive play now coming out. And they're going to challenge Nefron, both swamping him at the moment, or swarming him. And it's up to Domster here. The bomb will go down in the nick of time. JT picks up a UMP. It's up to Domster. Can he clutch it out here for Energy? Very difficult position, and Bravado retain a round. Very well played. The deco working.
Well played on the deco there, on the, well, essentially it was more of a force buy, I guess, since they had armor, but I like using the word deco, I'm going to use it. I like it.
Yeah.
But really well played to them, and very measured approach to their aggression. They weren't just throwing their lives away there. You could see Detrini's push there from Palace, timed to get that kill. He goes down, then the next player gets the kill. It's just really, really well worked there, and they found the openings.
It's a hand cannon bazaar. I mean, come on.
Well, it could be a bazaar. I mean, there is a market on this map after all.
You see the relevance?
Yeah.
Now you see what I did there. But anyway, back to the game here. 9-8, Bravado have got the lead, and we see some bits of utility being used.
It is essentially a force buy here for Energy. Yeah, with pistols, they are so dangerous, getting the dink there through the smoke. Domster actually ending up better for that exchange despite taking quite a few more bullets there. Aim on point.
Oh, he's actually beaten Elusive in that little aim off. Right now, just looking at the setup here. 3 players focusing towards the A side for Bravado. And only 2, Sonic and Elusive, very defensively sitting on the B side. It could be an intention where Bravado want to take this. They might just be throwing a little bit of utility into that A bomb side, trying to force a rotate, moving into the B side rapidly, and then going for the plant. But you can see the whole of Bravado kind of moving slowly now towards that B apps.
Very passive and slow from them, but they want to be deliberate. They know how dangerous Energy are on these pistols.
Oh, we can see Domster just bumping around. Yeah, I don't know if he actually spotted Sonic here. Sonic's got an AK-47. So he's going to be very dangerous. Let's see if Domster can defend it off. Oh, they don't spot him, but he gets taken down. Bravado now moving into the side. Look at Nefanyo. Very good position. And he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He'll get taken down. And already the rotation here. Cannibalistic in the side, but both of them drop immediately. And it's only Flexi left here with a 5-7. Is he going to wait for exit frags? Probably, yeah.
I think he got spotted there immediately as he tried to actually come up. So support play from Sonic on point there to actually just hold off any potential for the backstab there. So he fires a shot, discourages Flexi, and Flexi's going to be running away, looking for a corner to hide in.
Yeah, rather just try and do that. Look, he's got some armor, utility, and a 5-7. He's going to try and keep it.
Yeah, keep the value going into the next round. You never know. Again, I keep saying it, but Energy's so dangerous with pistols. Maybe they're going to do something with that.
It's really just it's positioning. If you hold a very good angle with a 5-7 in close combat or close range,
well, true, but
you can literally just chow heads off with it.
Very true. It's going to be 10-8 here. Bravado extending their lead slightly, but really what I've seen out of Energy with the pistols is the aggression. I mean, on Overpass earlier against DC, they actually pushed through Monster with pistols on their CT side, and it just shows you what you can accomplish with pistols in this game if you've got the prodigious skill that these gentlemen have, and of course catch your opponent a little bit unawares. So I don't think Bravado though would fall into a trap like that.
Yeah, let's have a look at Bravado now. Just kind of moving in towards the B-bomb side. Energy on an eco again, just opting to have one man in that B-bomb side area, and it's Nefan. You can see
JT the point man there, trying to farm up some money.
Yeah, with that farming utensil. Oh, he gets the shot. Easy stuff for Bravado, moving in towards the B-bomb side. Here's the rotation coming in from Energy, but look at JT here, aggressively moving forward, trying to pick up a frag with that MAC-10. Not really going to happen. I think Energy are going to try and opt to go a different angle here. We've got Elusive going to taking down Tupcorp pretty simply there. Like
rather easy, rather dirty. Simple for him, but I don't think Tupcorp will be feeling too good after that. Probably needs an aspirin or two. So will JT, actually just pushing through there rather wildly, hoping to get some kind of crazy spray down shot versus the ecoic players. But I don't think a MAC-10 is going to be much use to them, so he might as well go for that. And look at that, Fady.
That was so close,
Oh.
so close. Cannibalistic almost got him there with a proper stab. If he was under 50 HP, it reduced him.
Yeah, indeed. That got a little bit sketchy there. And there's a kill for Domster, so he gets next to 300 in the bank. And you never know, that could be a nade that makes a difference in this round.
Well, talking about the round that will make a difference, it's this one right now. Energy need to actually get this round. Otherwise, it's going to be problems. Bravado are just going to start snowballing because, well, looking at it right now, Energy don't have the best economy. Bravado have a little bit of bank saved up.
Yeah, they've managed to be fairly good with saving, you know, doing what their parents said, saving your money, spending on anything you shouldn't.
Indeed.
Quite aggressive tension he's actually getting there. Catches a couple of bullets in response, but manages to escape. Sonic, meanwhile, taking a little bit of damage himself. But Bravado going to be keen to shut down Energy in this early part of the second half, the first buy round. Energy, meanwhile, really need to win this round fairly convincingly and start to build a bank, crawl their way back into this game.
Yeah, otherwise the snowball's going to happen. But mid-side play here now coming out from Bravado. They're controlling the mid just a bit. Obviously opting to go for the A side here, but the bomb is still sitting in T-spawn. Very, very peculiar position to drop it. Obviously, might be a late rotation.
Is this matchmaking?
Potentially.
You know, the old matchmaking trope, yeah? Your teammate drops the bomb in spawn and
Everyone
you're all on the
goes
sides.
in, you all go in, yay, we get the frags. Where's the bomb?
Yes.
Still a despawn.
Domster now getting aggressive here in B apps. Managing to find a fair bit of information, so he's probably going to call for the rotate towards his teammate. You can actually see player moving to the B bomb side. They're going to know this is coming.
Yep.
All on the Bravado players here to find these entries.
Yeah, it's up to them right now. Good use of utility at the moment, but Flexi might pick off the one. And it looks like Cannibalistic and Tuckbook already doing a lot of work right now, going for the retake. But look at this, Elusive picks up the 2K, and it's up to Detrony here. Man alone, is he going to back off now? He needs to be careful. Domster's waiting for him. So he's potentially in a possible position here that he could get taken out.
Yeah, well, with the time that's left, they're going to try, but again, Energy don't have that much in terms of money. They're actually still going for it, so caution to the wind, and Detrony punishing them. Wow, that was so close. Detrony, if he'd gotten that, can you imagine winning the round and going into the next round at CT with no money?
Yeah, that would have been a little bit of a problem.
But still, it's dented their economy. They won, but not great economy.
At
3
all.
UMPs and a FAMAS. On the other side, we're going to see the AK buy coming in for Bravado Gaming. They still had money for this buy, but after this, their coffers are going to be pretty empty as well.
Yeah, very, very dangerous predicament right now for Energy. Even though they won that round, like you said, they're only sitting with UMPs. They're going to have to play up close and defend the site here. Now it's up to Bravado to try and improvise, maybe get something a little bit more B-orientated, perhaps, really. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, again, a slow default coming out from Sonic, the only guy towards that A-ramp area, just trying to find some early anger, some early angst out of the NG esports side, maybe going for some kind of pick early on ramp. Not able to. And JC, with that spray, wouldn't realize quite how close he was to actually being on the money there. Kenny trying to peer over the smoke now. They would have heard him drop there, but manages nonetheless to avoid the nades.
Looking at the tension here, Bravado might take this bomb towards the A side, and what a shot from
Filthy.
Detrony. Opening it up here now for them. He's going to go in for the 2K, picks it up, and now all of a sudden the A-bomb site under a lot of pressure.
You know stuff is going down when our observer is holding his mouth in shock.
Yeah. He likes to do that. Takbok actually sitting in Palace right now. Bravado moving in. Good little use of Molly there. There's the rotation in effect. Nefon gonna try and engage. He gets the one frag. He needs to pick up that AK-47. That'll help him quite a bit. Fady though responding, taking down Domster. So it's Takbok and Nefon. Well, only Takbok left. And he's sitting in Palace, and this is a problem for Energy as he goes down. And that's the 12th round here for the Bravado team.
Yeah, Fady getting the 2K, but I think Detriny's 2K super impactful there. What a filthy shot to open that up, and then the follow-up. And look, it reflects in his score. What a star he's been in this game. 24 and 14. The rest of the team contributing nicely as well. On the other side, Nefon, the guy you wouldn't expect to be on the top, sitting on the top for his team.
Yep. 12 and 9. Scorecard here. Bravado looking good. Eco round now for Energy Sports.
Just a couple of upgraded pistols, but very much an eco for them. Fady now on the hunt, trying to just maybe spot out a leg or something there. Domster, meanwhile, quite a forward position in that lowers area, and also with the potential to possibly rack on the Bravado players here, should they push and not watch their backs. That the Energy players actually coming in with the flag, going to come through apps as well. So Domster's already behind them, and he has teammates coming as well.
Oh, a bit of a problem right now here for Bravado. Look at this, Domster dropping the bomb, but it has dropped into the B-bomb site, so it's not all the end for Bravado just yet. Look at Takbok in the middle of the smoke. He picks up one. He's going to go for a second. Can he get it? Oh, unfortunately not. And Bravado close it off there, 13-9, and they're getting closer to the second map win.
That nearly got very, very sketchy there for Bravado, and you always get worried when you see that pistol in the right hand of Takbok, and the money at the moment for Energy still not good. They are in double save territory, unfortunately for them. And Bravado Gaming looks set to take it to 14.
Energy, take my energy. Let's try and get behind this team to take the first map here, the first actual map, and cause a little bit of a 1-1 scenario. As you can see, JT moving in, trying to get the frag. He doesn't get it right. Backs off, but a good start for Energy as they drop one already. Sonic out of the picture.
Takbok getting aggressive early on. They're getting a fair bit of information, but it doesn't seem like Bravado have quite committed to where they're going to go. JT, ooh, I nearly expected him to land that shot. He's been hitting his shots so well today.
Looks like Bravado going to move in towards the B-bomb site. Domster, the first victim here to Fady. And now, Fady still moving in. Flexter managing to get the one, but there's the response now. Double K from JT, and that should be a bomb launch here for the Bravado team. Rotation now from Takbok.
But the player then, Apps, could actually be quite crucial. Yeah, he's peppering them with shots. How did he get elusive there?
Oh, such a good play here from Cannibalistic. He's right in the right position. He can't get hold of JT. Doesn't get the bullets on him. Can he clutch it out here for Energy with the pistol? It's possible. Time's of the essence right now. Trying his best to just work the angles here. Maybe get a shot on JT. Not going to happen. 14th round here to Bravado. And things are looking pretty sketchy right now for Energy. We need the support. Hashtag believe. Come
Energy,
on.
take my energy.
Yeah.
Well, I can take yours. I'm keeping mine on.
Look, that's the thing. Energy can do it from your side. I mean, how?
Well, I mean, in that round, they nearly did it. It got very dangerous there for Bravado with the way things were going. But so far, the entries from Bravado really crisp. And I mean, Energy famed for, especially their players, just having that crazy one, first bullet aim and accuracy. But Bravado showing why their players themselves are so revered there. Of course, their executes as well, very well timed. Just it seems like they have a little bit more information in the way they're moving around the map.
Ooh, missed shot there from Cannibalistic. Energy Bravado trying to probe around in that A-bomb site. Hopefully getting the shot. Nefon being flashed out. Aggressive play from Fady here, but gets taken down. But there's a trade. So it's a 4-on-4 right now. Looking tough for Energy Sports. They need to try and defend off Bravado team. Doesn't look good for them. Nefon also dropping there.
That's such a difficult position in that ladder room because there's so many angles you can be shot from, and Nefan was really paranoid about getting shot. Did get shot, and this B-bomb site almost open for them here.
Big problems here. Takbok doing well, but there's the trade once again. Bravado trading well. Some form of way already. Energy under pressure here. They've got 2 players against 3. Can they go for the retake? Cannibalistic here with the AWP. We have Takbok with support, but he gets taken down by Detrony. Detrony just so quick.
Oh!
Picks up another one.
How did he get that?
15-9, and Bravado 1 round away from picking up their second map.
When I looked at that peak happening there from Detrony's point of view, his crosshair was to the left, and Kenny had the perfect angle on him, and somehow the speed, the reaction time,
Didn't look like it hit him.
Unbelievable. But Detrony again, look at how he showed up on this map. 29 kills, 16 deaths. What a star performance from
He's
Detrony.
going for the 30 bomb. That's the thing. He wants his 30 bomb. He wants blood. And looking at Energy's buy right now, it ain't looking good. We got 3 UMPs, aggressive play. Flexi going up, picking at the 2K here. Very good start for them though. And they've got the bomb, which is hugely essential.
Oh, and Sonic there with a pretty crisp headshot. And you could see they were aware that he could possibly be coming from there. He's got the bomb, Takbok, but they're going to be pressuring him. Needs his teammates to actually come in here and support him.
Yeah, they've only got 1 guy literally looking after that bomb right now. But it's do or die right now for Energy. They need to control and try and maintain. Potentially they can do it.
Oh,
Wow!
Detrony again.
What a shot through the smoke. Back that man, like you say.
Indeed. There are only 2 Bravado players here, but they know exactly where the Energy players are. So, I mean, they know they're going to be camping on this bomb. So, this could actually help them.
Oh, Detrony just sitting in position right now. He's trying to come around the corner. Cannibalistic might get hold of him. He does.
And it's all on Elusive now to clutch this. He's going to get the first kill, yeah. He's got 2 more players to deal with.
Let's see if he can do it. He needs to watch out. He tries to engage. Needs to be careful though. Nefon's on top of him. Can Energy hold them together? He gets the one, almost the second. But good for Energy here.
5
picking
HP.
Up. Jeez. Energy holding on. 10 rounds.
And we're all holding our heads there. That just looked like it almost was about to happen, that Elusive was going to get that 3K. Our analyst panel also throwing their hands in the air there as well. Beautiful stuff there. So very close. And Bravado still with the buy here. Energy going to have a buy too, but a little bit limited on the nades.
Yeah, let's see if Energy can hold it together. Can they defend Bravado and take the second map and put it into overtime? Hashtag believe. I'm carrying on with it from last night. And obviously the estranged half-brother of Goliath, Bravado, is Energy Sports.
Bravado's Goliath to your red-headed brother of questionable origin.
Anyway, into round 26 here. Energy literally 1 little hair away, keeping it together. But
Fady there with a drive-by.
Getting the first entry here, bit of a problem for Energy. That's the second one from Sonic as well. As they move and pick up the bomb, it means the B site is under scrutiny here. The same with A. Only 1 person in either site. And Domston are going up a little bit more aggressively. He's going to try and tackle JT. He gets the shot. It's a 3-on-3 here.
But Elusive here might actually round on him. He knows where Domster's playing from, but Domster somehow gets the headshot.
All of a sudden, applied pressure here. Detrony getting burnt out there, gets taken down. Domster here keeping it alive for Energy Sports. Fady, the last one left for Bravado. Can he clutch it out? He's a phenomenal player. Didn't spot Nefon there, but is not aware of the play on his right. But gets the frag and opens it up here.
19 HP though, it's going to be really tough, but his shots have been on point today. Let's see what he's able to find. Nefon sort of flirting with the shoulder peak there. Just holding for now.
Trying to see if he can find Nefon coming out. Oh, he drops him down to quite low HP. He's going to go for the reload here. Can he take him on? Oh, he gets the shot and he's going to go in. Flexi, 8 seconds on the clock. Flexi's close by. He's going to go in and picks it up. What clutch there from Fady. 16-10. And we go straight back to the panel.
Well, I think that that return to us was as quick as that last kill. That was quite something. What a game, guys. I mean, as Mr. Burning Red said, there were definitely a few of us throwing our hands up in the air. I think we should pretty much start us off with, Pongo, you were saying first to 10, right? Ian, getting those double digits.
First double digits against Bravado. I mean, it's a good start. I really thought my prediction was 3-1. I thought that was perhaps the map that Energy wanted to take. It started off really well on their T side. They got into a very good position. They took control of mid pretty often, but again, it just came down to just Bravado winning those duels. Detrony was untouchable that game. he was just hitting shots that were pretty much inhuman at times. I mean, you saw that last shot from
Apps into
into
kitchen.
bathrooms. I'm sorry, into kitchen. And then, I mean, Elusive in the 25th round looks for the 1v3 to win the game, and he can't do it. He just leaves Nefan on 5 HP, and then Fady, who was my prediction for top scorer in that game, 6 frags behind Detrini. So I was close, and he just rounded it off with it. I think I should get the point anyway for Fady winning that game for Bravado.
Actually, who was the top scorer on?
Nefan on Energy.
We'll see. The score is on the screen, so we can look in a second. It was Nefan, yeah. Well, actually, no, yeah, Nefan 22 frags.
Near fun, yeah.
Well, I think that's the closest thing I can give. So I think bonus point goes to good old Prof. Actually, I like that.
Well, we'll see how the rest of the game goes. But yeah, I mean,
That look, Koga, I wish we could go back in time. I feel like we were on the stats, but Koga just gave me the stink eye.
I don't give a stink eye. It's like, I don't know. You either get the prediction right. It's like, oh, well, we all said 3-1, but, because... but anyway, it doesn't really matter. What matters is, Mirage was one of those maps where Energy had to bring it, and they just unfortunately didn't. I think it was the same thing with a couple of players not pitching up. Tuckbook so crucial on that T side. I mean, they had a decent T start, but I think if Tuckbook was firing as well, it would have been definitely a 10-5, 9-6 to Energy, which is favorable for them going in. And, I think there's just a little bit of introspection for Tuckbook going to the next map. Like, what does he need to do? If Energy are starting on the CT side now, if I remember correctly, moving over to the CT, and again, you just need to get a more comfortable start for some of the players in Energy, which I think CT does offer quite a few players. It's more comfortable, holding your sights, holding your angles, getting those frags. But I just really wanted to see Tuckbook feature a bit more on that T side for Energy.
I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified. I do want to jump in quickly, guys, because we are of course just potentially one game away from getting our grand finals winners. But there are actually a couple of other winners that I think is worth mentioning.
Oh, yes.
These are the lucky winners, and I think we'll go from M4s to knives, right? So the first one is Jark Last, who certainly didn't come last. Got himself a M4A4 Bullet Rain Rifle factory new. Congratulations. The same will go out to me apparently, Devon. I'm changing my surname into Oosthuizen to get that right. And of course, Walder Wild getting the Damascus knife. So
oh wow!
Congratulations, guys. Enjoy them. I hope you get to stab and murder many people in your CS:GO games with them. And but bring it back full circle. Let's go back on. So I know you guys were actually jumping at the edge of your seat to say something about.
Yeah, we were just talking about it before this game about how Energy are going to need that good start. They need to keep the momentum going, and we're wondering how will Bravado respond to that. And I think Energy had a great start. I think they were 6-3 up at one point, but then Bravado properly bounced back, and we saw that through players like Detrini.
Yeah, Detrini actually didn't have the best of starts on the T side. I think he got, on the CT side, I think he got like headshot, 2-3 rounds in a row to start off the round. It was just like, what more can he do at that point? Because it was just like insta-dinks to kill him off. So, a horrible start, but once he kicked into high gear, I was saying to you just before the game, Detrini sometimes feels like a Dragon Ball Z villain. Dragon Ball Z villain. Like, there's always another form, and once he hits finals day, that's when you see like the true form of Detrini. And I mean, he went ballistic in that game. Some of those shots were just silly that he was hitting.
I think we were complaining about we're needing more.
On 16 tick, it looks horrible. But I think even on 128 tick, it's probably a silly shot that is hitting there. The one with the AK through the connector. There was the couple of AWP shots from
Kenny in kitchen as well. That little pick and flick and no problem kill. But I mean, look at what Energy need to do for this map. Again, it's going to come down to that mid control, controlling Sonic on highway. I think Cash is so important, and they are starting on the CT for now. But on the T side, I mean, T side Bravado, they are still one of the more mechanical teams. I think Energy to beat them on this map on the CT, they have to switch up their playstyle. They've got to be slightly more aggressive. They've got to look for those picks in A main. They've got to look for the pressure on mid, keep those two men in mid. They were playing Domster in Vents, which was fantastic. But, when it comes to relegation, I think, again, they need to look at focusing on dealing with Sonic in that mid, putting two people up, and they're at least looking for the trade, because they're still such a crucial member on that A-bomb side. And it's going to be a real tough match. I mean, they're already 2-0 down, so this is potentially the last map we're going to see. Bravado win this, we're done. That's it. Energy lose 3-0, and someone got the prediction. We'll get the prediction right. You. Yeah. But yeah, I don't want to see that. I was kind of banking on Energy taking Mirage, but they're going to have to really step it up on Cash. I think for a slightly more aggressive CT side was the one that's going to push Bravado over.
But it wasn't all one-sided, right? I mean, when I think back to, I think it was round 25. Sort of 5 HP in a dream. Was it? Energy definitely could stand their ground. There was.
But it was 15-10. So I mean, what was left for them?
The thing about this map is that when BVD did play, or the last map between these two teams yesterday, BVD's T side didn't look fantastic on Cash. It is one. It is a map that obviously favors AIM. So I think they built up a big enough bank on the CT side to get away with some sloppy play on the T side. But with Energy starting CT, BVD is really going to need to get off to a good start, because if Canny, if Nefon, if they start getting that confidence and you can get the rest of the team in on it as well, BVD could have a bit of a struggle. Like I said, their T side seemed a bit sloppy at times. It wasn't that the executions were bad, but you need to be able to force the Energy players out of their spots. If they're going to be able to just hold an angle on you as you run into sight, a lot of those kills are going to be very, very easy for them.
You can actually see by the kill feed, like it's just Flexi standing in the spawn right now, just killing people, and that just shows that the Bravado are doing their classic huddle before the game. One of the few teams that do it in the country, I think, that little pre-game huddle, chanting BVD, getting back down, and yeah, I think this is going to be a very momentum-controlled game. I think whichever team is firing on, I think it's going to take it, but you know, looking at us again, it's Energy, aggressive, Bravado. They need to shut down those Bravado setups. They need to, on the T side, they need to just get people. They just you know, pump up Tuckbook, get him back into that place where you can just run into a side and kill 4 people.
Give him a couple of easy frags on an eco or something. You know, if you know BVD is going to be running in with USPs or something, give him a couple of easy frags, because you know that he needs a bit of confidence. He hasn't had a great game. Just get him a little bit up, and his aim could very well return as a result.
I mean, we say this, right? But there was that deco round, as I hear it's called.
Yeah.
I mean, that was crazy stuff.
No, it's been beautiful, and I think Energy, if there's a time for them to step up now to actually make that difference, the time is now. Unfortunately, this is the last chance they have, and let's hope that they can fire on all cylinders today.
Right, well, on that note, I think it's time to toss things over to our casters. Burning Red and Extreme, take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Halbert. And yeah, map 3 on theory, but map 2 in game. What a phenomenal first map there from Bravado. Fady with that little 3v1 clutch. I mean, crazy stuff. Looking at it now, Bravado on T side, and we've got Energy on the CT side, and already they are moving in towards this A-bomb site. First frag actually going to Cannibalistic here, and now it's a defense mode here for Energy Esports, trying to avoid any sort of bomb plant, which is going to take place, and there we go, just in the nick of time for Bravado, and all of a sudden Energy trying to get in here, but Bravado responding back with frags.
Difficult situation here for Bravado on this retake. They got a number down, but Detrini addressing that. JT also getting killed. Detrini with another headshot. They're so crisp. Going for the final one, but gets put down. Nefa now in the clutch situation. Just JT to deal with.
Yeah, he picks up another pistol here. Very important. One-on-one. Let's see if Nefon can start it off here for Energy Sports. David versus Goliath, and he gets the shot, and that is the pistol round for Energy. Does he get it? He should. Ooh, it's going to be... No, it should be fine. Energy Sports there. First round to them. Good start. And when I mean by David versus Goliath, it is David, Energy Sports versus Goliath, Bravado on their map choice.
Yeah, Bravado very powerful on this map. They've played it a lot internationally as well, and it really looked after Detrini's heroics with the 2 quick headshots. So that was Bravado's round for all money, but Nefon having other ideas, they're able to clutch it out for his team. And while the clutches didn't always go his way on the previous map, he was in the clutch situation quite a lot. And clearly a very clutch player, able to actually bring it through for his team there. So Energy get the start. They're going to have the buy-up, of course, having won the round. Bravado Gaming going with the force. Which is interesting, because they got the bomb plant. They could have decided to save and get AK's third round. So clearly they don't want the Energy Esports team to actually get any economic momentum here.
Yep. So at the moment, got a utility moving into the A-bomb site. Bravado now setting up to go for it again. Sonic also loves to play door as they move in. Do they get the frag? No, Flexi responds with 1. A lot of utility being thrown all over the place. Guys are blind, and still Energy manages to get a couple of frags in. There's the 2 from Bravado. They should be able to get the bomb down here. A 3-on-3. And not bad play from Bravado now on the second round with that force up, but they're catching him just. He's Flexi on Fady. Domster coming in from A main side. He's going to try and pick off at least JT or Elusive here. He's got the support from Nefon as well. It's a 3-on-2. Can Bravado hold it together? No, it looks like Elusive going down, but it's up to JT here to clutch it out. He's got a Tech 9 or a UMP. He goes for the shot, picks up the second one, and all of a sudden it is Flexi versus JT. JT here with a Tech 9 and picks it up, and that's the first round for Bravado.
20
Wow.
HP separating him there from the win or the loss, and able to carry it through for his team so close in consecutive rounds.
And that's the thing. Bravado now went for that buy-up and actually capitalized off it. Well done to them.
Yeah, taking the risk there actually, and the risk paying off. Energy now with nothing in the bank. They're just going to upgrade some pistols, pretty much a full eco for them. Of course, they can still do damage, but Bravado going to be wise to the aggression. And look at the aggression towards Aimania. They can actually just truck on in here. They got one flash. I imagine they're going to use that now. Doesn't work for them, but Detrony getting himself out of that situation with some haste.
Quite a bit of aggression coming out there from the CTs on that A main side. Although JT taking down Cannibalistic and mid, important thing for Bravado here. They got the option now to move into B more freely, but Nefon's there with a beat to 50. He's going to go in for the second frag, almost getting it right. Low on HP, he'll get traded off there. But still, Bravado are in the B-bomb site now, and the rotation's happening quite freely here.
Two players with P250s. What can they do? Well, they can do that if they tuckbook. Wow.
They went straight in, gung-ho, and took the first head off. Still a 3-on-1. Domster right now. Very difficult predicament. Can he clutch it out? I don't think so, but there's a chance.
There's always a chance, but he's stuck in that corner right now. They seem to maybe know where he is. Not spamming him anymore there, so he's going to try to find a kill here, maybe find an opening. Running him down, though, is elusive, and that's the round for Bravado, 2-1.
Yep, Bravado now starting off quite strong, managing to bounce back after that first pistol round loss here. And just looking at the situation, Energy probably going to opt for the save here, or maybe upgraded pistols rather. And Bravado should go straight into sight, pick up the third round there for themselves.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy for Bravado, you would think, but there's armor on three of the players. See what they're able to do. Going to get aggressive, it looks like, towards Squeaky potentially. Meanwhile, the action is happening here towards B. Bravado using those mollies to clear out the area there, but don't clear out the corner. Domster getting the kill, but the trade's flying in for Bravado Gaming.
Yeah, he had a bit of an angle there with a 5-7, picking up that first frag, and now Tuckbox trying to challenge, but will go down. And it's up to Nefan here to try and clutch it out. He needs to try and get that rifle from Sonic. Not going to happen. That's the third round for Bravado. And T-side start, looking good for them.
Yeah, playing relatively quick there for Bravado, because you don't usually see them play around that quickly, but possibly taking Energy by surprise there. You're going to see the AWP in the hands of Canny now, and on the other side, Detrony's got the AWP, and Detrony has been an absolute star this weekend.
Yeah. Cannibalistic versus Detrony. This is going to be interesting. He's going to go for the boost here. Let's see if he spots Cannibalistic. No, doesn't look like he's in mid. He's going to rather go for the A side.
Decides to wait for the molly timing there, expecting it seemingly.
Yeah, clever play. Ooh, almost a little of the spam working out there for Domster. But now Detrony on point, actually picking up the 2K.
Detrony.
Dropping Domster and Tuckbook now and moving towards the A side. Now it's going to be up to Cannibalistic here, just kind of looking on where he's situated. He's got the angle on the A long here, or sorry, A main here specifically. So if he gets a little bit of a pixel coming across that screen, he's going to be able to drop Detrony here. That's at least a good trade for the Energy team.
Yeah, they really do need some kind of response here. And Bravado at the moment not wanting to give it to them, playing quite passively. Nice little detail there in mid, the molly from his teammate there, actually enabling Detrony to get that kill. He seemed to be aware that there might be a player close. That molly lands, he jumps up on the boost and catches the player as the player is running away from the fire, and then follows it up with a rather filthy shot.
At the moment, Bravado just slowing it down immediately, going, hold on, guys. Let's just take this easy. We're going to re-push this, or kind of like arrange this a little bit, you know, before going into the A-bomb side. Because it looked like they were going to go A, but now they've completely swapped it out. Look at this. Quick aggression. Into the B-bomb side they go. No one's going to be there, so pretty simple stuff for them. All the mollies flying in, and there's no CTs around. They're rather going to go for the save and the weapons here.
Well, considering the economic situation, Energy had one of two choices there. They could have decided to split their forces, maybe put one mid and one either side. That's typically what you see from players in a pickup game or a matchmaking game or something like that. But at this level, when your economy is in the situation it's in, it makes sense to hedge your bets on a particular bomb site. So they decide on A, and Bravado reading it pretty smartly there, able to get the site quite easily. And the Energy player is going to be trying to back each other up here as the Bravado players go on hunt here. On the hunt, and Fady, like a shark, smelling blood, he's after this.
picks up the one. Let's see if he can take down the AWPer here. Cannibalistic in a dangerous position. He's going to try and go for the angle. So it gets him! And that's a problem here for Energy, dropping the AWPer. And F1 also going down.
Fady is a god. And yet another 3K on no HP.
Dangerous. Just completely dangerous.
Wow, so very dangerous. And if we have a look at the scores there, it reflects the danger that Bravado Gaming represents. Pretty good scores across the board, 6, 7, and 6 on Sonic, Destiny, and JT, respectively, I think it was.
Yeah, that's a big problem now for Energy. Saving the 3 weapons, dropping it right on the end there. And you can see, upgraded pistols, all they got. They're going to play an aggressive A here. They're probably going to box it or push it. It looks like it's going to be a push. Fady the first one to try and pick up the frag. He gets it, actually, and Nefon the only one to respond for Energy. He's going to try and pick up that weapon. Oh, he'll go down. So the last one is Cannibalistic with an eagle. Ah, that ain't going to happen. 5-1 here. Bravado looking super strong.
That could have gotten a bit dangerous there for the Bravado Gaming players, particularly Fady, who fluffed the spray there first up. But the support play from his teammates coming in, keeping him alive and managing to put down the aggressors there. So 5-1 at the moment. Bravado Gaming looking very strong on their T side. And we didn't see them looking this strong on T side on this map earlier in the competition. But still, this is home ground for Bravado Gaming, and Energy need to come in with a response. Kenny's got the AWP again. Let's see what he can do.
It's their map pick. So a little do or die here for Energy Sports. Already 5-1 down. And Bravado already in the process of trying to snowball their score. Cannibalistic now. He's got the angle on Fady here, who would potentially boost. It looks like they're just waiting for some utility to be thrown over. And they go. Ooh, good smoke off here from Bravado. So that's going to open it up. They take down Domster. And they go after the AWPer, taking him out through the smoke. Flexi has to respond. He gets it right. He's going to go for the 2K. He's going to back off. He's taking down JT, so it's not the end of the world here for Energy. They are able to potentially just keep themselves kind of a little bit more defensive right now. Because as you can see, Sonic under a lot of fire right now, sitting on 17 HP. Takbook doing a good job.
And Fady got a lot of ground here towards mid. Nefon's peak could actually catch him here. Does indeed. So that's Fady going down. And finally, we have numerical parity 3 on either side still alive. But that play in mid there from Bravado Gaming, spraying the smoke.
Sonic AWP, interesting to see. Let's see what he can do with it.
Well, I guess they're giving it to him since his HP is low. It makes sense for him to be the one bullet, one kill kind of player. So
oh, Flexi just holding and supporting here at the moment. Bravado struggling, and you can see Elusive going down. Energy putting themselves back in a good position right now. It's up to Sonic here with the AWP, and he might just back off for this. He'd rather keep it. Or is he going to go try and go for a quick bomb plan on the B-bomb side, maybe? I don't think so.
I don't think his legs can churn quite that fast.
No.
So unfortunately, not going to work for him there. But so it will be Energy Esports taking their first gun round here, and that's going to make them feel pretty good. Flexi with the 3K as well, coming in with a massive round. And considering the deficit they had in that round with the 2 players going down early on in mid, the spray through the smoke there, quite impressive. Very heads-up play from Bravado to be aware of where those players might be behind that smoke execute. But Energy and Flexi bringing it back, bringing it to 2-5 now, and Energy desperately need to chain a couple rounds together here.
Well, looking at it right now, Bravado still in a good position. They've got a buy up and they've got all the utility. And just looking at that setup, they've got 3 players mid. Energy, obviously making sure Bravado don't capitalize off it. There's a bit of a boost, and there we go. Cannibalistic getting hold of Destiny and putting Bravado immediately on the back foot. Is Sonic going to try and trade? This is an interesting one. Oh, no, he's not. He's going to get dropped.
Wow, I thought he had that.
2K for Cannibalistic and advantage energy, yeah.
Very much so, and Cannibalistic proving his worth in the middle there. Definitely some fast firing speed, but Domster here going to be dangerous. Doesn't actually need Domster after all. Nefon taking both. I thought Domster was going to be the guy to get that. Nefon going back for a 3K, but gets put down by Fady. Fady's done a couple of 1 versus 3 here. Can he do a 1 versus 5?
Ooh, he just got away there. He's on 44 HP. Can he get the frag shot on Domster here? That'll be quite crazy. Can he clutch against 4? I mean, right now, where's he positioned? Fady trying to come in on the mid side. You can see Takbook just trying to angle it in there on him. Putting a lot of pressure, but Fady picks it up, and he's opened it up now here for himself. Needs to be careful on Cannibalistic here. Cannibalistic, though, is noting that he might be coming through. Smokes himself off, but now Fady in a dangerous position. He's going to try and go, but gets taken down. Domster actually doing pretty well there.
Yeah, Fady, I don't know, but the man just seems to be on fire right now. 12 and 5. And I mean, he was a little quiet in the first half in the previous match, but in the second half really came into his own there. I think ending on 24 kills at the end. But right now, really looking good for his team. Energy managing to chain 2 rounds together. Vado Gaming still with the money to buy here.
Yep, full AK stack, utility, you name it, and they're not going to boost. I don't think they should. Need to be careful of Cannibalistic with that AWP. Picking out 2 of the players in the previous round. So already Bravado kind of setting up now on this A-bomb site here.
Ooh, Fady got out there. I don't think he got spotted. And he's going to be spotted now. Ooh, Tumpok with fail.
That might be a bit of a problem. Flashed up here. JT getting the first frag, and here we go. Fady's going to try, but there's the response from Flexi. Cannibalistic still waiting mid-side as he leaves the rest of the Energy team just to defend it off. Bravado now kind of poking around. They're trying to see if they can get another entry here because they've just got a trade. Well, got traded off. So they'll try and see. Sonic dangerous with his AK-47. Being very tricky right now.
It does help the T-side out, though, with the numbers being equal here. And look at the HP on Energy as well. Quite low. Nefon's going to be quite aggressive there towards the smoke. Maybe trying to catch somebody off with the UMP. Getting a close range engagement. Still 5-3 here at the moment, and Bravado want to make it 6. Energy desperately wanting to crawl closer to parity and possibly equalizing. 30 seconds on the clock now, and they're going to have to commit to this A-bomb site.
Yeah, they got 3 Energy players in the A-bomb site. One checking car, the other one forklift, and the other one red crate. But Flexi and Tuckbook low on HP. Bravado decide to move out. They get the first frag. They take out Flexi, but there's Cannibalistic with the AWP.
And he
at
drops the bomb.
least dropping the bomb. But look at this. JT, dangerous position to be in. Gets the one. He's going to try and go for Cannibalistic here. And he sprays him down, picking up another round here for Bravado.
Great plays from JT coming in with the backstab. They're cutting off the rotation and putting down the AWP, making that possible. And considering the time that was on the clock, 10 seconds, I think, just about at that point in time. Really making that round happen for his team. Energy Esports now in a very bad money situation, and they're going to upgrade pistols. Armor on only one player, but he does have a kit, so I guess they might try something trickier. Got a single flash, so I would imagine some aggression going to be going somewhere, and it looks like the B-bomb site halls are where they're going to actually push towards.
Well, the only person that's kind of going to wait for him, look at this, Elusive, so clever, just waiting for some form of aggression.
All the way back in B storage there, and spots it out.
He's going to call it out for the rest of his team. JT also there to support, but he's going to back off now, and I think the intention for Bravado is the A-bomb site. Need to pick up that bomb, though, pretty soon. Nefon, though, he's the only one in the A-bomb site, so he's just going to wait it out with his P250. Bravado, though, still keeping the bomb there at Warehouse on mid-side. A lot of utility floating into the site. They're just waiting for Nefon to kind of peek. They're not actually aware he's there, so Sonic might be in a bit of trouble. The P250's got the angle here. Does Nefon get it? No. It's taken down, and there's the 2K for Sonic. Pretty simple stuff for Bravado here, nonetheless. They've got the gun advantage.
Oh, the headshot nearly coming in there for Sonic. Sonic wants the 3K. But Fady actually rounds it off for Bravado. 7 now and looking really good on this T side. And you've got to say, Bravado, with the way they approached that round, playing it very slowly with where they put the bomb. They executed onto the site, moved into the site, but didn't move the bomb there until they were certain that it was actually taken. And it turns out to be a pretty good decision considering where Nefon was actually sitting. So Bravado with some great considered and measured approaches on their T side. Let's see if Energy are able to bring it back. And, oh, Tetrany! Oh, had he hit that, that would
So close. Almost got it. Well, buy round here for Energy Sports. Bravado now just opting maybe to take that bomb on the A side. Cannibalist, he's got no AWP. He's only got a UMP. So that's already a problem here. The smoke grenade from Fady. Interesting smoke, but should help out at least for that highway side. Flexi also picking up the first frag now for Energy. So it's a 4-on-5 here. Energy just kind of keeping the wits about him. And there is mid control out here for Bravado, as you can see. Still still taking it very slowly on that A main side.
AD actually pushing the smoke there. This could work for him.
While Sonic getting the door shot. There's Nefon with the trade. And all of a sudden, Fady under a bit of pressure, but Elusive doing well on A main side, opening it up. So Bravado have got control of that A bomb site here. Although, still a bit of utility being thrown all over the place. Highway play coming out here now from Canny. And it's up to Elusive here to try and get the bomb down or maybe clutch it out. What's he going to do? Needs to be careful. He's going to go for one. Spray down not working here for him. But he did see one of the players on the left side. It's not going to happen. Energy pick up another round here. And, well, hopefully getting closer to potentially pinching this from Bravado.
Yeah, and looking at the scores there, Fady still on top, 13 and 7. JT 11 and 5. Detrony also contributing well on the other side. That's Flexi with the top score at the moment, 10 and 9. Also Nefan looking pretty good, but right at the bottom there, 1 kill was on Takbok. Wow, that's rather surprising.
Yeah, very actually. I'm not too sure why. Maybe just not having a great game at the moment, but still. Takbok being one of the influential players for the Energy team. Spam player from Domster, not really finding anything at the moment. Elusive just kind of playing his standard role. It's kind of a Bravado default that we're seeing here, but a boost. And then obviously Sonic going door side. And Elusive just kind of waiting in that toxic area on B.
Flexi just pushing there with Takbok, trying to get some information. And Sonic would have heard this push from them now, so he's going to be calling to his teammates that they've pushed somebody up there. So they should be aware of this. Sonic actually spamming there now because he knows somebody could be hiding there.
Detrony's actually supported Elusive now here on the B-bomb side, so we might see this B breach happen. JT and Co moving towards Checker's side. Nefan's going to get busy. Can he defend it all? He's got the right angle, gets the one, and there's the trade. Unfortunately, actually, Fady picking up a 2K there and dropping one of his own team members. But still, the smoke is down. Bravado should be able to get into the site and plant.
Yeah, so the plant should come in here. 3v3 at the moment, and the utility allowing them to actually make the cross there pretty safely in the end. You could see Bravado weren't quite sure if the site was clear just yet as they started to push for the second time in. So much utility on them, but who needs it when Candy's hitting shots like this? And he's going to be forced to push through here. Might catch Sonic, but Sonic catches him with a headshot, and it's a 2v2.
Yeah, good use of utility here from Bravado, re-smoking and reusing the molly. Sonic on fire right now, picking up a 2K, but it's Takbok. Takbok doesn't have much kills to his name. Might drop. Oh, he gets it there and opens it up here for Energy. And luckily they'll be able to pick up their 5th round here. 7-5 right now. Energy Sports trying to creep back at this. Maybe winning the half, I don't know.
Yeah, Takbok must have heard what we said about him only having 1 kill there and comes in with a 2K. The crucial clutch there for his team, and I think Sonic was fancying his chances there, possibly being a bit more aggressive than he needed to. Takbok putting him down, bringing Energy back in contention for this half, and it's 7-5 right now. The buy's still not the strongest for Energy, but it's more than enough to work with. Bravado still had the money to come in with as much utility and AKs all round. All that you could possibly want.
Indeed. And now Energy Sports just need to kind of set it down, wait for it. Not play too aggressive. I mean, we can see Flexi already playing quite aggressive on A-man. Maybe not the right thing to do right now. He's got the support from Takbok though, and that opens up for Fady. Good trade there from Energy. Still 4-4 here at the moment. Both sides are secure. No mid-side control.
You can see why Fady was there, because Energy have pushed through the smoke there with a flash quite consistently. Sonic would have been calling in the past couple of rounds that it happened. Fady just posted up there in case it happens again. Still gets the kill though when the smoke actually clears there, but not quite the kill that he would have been expecting maybe.
Well, JT checking his corners. He's going to try and assist from Checker's side. Nefan again with the UMP. Did get, well, didn't exactly get the entry, but gets taken out immediately. And there's a bit of spray play from Cannibalistic to get through. And there's the follow-up from JT. You can see Domster actually following or falling short there. Bomb goes down, and it's only Cannibalistic and Flexi here. Trying to see if they can get into the site. Are they going to back off and rather keep those guns? It looks like it's going to be the case. Rather for them, safer move to make. The economy is not that great at the moment.
Oh, and the health not great. So look at that, 49 and 44. Not even 100 HP between the two of them. And Elusive seems to want a little bit more. He's hungry for blood. he's going to be trying to put down these two players to take away possible economic value that these guys can take into the next round for Energy Esports. And this is bad news for them. The reset and the hunt coming their way. Oh, but they get the shots and somehow keep those weapons alive. That is well played to the Energy guys, but Bravado Gaming, I don't think will care too much. 8-5, half win in the bag for themselves.
Still a little wham bam, thank you ma'am, you know, type of scenario there.
And then these two teams don't say thank you to each other, man.
No, of course they don't. 8-5. Very, very good score here for Bravado, of course. Look, this is their map. The buy-up here from Energy is still very ropey at the moment.
At least there's a buy-up, though. Without those two weapons, they would have pretty much had not enough to string all that much together there. And Bravado playing so fast, Detrony with the entry here, and Domster going to be pushed back, and he's on fire!
He's
Roast Domster!
Burnt out there straight away. And look at this, Bravado so quick attacking this buy-up. Sonic with a 2K, and it's only Tuck for Cliff. Can he clutch it out? Oh, I don't think it's going to be happening. Fady catching him there. 9 rounds now to Bravado, and they're starting to feel and apply the pressure.
Yeah, the squeeze is on you, and the last round of the half, Energy don't have much to work with here. And actually, that might have worked to Bravado's favor, that Energy were able to force and come in with a decent buy there. But the speed that they went in to be there, the way they carpet bombed that the area there, what is it called? I'm now going blank.
Checkers.
I'm so excited. Checkers.
Checkers.
It started with a C, man. It's in there somewhere. I'm gonna shake my head. Maybe a word will fall out.
Maybe that's a new word for a carpet bomb. But anyway, back into round 15 here. Very, very ropey by 2 Deagles, 5-7 and 2 UMPs, and already Cannibalistic under pressure right now. Energy going for a little bit of a gamble, using 3 guys on that A-bomb side, hoping that someone or Bravado will penetrate it. Not going to happen. Bravado just opting to slow it down a little bit here on the final round, and it's good play from them.
Yeah, they're going to be aware that it's pistols potentially, and hence why they're taking it slowly. And Kenny, you can see he wants to go through the smoke. He's getting ready to take a shot here, and JT might not be ready for this. In fact, I don't think he will be at all.
One hit wonder. Can Cannibalistic do it? It should be a simple frag for him. Steps out, goes, but gets taken down. And here's the spray down from Flexi, but just not good enough. And it's still 3 on 2 right now here. Bravado have the numerical advantage. Nefan and Domster are high on HP, so they can potentially clutch it out here. Trying to tackle, well, Detrony already falling down. Good play from Nefan here. Good use good use of utility from Sonic here, actually just isolating himself off, allowing him to reposition himself. It's a 2-on-2 situation.
JT in an interesting spot here. He's going to spot the cross, takes down Domster, and he's aware of where Nefan is. Nefan yet another clutch situation, 42 HP. What is he able to do here?
Oh.
Nothing, as it turns out. Sonic puts him down.
Taken down, 10-5. Bravado take the half here, and a very convincing one on the T side. It's going to be tough for Energy to try and take a map. And for the fans and obviously the viewers out there,
The fans and the viewers, I think they're the one and the same, yeah, man. We're all fans. We want to see some great CS.
of course, but you get some people that just want to view it. But anyway, irrespective, yes, I agree with you. Sorry, I am wrong. I said it wrong. Hashtag believe. This is what we're after here. Can Energy get the first map? It's really tough for them.
Well, I do think Energy do have a pretty powered T side here, but Bravado going for this early fight here, and they're going to catch all of these players going for the extended fight. Nobody dies somehow until Kenny actually gets the headshot there, but gets traded immediately by Fady. Sonic also getting killed. Tuckbok chiming in.
Oh, Fady dangerous here with this USBS. He's going to try and pick up another one. He's already got 2 frags. It's a 3-on-2. Tough for Energy, but the bomb will or should go down. Fady picks up a 3rd. Yeah, he's going to go for another one. And he gets the support there from Detrony, but still, Bravado pick up the pistol round. Now it's problems here for Energy.
Poor Nefan, you got to feel for him. Always in those clutch situations. The last guy alive, man alone, trying to close it out for his team and just not able to. And Bravado Gaming, that was almost a bit of a comedy of errors at the beginning with all the gunfire that was flying down range at each other. Nobody dying, and then suddenly just a flurry of kills and such fast activity from Energy into that bomb site. We're going to see some Deagles, some upgraded weapons here, but they're going to come in with the AK buy in the 3rd round. Bravado, meanwhile, going with the rifles and a couple of players. So they're going to want to retain those if they win this round. into what the buy round ends up being. And Flexi actually standing in spawn there, so don't know if he might be timing out or something like that. Nobody's called for a pause, so I assume not.
Yeah, well, Cannibalistic now.
He's moving now, so we're good.
Yeah, it's probably just slow plays and then coming up for an energy. It's not the end of the world then if he takes his time. And maybe Cannibalistic can get that dig shot on mid. Will be nice. Or Sonic trying to trick him there for a moment. He's playing with him right now. You can see. He knows. Look at that. He knows. Cannibalistic's waiting there with a deagle, trying to kind of flirt with him here. Very, very cheeky from Sonic, of course.
So much confidence on this young man, and Kenny decides, I'm giving up. Not going for that anymore. Detrony going for the spray down here. Gets
Hard
taken down.
plays. And Cannibalistic trying to find his man. Oh, he gets taken down. And only dropping Detrony on the end there. Energy not being able to capitalize of it. 12-5. And we'll see a force-up come out now.
Well, sometimes we forget what bravado in Bravado Gaming actually means, and it means boundless confidence, going for it, you know, believing, and Sonic there going for it, just playing with Kenny's emotions, playing games with his heart.
I'm sure that'll make him tilt quite a bit, you know. At the moment, full buy here coming out for Energy. Oh, a little bit of
team damage, but not too bad. Could have been a headshot though, which would have tilted Kenny possibly even more. But look at Fady again, turning what Bravado were doing yesterday, getting a lot of forward control here in the toxic area of B, and Nefan hoping he's going to find an opening here somewhere as the smoke actually clears. They're not going to know if he's there or not, but Domster meanwhile getting a kill there on Sonic, and that's one of the danger men off the server. Domster with a second.
Yeah, taking out two top fraggers there, JT and Domster. I mean, JT and Sonic. Domster opening it up here now for Energy as they move in towards that B-bomb site, and you can see immediately Bravado backing off, going, oh, wait, hold on. Let's save our guns, rather.
Yeah, those kills so fast there, and Flexi also chiming in with one as well. So Elusive and Detrony, well, Elusive doesn't have a gun that's worth all that much, but I'm sure he's going to be clutching it like it's gold-plated, because they need the guns to continue on. Of course, they will be able to buy into the next round, I'm pretty sure, but you know, if they're able to have a couple of weapons survive here, it will help them in their efforts to stop Energy from actually chaining together rounds here. So it's going to be 6-12. Energy on the hunt for those weapons, but not trying too hard, because of course their economy isn't all that strong either. They don't want to drop too many players here.
Not at all. They want to keep all the guns possible yet. Now it's up to Bravado. Can they jump back? They've got enough money to buy up okay. Not the best, but okay-ish.
I wish this game had a button for elevator music, because, you know, that sort of calming music as they're sitting there just chilling away from the rest of the team. It looks so serene, you know, all this activity happening, and you just go back, these guys are sitting there just chilling. But there's going to be no chilling in this match. 12-6. Energy desperately wanting to claw back some rounds here, and Bravado, well, they're going to be equally desperate to shut things down and get this done early. But Sonic,
very, very good position for Sonic to be in, but he might just get caught there. You know, Cannibalistic at the moment, not too sure if he's coming up boost, or he's trying to counter boost, or if he's coming through the mid
patience
side.
here from Sonic.
Yeah, and what's quite interesting, he swapped that UMP with Elusive there. It's a clever play from him. He's obviously aware that he might just get...
I think he's not, maybe might not be planning to actually peek here. Maybe he's just posting for somebody to actually boost.
Yeah, this is interesting though, because I think Energy might give their position away that they're going to push A. And look at this, he'll be so quick on the rotation, it won't even be funny. Oh, unfortunately not.
Becked.
Completely out of the picture there. But Fady doing quite well for Bravado with the response, picking up a 2K. JT with support all of a sudden, shutting down the Energy team. And now it's up to Domster and Flexi. They're going to have to try and move that bomb in towards the B side as quick as possible. Detrony is rotating. A bit of a problem here for them. And he's got an AWP.
The Stir brothers going stir crazy over here, trying to get into this bomb site, trying to find an opening. Domster and Flexter, what can they do? That AWP in the site, Detrony's going to be a problem. Gets the first shot. Detrony going back for more, just missing.
It's going to be hard, and gets it there. And that's the 13th round for Bravado, shutting down Energy again. Man, he should have landed that one shot. It was like when he jumped down, if he got this shot like mid-air.
It was destiny for Detrony.
Epic.
It didn't happen. You're not going to be in the highlight reel, Nate. I'm so sorry. But yeah, 13 to 6.
I can imagine.
You can imagine the glory. You can see it. And, well, Bravado Gaming can see it and they can taste it right now. So very close, walking away with the series. Energy, meanwhile, having lots to say about that. And, of course, they have lots to say in general, this team. Let's see if they can say it on the server.
Not looking to lose him. Yeah, very, very aggressive at the moment. Nefon obviously trying to push him out there. Ooh, almost getting the shot on him. But still, Energy at the moment. Bomb is kind of sitting on that mid-warehouse side. We have got Cannibalistic peeking B. But otherwise, Bravado have got their setup here. It's a 2-1-2 right now with Sonic on that mid. So just slow, kind of gentle plays here. JT obviously trying to see if he can fish a Cannibalistic. Does he get all of him? Oh! Can he opens up B-bomb sniper? There's the trade from Detrony. Taking on Domster. So Fady has rotated back in towards the side. He's got the support from Sonic here, and it looks like Energy are getting themselves ready. Look at that Sonic with a nice lineup, drops the bomb, and all of a sudden Energy trying their best, but Fady's around, so dangerous, and nothing comes of it. Sonic there, just a beast on his own, 3K.
I'm really impressed with Fady in this game. I mean, we haven't seen him show up that much for the new Bravado lineup, but doing so well here, 23 and 11. What a performance from the young player, and proving to be a valuable pickup for this team. So Bravado Gaming here on the cusp, 14-6, and it's Tech9s and Armor here for Energy Esports. Again, they've overturned so many rounds with the equipment and the value deficit. But are they able to do it now? They're moving quickly towards A.
Yep, 14-6 it is, and Bravado literally 2 rounds away of winning this grand final. The Mega 8 Autumn Cup for 2017. And at the moment, you can see Energy. Upgraded pistols, like you said. Detrony and Elusive watching the angle. Here they go. Detrony getting the first one. Will pick up the second. He's going to go again. Oh! Didn't get the third there. And in come Energy, but here's the backup, and Detrony picks up the third. And there's the support from Sonic.
Wow. That's
the League of Legends joke I did yesterday. Shut down.
Shut down.
Yeah.
But, and yeah, well, our producer says we shouldn't do it, so I think we should do it one more time. Shut down. 15-6 here, Bravado on map and match point to take the Mega 8 Autumn Cup. Energy just grasping at straws here, trying to gather something, gather some momentum. They need to get back into this, and it is so very desperate for this Energy team. They want to make this work. But the M249.
M249 coming out here from JT, and I think that's just salt to the wounds of Energy at the moment. Fady with the first frag. Can Energy keep it alive? It doesn't look like it. Fady picking up a 3K there. So difficult right now. It's a 2-on-5 scenario.
Poor old Domster, poor old Nefon. Last guy left alive, potentially yet again. Domster going to try here, but I imagine he's going to get shot. Ooh, no M249. I was hoping for that, but Nefon now. Bravado Gaming on the cusp here of taking this. Yet another famous victory. And in comes humiliation there.
Take the grand final. Well played to them, and off to the panel we go.
Thanks, guys. A pretty interesting finish to what has been a very fantastic journey so far. Bravado clearly just too strong for any rival this time around. And the deserved winners, congratulations, Bravado Gaming. Gentlemen, I'm sure you want to have your last thoughts on this entire tournament and, of course, Bravado's victory.
Yeah, I mean, Bravado players like this consistently, they are going to be a very, very difficult team to beat. Energy has beaten them before, so we know that they can do it. But unfortunately, this weekend just didn't have the team. I just don't think the entire team pulled their weight this event. If Nefon took a break early in the tournament, came up big in the finals. Unfortunately, Takbok then fell off towards the end here. So lessons to learn, I think, for the Energy boys. But they have beaten BVD before, so there is hope. But BVD in this kind of form is just it's imperious.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we brought up time and time again this weekend is the fact that Bravado were playing as a boot camp, which kind of gives them that. Not necessarily a LAN environment. You can't feed off your opponent's tears as much as you'd hope to when you look at them and you see they're losing. But at the same time, they're in the same room. They're all playing together. You could see in the beginning they have their little team huddle. I know they're doing it. And it does add a different dynamic to the game, and something that Energy just could not match. I mean, Bravado were just on form, and I mean, Fady top scored, so I had half a bonus point there at least. But yeah, I think Fady was one of the players that we needed to focus on a lot more this tournament. I mean, he's such a core member of the Bravado lineup, and just pretty much the whole of Bravado pitched up this weekend, and Energy were just unfortunately nowhere to be seen. And it's sad to say that we were hoping for a much tighter grand final. We did have a slightly tighter first map between the two teams, but I think on Cash, Bravado they had that sniff of victory, and like a bloodhound, they were just charging for that finish. There was just nothing to stop them, and again, Sonic, Fady, Detrony, stars of the tournament, I think.
I mean, JT took a break this map, and Fady just sort of instantly slotted in, doing the similar levels of damage. So it's unfortunate, but you need to be able to at least shut down, at the very least, two of their stars right now, because BVD just has so much.
Which two?
Yeah, that is the problem. It
Who are you going to pick?
It's like picking your poison at the moment. One of those four is going to do damage in a game, and you just got to hope that you can shut him down or shut down at least two of them, because the likelihood that all four are going to have a bad game is very bad at the moment.
And I think to even sum it up, throughout the entire weekend, we've seen each and every single player on the Bravado squad up their game at a certain point in this tournament. We even saw Elusive yesterday clutch a few rounds, even some 1v1s and 1v2s, and then now look today in the grand finals, Fady picking it up big time.
Yeah, and I think that's something to talk about as well. Bravado, as a unit, they're not like other teams in the sense that if one player is having a bad game, everyone else starts to tilt as well. Any one of that team can step up into that position. If someone's not top fragging, someone will top frag. And if it's not Detrony, it's Fady. If it's not Fady, it's Sonic. If it's not Sonic, it's JT. God, even Elusive last night against DC was top fragging. So any player on that team can step it up, and they know how to do it. They're not going to let one player affect the rest of the game. They're going to say, cool, you're not having a great game. Sit this one out. Just get some smokes. Feed us some information. Get the duels that you can win. But we're going to let Sonic take this one home. And I think a lot of teams can't do that. When you see one player who's a crucial player on the team just not having a great game, I think it does pull down a lot of people, and you could kind of almost see that in Energy, just players not pitching up today, and some of them even absent the entire weekend. Some players we're used to seeing some fantastic CS from, they just weren't here. And online tournaments are often hard to gauge, a team's real performance, because there are a lot of factors that can impact it. You're in the comfortability of your home. Your mom's tapping on your door every 5 minutes, offering you tea and biscuits.
Just
someone's uploading, and your sister's uploading a photo to Instagram. All of a sudden, you got 1,000 ping middle of the game. It's hard to go to your family and say, "Hey, mom, dad, I'm going to play some Counter-Strike now. Stay off the internet."
Do you know what? Actually, we need some more moms and dads, because then we can get some more tech pauses. Oh, sorry, tac pauses.
Tac pauses, yeah.
You can, in fact, pause this online game, and it might just help out.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, yes, you're in the comfortability of your own home, but that also has a lot of interruptions and a lot of things. I mean, a little break in your line, could really mess up around. You're getting packet loss. You're getting, and it's not to make excuses for Energy at all. But if you're playing up against a team who's on a very stable connection, basically, I mean, Bravado had a LAN ping, and they were basically playing on a LAN, so that does count for something. But that doesn't mean that that's why they won the game. They won the game because they were just the best team this weekend. And I think when this lineup was announced, I said to people, this is a scary, scary lineup. And after Metal State, people are like, oh no, what this Bravado team, blah blah blah. But you see it now. They are going to. I won't be surprised to see another just very dominant year from Bravado from here on out.
Yeah.
I can fully agree with that. I mean, you guys have seen what they're all capable of. I think they found that bromance now with each other. They passed that honeymoon phase.
JT and Detrony hugged it out. After last year's shenanigans, they hugged it out. And last year was tense between the two of them. But this year, they're buddies, man.
Yeah, and they all believe in each other so blatantly clear. It's unbelievable.
And you know what else, guys? I was right to believe in Phantom. Because Phantom, you actually got the most predictions correct. Well done.
Yay.
And I think we can all agree what's most important about that is that Congo lost.
That seems unnecessarily.
The crowd erupts.
only by a little bit. What was the big one I got wrong?
It's about the inches, dude.
Yeah. It's life is all about.
Oh, you called I think it was 2-1 Energy over BVD yesterday. I think it was.
Oh yes, I went.
Yeah.
Excuses, but I do think
I can't ride the BVD train the whole weekend.
No, I mean, going into that game, admittedly, we hadn't seen a lot of either team. I mean, BVD had just stomped their opponents.
And it was Cannibalistic's first showing as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Kenny didn't actually show at that game. He was there in spirit, not much in person, unfortunately. And I think that's been Energy's biggest issue this weekend, is that it's always two of the players are pitching, not all five. And you can't have that happen when all five BVD are hitting the heights that they are in the games.
But if you take a closer look at that, I mean, they got 5 amazing players. We all know that. I think they're still finding their feet. Just give them some time.
Oh, yeah.
Let them harness that emotional temperament about them, you know, and they can actually use that in a positive aspect going forward.
Yeah, you can use the hurt that these losses have given you to forge yourself a little bit stronger. Because I mean, you're not going to expect Takpok to go, like, what is it, 1-4-9 or something in the 10th round. It was a horrible showing from Takpok here in the second match. Flexi was doing some work, but Domster finally had his one under par game of the event and just happened to be in the second match of the finals. So it's hard, but they can at least use this. You can now see all of the maps that BVD has played this tournament. You know, you're not going blind to the next one. You know what maps they seem to be good on, what they seem to be weaker on, and you can maybe attack certain targets that you've identified.
Well, gents, I think I must say it has been one absolutely fantastic journey. It's been really something very, very special. I think anybody who's been watching would probably agree with us. And I mean, hey, I want to point out, all the games started on time. In South Africa, friends.
Yeah.
In South Africa.
Take notes, Europe and America. Take notes.
We did it, lads. We made it. Anyway.
Every single game on time.
But I do think that none of that would have been possible without some very special people. So I do want to say a big thank you to the production and media team. You guys did a fantastic job, really. It's that good, guys. It's that good. Of course, the sponsors, MTN. We love having you guys. We look forward to having you around even more. The casters, gents, it was a pleasure. The panel, it's been a lot of fun, boys, and I look forward to doing another one. And, of course, Mega 8 themselves. It's been absolutely amazing, as well as Urban Brew Studios. But lastly, I would also like to thank all the viewers for supporting us. It's been fantastic. And this is not a true goodbye, because although this has been the Mega 8 Autumn Cup, we'll see you in winter. Cheers and goodbye.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light